Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On Monday, November 4th, Murray Sinclair passed away. Most Canadians will remember Murray as the chairperson for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which launched in 2009. And so they should, Mr. Speaker. The work of the Commission was monumental and profound. The Commission, through Murray Sinclair's leadership, shone a light on the racist, colonial residential school system and all of its devastating effects, which Indigenous people are still suffering through today. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, the final report of the Commission offered solutions. It offered calls to action. And those calls to action will guide Canada's reconciliation efforts for generations. But I also remember Murray Sinclair from my time as a youth worker at the Mamawe Weche Tata Center in Winnipeg. Murray was the husband of Catherine, who played a leadership role in the management of the Mamawe Center. And he would sometimes come around, mostly for social functions, Christmas parties, other celebrations, and he stood out. He was a First Nations lawyer, and he was a damn good one. I had a chance to connect with him at those occasions, and connect with people is what Murray Sinclair did. All people, but especially young people. He connected with me the importance of getting involved, of not being afraid to advocate for what you believe in, and probably most of all, being proud of who you are and where you come from. And for a young, uneducated, poor Métis man in the mid-'80s, the example he set and the message he sent was extremely powerful. Murray Sinclair would go on to serve as co-commissioner of the Provincial Aboriginal Justice Inquiry in the late 80s. The purpose of the inquiry was to examine the issues plaguing the relationship between Indigenous people of Manitoba and the justice system of Manitoba, including police services. And it was there that Murray Sinclair really rose to the occasion. He played an incisive role, a crucial role, in shining a light on the racist policies of the Winnipeg Police Services and of the Manitoba justice system. The inquiry shone an intense and powerful light on Indigenous police relations in the city of Winnipeg. And those issues, Mr. Speaker, are still around today. Of course, Murray Sinclair played other very important roles in his legal career, too numerous to mention. He was also appointed a senator here in 2016, and he served till 2021. And it was during this period we were able to connect again semi-regularly, either on the plane from Winnipeg to Ottawa or Ottawa to Winnipeg, where I had the opportunity to sit beside him for a couple of hours, and we had some intense, enlightening discussions on reconciliation, on Manitoba issues, on Canadian issues. And it was a real privilege to be able to walk to his office at East Block and consult with Senator Sinclair on a whole wide array of reconciliation issues. There was absolutely nobody more knowledgeable, kinder, and wiser to chat with at that time. I will always cherish, I will always remember those times. And finally, Murray Sinclair was also my Facebook friend and my daughter's Facebook friend. And it always warmed my heart when I would read posts on my daughter's site encouraging her, telling her that being positive, whether it was education issues, university issues, or her days as an activist. And Murray had that ability to connect with all people, not only on social media, of course, but in real life, and especially young people. He was positive. He encouraged people to get involved, and try to make their communities a better place. But my absolute personal favorite, Mr. Speaker, is when Murray Sinclair would comment on my daughter's Facebook page about how precious and how beautiful my granddaughter, Tennessee Bone, is. It warmed my heart because of, obviously, it's true. Yeah. But he had that ability. Murray Sinclair, Mizani Gizik, was an extraordinary leader. He was a teacher, and he was a fighter for social justice, amongst many, many other things, too numerous to mention. He will be sorely missed. Rest in peace, Murray.
The honourable member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition and the Conservative Party of Canada, I appreciate the opportunity to say a few words in celebration of the remarkable life and achievements of a true champion of justice and reconciliation, the Honourable Murray Sinclair. As a distinguished lawyer, senator, and the first Indigenous person to serve as Chief Justice of the Manitoba Court of Queen's Bench, Murray Sinclair's journey is a testament to the power of resilience, advocacy, and vision. Born in 1951 in a small community of St. Peters, Manitoba, Murray Sinclair faced the challenges of growing up as a member of the Selkirk First Nation. His early instilled in him a profound understanding of the injustices faced by Indigenous peoples in Canada. Rather than being deterred, he channeled his experiences into a lifelong commitment to advocacy and change. Murray Sinclair's educational path was nothing short of inspiring. He obtained his law degree from the University of Manitoba in 1979, becoming one of the first Indigenous lawyers in Canada. His legal career quickly flourished, marked by significant roles that would shape his legacy. As a founding member of the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry in Manitoba, he laid the groundwork for crucial discussions about justice reform and the need for a system that respects Indigenous rights. However, it was his role as the chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that truly brought him to the forefront of the national consciousness. Appointed in 2009, he led the commission with grace and determination, guiding the nation through the painful history of residential schools. The TRC's report, released in 2015, provided not only a comprehensive account of the injustices faced by Indigenous children, but also a roadmap for reconciliation, one that calls for understanding, respect, and the restoration of relationships. Murray Sinclair's work has had a profound impact on the countless lives. His tireless advocacy for education, justice, and health equality for Indigenous peoples has inspired a new generation of leaders, stating that education is the key to reconciliation. Further, education got us into this mess, and education will get us out of it. He has challenged Canadians to confront their history, embrace the truth, and work together towards a more inclusive future. As a senator appointed in 2016, Justice Sinclair continued to champion Indigenous rights and issues, ensuring that the voices of Indigenous peoples were heard in the highest halls of power. His legislative efforts have sought to address systemic inequalities and promote the policies that foster genuine reconciliation. Beyond his formal roles, Murray Sinclair has been a mentor, a role model, and a beacon of hope to many. His words have resonated with many. He has encouraged all Canadians to engage in learning about Indigenous cultures, history, and rights, reminding us that understanding is the first step toward healing. Today, as we reflect on Murray Sinclair's incredible contributions, let us not only honor his legacy, but also commit ourselves to the principles that he has championed over his lifetime. Let us strive for Canada where respect, understanding, and reconciliation are at the heart of the national identity. And of course, the accolades have been flowing in, and here are just a few of the reflections on the life and contributions of Murray Sinclair as others saw him. The Governor-General, Mary Simon, said, We are deeply saddened by the loss of a friend and prominent leader in Canada who champions human rights, justice, and truth. The Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs said Murray Sinclair broke barriers and inspired countless individuals to pursue reform and justice with courage and determination. Winnipeg's Mayor, Scott Gillingham, called Sinclair a true leader in justice, education, and reconciliation. His passing feels especially sad because the journey he started is still ongoing with much work ahead. The Southern Chiefs Organization in Manitoba said of the Honourable Senator, Murray Sinclair was a beloved father, a grandfather, a husband, friend, and colleague. On behalf of the Southern Chiefs Organization in Manitoba, we extend our deepest heartfelt condolences to the loved ones of the Honourable Murray Sinclair and the many who will mourn his loss. We wish him a safe journey to the spirit world. And of course, Manitoba's Lieutenant Governor, Anita R. Neville, stated, a true visionary leader and a man for all people. The impact his work will continue to create positive change that will resonate throughout Canada and the world for generations to come. He was pure of heart, an inspiration, and a trusted friend. In closing, I would like to express our deep gratitude to the Honourable Murray Sinclair for his unwavering dedication, his wisdom, and his profound humanity. I also wish to extend condolences to his family and friends. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we mourn the passing of the Honourable Murray Sinclair on Monday, November 4th. This former lawyer, judge, and senator was best known as chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. A 1979 law graduate, the Honourable Murray Sinclair was first called to the Manitoba Bar in 1980, then became the first Indigenous judge appointed in Manitoba in 1988, before being called to sit on the Manitoba Court of Queen's Bench, the province's highest trial court, in 2001. While law had been at the heart of his professional career, it was in defending the interests and values of the Anishinaabe people that he made history. In 1988, he co-chaired the Commission of Inquiry into the Administration of Justice and Indigenous People in Manitoba. And more importantly, in 2009, after initially refusing, he agreed to chair the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. He was finally called to the Senate of Canada on April 2nd, 2016, before retiring on January 31st, 2021. On December 29th, 2021, he was appointed Companion of the Order of Canada in recognition of his expertise in Indigenous rights and his work towards reconciliation between Canada's Indigenous and non-Indigenous populations. Murray Sinclair, whose Anishinaabe name was Maisna Gizik, was an important figure in the Indigenous community. Personalities from across the country mourn his passing and praise his memory. He has been described as a mentor, a guide, a champion, a giant with a big heart, but also the one who confronted people and led the way in dark places. And that's no mean feat. I didn't have the privilege of knowing him, but I would have been honored and delighted to. Today, the Indigenous world and the entire Canadian political class are paying him a deserved tribute. Cindy Woodhouse-Nepanek, the current Chief Executive Officer of the Assembly of First Nations, said she lost in him a guide and mentor, adding, "He was born at a time when First Nations people did not have the right to vote. He is the most decorated and influential people working in the field of justice and advocacy for Indigenous peoples." Innu Senator Michelle Odette said, He was always there, even when he was ill or not in good shape. He made himself available to coach me. He's a mentor, and it's precious to savor a mentor until your last breath. Acting Grand Chief Betsy Kennedy said, "Today we mourn the loss of a hero whose vision and leadership continue to guide us into the future. The Honourable Auditor Sinclair's tireless commitment to justice and truth has left an indelible mark on our nations and communities, and we carry his light in our efforts for the betterment of our nations." Finally, former federal Justice Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould also said she was saddened by the passing of her mentor, friend, and colleague. On social media, she said, "I will always cherish his wisdom and celebrate his distinct contributions to Indigenous peoples and to Canada." Mr. Speaker, on my behalf and on behalf of the Bloc, I would like to pay tribute to this great man today and to offer our deepest condolences to his family, friends, and all the peoples who make up the great Indigenous nations. Thank you.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured today to speak on behalf of the NDP to honour a great human being, a mentor and a hero who had this profoundly kind and wise ability to cut through colonial noise, to shine the truth on Canada's colonial history. A daunting task at a time where there is growing denialism about the horrors and genocide that occurred at the residential schools. He listened to their stories, and he internalized and carried the pain of thousands of survivors, defending and honoring their truths, which he shared with the rest of the world. But he knew that reconciliation and decolonization of Canada would be met with obstacles. Yet he never quit, moving forward to help everyone across Canada to develop a collective understanding of truth, calling out those in power to act and reflect to ensure that truth would shine through the darkness. As he stated in an interview with Brett Forrester in January 2021, in quotes, "The people who believe that they have privilege of holding power and should continue to have that privilege, they're going to push back," he said. "They're going to fight against reconciliation. They're the deniers of the story. They're going to say that it never happened, that the schools were all about education, and the Indians should be thankful that they got an education." And he went on to say, schools were never about education. Schools were always about forced assimilation and indoctrination, and we need to call it for what it is. He persisted in his calls for us to do better, to reflect on how our need to protect our own privilege and power impeded on our ability to reconcile in this country. And he did it in a way to help build a collective understanding of the colonization of Canada. And I'm truly grateful to him for his strength to share truth, especially for survivors that continue to suffer in silence as a result of the abuses they experienced in the schools. He gifted Canada with a path, 94 calls to action to lead towards reconciliation. And we have that path forward that he provided to us based on the gifts of stories provided by survivors. It's now up to us to honor his legacy by taking actions that will lead to reconciliation. In addition to his role as the chair of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, he served in many prominent roles, including in Senate and as the co-commissioner on the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry, a public inquiry that was commissioned by the Manitoba government to explore the failure of the justice system regarding the murder of Helen Betty Osborne and the death of J.J. Harper. In his role as co-commissioner, apologetically, the systemic racism within the Manitoba justice system and provided a path forward to improve its relationship with Indigenous peoples, something that has never been actualized, and something that he never stopped fighting for. In 2021, after the killing of Aisha Hudson, a 17-year-old Indigenous girl, at the hands of the Winnipeg City Police, he called out the Independent Investigation Unit on its lack of transparency regarding police misconduct, stating in quotes, "I don't have a lot of faith in the Independent Investigation Unit that's in place right now to look into police conduct. And I can't think of an instance where they've truly done a transparent, thorough investigation that has convinced me that their decision is the right one in the circumstances." He was a model of courage and truth-telling and a role model to me, reminding me to always be truthful, even in the face of adversity, to lead with humility and kindness, to not attach myself to power and privilege, instead to support a collective effort to fight for a better world for all people. He was a human rights defender who I personally had the honor to know, him and his family. He was always a truly humble and kind man who always took time to make sure that anyone he spoke to felt special, including me. Sometimes when I was around him and he would ask me how I was doing and I would fill him in, I really felt that he was proud of me, and that meant a lot to me. That's a rare gift, and that was a rare gift that he had. He had this way of making everyone he met feel special and loved. He was a tremendous listener and protector, and it felt a little safer in the world knowing that this wonderfully kind and brilliant human had my back. We lost our Martin Luther King. He changed the world one truth at a time and brought everyone along with him. To our community, I know many of us are hurting with tremendous grief, and we must take the lessons that he taught us and honor him through action. To his family, I thank you for sharing him with us. As a public servant, I know it comes at great cost to families and children. I want you to know that I'm here for you during this time of need. And to my brother Nigon, I love you. I will be here for you like you've always been here for me. Because like your father, Nigon, you are truly a gift to the world. On behalf of the NDP, I send my deepest condolences to the family of the Honourable Murray Sinclair. May he fly high with our ancestors until we meet again.
I thank all members for their touching testimonials to such a great and important Canadian. Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that because of statements by ministers, the period for government orders will be extended by 24 minutes.
reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member from Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled A New Era of Partnerships, Canada's Engagement with Africa. I'd like to thank all members of the committee for their hard work and contributions to this report. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting two reports today. The first is report number 14, and I have the honour of presenting that in both official languages. The 14th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Certificate of Nomination of Caroline Maynard to the position of Information Commissioner. Aussi, Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter dans les deux langues officielles.
It's my honor to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Certificate of Nomination of Nancy Bélanger to the position of Commissioner of Lobbying.
On behalf of the committee, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank both Madame Bélanger and Madame Maynard for the incredible work that they have been doing over the past 7 years, sometimes frustrating, but I have the utmost confidence, as does the committee, that they'll continue to do great work on behalf of Parliament and on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to the motion adopted on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, regarding a question of privilege concerning the refusal to respond to questions by Ms. Lauren Chen. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
motion.
Motions.
Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Chambers, moves that the 20th report on of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, presented on Friday, November 1st, 2024, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I'm proposing this motion today is in response to an interim report on a committee study that the Standing Committee on Industry is undertaking right now. And the motion that's precipitated this within the committee read as follows. Following testimony from banking executives, the Standing Committee on Industry encourages the Competition Bureau to investigate potential anti-competitive behaviour in Canada's e-transfer ecosystem and, if deemed necessary, the broader electronic payments industry in general. So for members of this House, essentially what this report is asking is that it is encouraging the Competition Bureau to look into what we believe, this was a unanimous report at committee, as a flagrant abuse of Canada's anti-competition laws, and frankly, a flagrant abuse of any sort of spirit of wanting to see productivity in the Canadian economy, because this particular issue impacts the payments industry in such a broad way. So this may be a technical topic for some, but I'll try and summarize it briefly. Many Canadians, actually over 88% of Canadians, use something called e-transfers. Everybody in here, I guarantee, has done this at some point in time. It's essentially when you want to send somebody money to, let's say, a pet sitter, or to if somebody's paying rent to their landlord, you would execute an e-transfer, and that's where your money goes. Now, the key player in this space, the key facilitator of e-transfers in Canada, a dominant player, as we heard from banking executives at the committee, is Interac. That is essentially, for all intents and purposes, owned by the big banks in Canada. So this is how it works. Interac charges a fee to financial institutions, so banks, for essentially facilitating these e-transfers. But what colleagues and I heard anecdotally is that there was a significant difference in the fees that were charged to big banks by Interac as opposed to smaller financial institutions. And it was a really big difference that smaller institutions were paying around the neighborhood of 46 cents per transaction, while big banks were paying 6 cents. So what does that mean? Well, it means that the big banks have a competitive advantage over smaller financial institutions. It's more difficult for smaller financial institutions to be competitive in the space, number one. Number two, it also allows bigger banks to make more profit off of Canadian consumers. Now, some Canadian consumers will say, well, I don't pay anything for e-transfers. But the reality is that anybody who's interacting with a bank in Canada is likely paying a significant annual fee or some nature or hidden fees to have the privilege of being banked in Canada. And in situations where customers might, let's say, go over even what's included in those plans, for e-transfers, the fees can range from $1 to $1.50. So if you start doing the math on this, the fact that there are billions of transactions that happen, e-transfers a year in Canada, and then you start doing the math on how much big banks are making compared to smaller banks on the price differential in that volume-based pricing system, and then you start thinking about how much those big banks are making more off of their customer fees than smaller institutions are, and you start thinking about how much fees customers are paying just in general, it looks a little sketchy, doesn't it? And that's essentially what we were concerned about in the committee. Our concerns were validated by, really, for me as a parliamentarian, shocking testimony from a banking executive who also sits on Interact's board. This person was clearly not prepared for these questions. But he did admit to the fact that this volume-based pricing system that we had heard about anecdotally did exist. So that's highly problematic. So the committee did pass a motion, an interim report, to encourage the Competition Bureau, and it is an independent body, but the wording was to encourage it based on the testimony that we heard. Now, why is this important? This isn't just important from the perspective of smaller financial institutions essentially being locked out of or being unable to be competitive with larger banks, which I believe is the case. Oh, and I also need to split my time with the member from Simcoe North, Mr. Speaker. It's not just a matter of competition angle. It's also a matter of new and potentially emerging technologies that could lower fees for customers, for financial institutions from entering the market. And that's because Interact is essentially owned by the big banks. If you go onto Interact's website, you'll see that the big banks, they nominate people to sit on their boards. They have essentially a controlling interest in Interact. So of course they're going to ensure that new players, where they can, where the competition law or the government refusing to act, they are going to try and squeeze profit out of this arrangement, right? They essentially have created a stranglehold on the e-transfer market. So I want to note for colleagues, because this is kind of a niche topic, but like when you think about the ripple effect it has across the economy, it's pretty big, right? And it's not just e-transfers, it's also the payments industry writ large. We know that, for example, the government, they didn't regulate, they could have regulated, like other jurisdictions, to put a cap on what we call interchange fees for credit cards. Instead of doing that, they came up with a voluntary agreement with Visa and MasterCard, which is still, the fees are still higher than other jurisdictions, like in the European Union, much higher, but they also didn't ensure that savings would actually be passed to small business. They actually didn't do anything, so now we have payment processors like Stripe, who is, the board of directors is Mark Carney, the Liberals' senior economic advisor. They've been accused of, and they've basically admitted in testimony at our committee, that they are hoarding those savings. So there's a whole competitive issue in the payments industry, but I want to just highlight for colleagues about why the e-transfer, why we should be encouraging the Competition Bureau to look into this. Across the world, there are more systems. I'm looking at Swish in Sweden, FPS in the UK, UPI in India, and PIX in Brazil. These are all processors that facilitate essentially e-transfers, but they do it in a way that is much more efficient and probably lower cost than Interac. So, for example, with Interac, it might take minutes to hours for that transaction to complete. All of us have been in a situation where we're like, hey, did it go through? These competitors with new and modern technology, these transfers almost happen instantly or within seconds. Customer fees are also way lower. They're almost negligible with some of these competitors. Interac has limits on how much money can be, relatively low limits on what can go through an e-transfer, whereas competitors can facilitate much larger transfers. These competitors that we essentially aren't allowing into our market, they might have more modern security, and we know that they have more modern security protocols. So what I'm trying to say is that there are competitors around the world that can make our economy more competitive by producing a Canadian economy or a competitive landscape in which fees could be lower. It could be lower to our financial institutions. We could perhaps have more competition in our financial institutions. But yet, because of the way that Interac is structured and governed, and because of this volume-based pricing scale that they have for e-transfers, it creates a non-competitive environment for innovation to our competitors to enter. And to me, that is wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, this is why this motion is here today. We want to encourage, as the House, I would hope across all political stripe, to, no pun intended, to ensure that the Competition Bureau is looking into this, given the massive economic impact. I will say this, Speaker, in closing, there's probably a lot more information that the Industry Committee needs to look into. This is a huge issue. The federal government committed to lowering bank fees for Canadians. They have not done that. When we're talking about productivity, this is a huge problem for the Canadian economy. It's also a problem for the fintech sector with regard to being enter into like essentially rent-seeking, inflexible places that have pushed out innovation for many years. So I also think that the Industry Committee should be looking more into this, but I encourage colleagues to support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for the concurrence debate today. This is exactly what we should be talking in the House of Commons, is ways to help save money for our constituents, and this is a great idea. I'm really proud of the fact that just recently our government cut by 26% the Visa and MasterCard transaction fees for small businesses. That's money that those small businesses can reinvest back into their communities or into their businesses. They can sponsor a soccer team. They can even hire a staff member in many, many cases. I enjoyed the comments from my colleague, and I'm wondering, when I send an e-transfer, there's no I know there's no cost to me, but there's hidden charges. Our government has committed in Budget 2024 to eliminate all the junk fees at banks, and I wonder if that would apply. I just note that she didn't mention Venmo, so perhaps there's a reason for that. Venmo is very popular in the United States. We can't use it in Canada, and I wonder if there was a reason for omitting it today. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
A few brief things, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I do need to clarify that the deal that the government came up with Visa and MasterCard there was no requirement for payment processors like Stripe to pass that savings along to small businesses. So small businesses, there are advocacy groups that have pointed that out, that these payment processors are actually hoarding these fees. So the government probably should have some sort of formal regulation to ensure that this situation isn't happening, one. Two, I need to point out and just reemphasize that Canadians do pay for e-transfer fees. They pay for it one way or the other, either in very high banking fees or not. Three, the government, even though they've had 9 years, they actually haven't moved on these junk fees, and they haven't really done anything material to allow for more competition in the banking industry. We're behind other jurisdictions with allowing for innovation in financial services writ large. But the company that my colleague mentioned, this is why the wording of the motion was broad. We're encouraging the Competition Commissioner to look at the payment system writ large. And the spirit of the motion here today is to say, look, there needs to be cross-partisan agreement that our banking system in Canada is outdated, it's controlled by a few big players, and every Canadian, be it individual consumers, companies, whatnot, are suffering for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And despite all the partisanship in this House, I really enjoy being able to find common ground, which is why I particularly enjoyed the comments of the comrade from Calgary Nose Hill who talked about rent seeking. Because the comrade would know that rent seeking is the practice of manipulating public policy or economic conditions in order to produce profit. And we know that that comes at the cost of consumers. So I'd like to invite the comrade from Calgary Nose Hill with the great socialist rhetoric to please stand and further expand on why rent seeking in a crony capitalist economy only impacts and further harms consumers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, much to the chagrin of my colleague, I have to point out that the way that government pays for social programs is through taxes, and taxes are only created by the private sector and by Canadians who work and create revenue for the government. Money does not grow on trees, so the sort of socialist rhetoric that ignores that fact is magical fantasy land. But I will say this: when there is a role for government when the government has put regulations in place that are perhaps out of date or just don't reflect modern reality. When those regulations or lack thereof stifle competition in a free market system, you end up with oligopolies or monopolies. What that ends up happening is it actually ends up subjugating people or preventing innovation or making the people pay more. That's why we need to ensure that we have competition in these sectors. And there's a lot of sectors in Canada that don't have competition right now, be it the telecom sector, banks, I could go on. But what needs to happen is there does need to be cross-political alignment on the fact that if we are going to talk about productivity in Canada, increasing productivity, increasing economic growth so that the government can have sustainable social programs, we need to have more competition. And this motion today deals with one sector of it, but I hope that there is cross-partisan agreement in this place that, if you're in a monopoly and you are used to making profits off of rent-seeking policies that make life unaffordable for Canadians and prevent innovation, your time is up.
So this is where I give the not the warning, but the suggestion that we should keep our questions short and we should keep our answers short so everybody get to participate because we're out of time. So let's move on to the next speaker. Resuming debate to the honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to be here today again to speak on behalf of residents of Simcoe North and represent their views, but also to discuss a very important issue with respect to what potentially we believe is anti-competitive behavior in Canada's e-transfer ecosystem. We learned these revelations became known to us at Industry Committee a couple weeks ago. The facts are these. It is clear that Interact uses what they call, and what they've confirmed, volume-based pricing. As we just heard, my very capable colleague from Calgary Nose Hill outline how the system works. But here are the facts as I understand them. The largest financial institutions in the country pay Interact 6 cents to send an e-transfer. The smallest financial institutions in the country pay Interact 43 cents a transaction to send an e-transfer. That's a 7 times difference. Now, in theory, volume-based discounts aren't a bad thing. A lot of people and a lot of Canadians shop at Costco. When you walk out of there with 5 boxes of Cheerios when you really only need 1, but it's because you get a volume discount. So there's nothing inherently wrong with volume discounts until you learn that Interact is owned by the banks. So the financial institutions set the prices that Interact charges other financial institutions. And surprise, surprise, they've favored themselves. These governance issues at Interact, by the way, the ownership structure is completely secret, hidden from all in plain sight. We have no idea who owns what the compensation structure is for Interact executives, what the compensation is for board members. But it gets worse. At the time that Interact developed its fee schedule, Interact was co-chaired on the board by 2 financial institutions. These 2 financial institutions were the largest in Canada at the time and the only 2 financial institutions that met the required volume threshold to get the lowest price. Conflict of interest? Likely. We know that conflicts of interest, and we understand that members of the government have a challenge understanding what a conflict of interest is, so we'll explain it briefly. Conflict of interest exists whether there's an actual or perceived conflict of interest. It doesn't actually have to be a bona fide conflict of interest. A conflict of interest can exist when a reasonable person perceives there to be a conflict. Well, Mr. Speaker, it would appear to me very clearly that a reasonable person walking down the street would say, geez, that doesn't sound right. The big banks get to set the pricing that smaller banks pay to compete with the big banks to send an e-transfer. Now, yes, it's true. Many Canadians don't pay for e-transfers. They actually do pay. They can pay up to $1.50 per transaction. But if they bank at a big bank, the big bank pays Interact only 6 cents. That's a heck of a gross profit margin. I don't care how much fraud is in the system, Mr. Speaker. When you pay 6 cents variable cost to send an e-transfer and you make $1.50 in revenue, oh, by the way, the receiving bank sometimes charges the person receiving the transfer for that transaction in their bank account up to $1.50. When the small institutions are trying to compete with the big ones, they're offering free e-transfers, but they have to pay 43 cents. So they have to make up those 43 cents of revenue somewhere else just to offer that fee or that free banking service to its clients. In fact, I have a low, no-cost banking account at one of these upstarts solely because it's free checks and free e-transfers. But a lot of Canadians don't have the time and the effort or the means to shop around. The solution here, Mr. Speaker, is a lot more transparency, of course. But perhaps we could consider even other possibilities. And let's be very clear, I'm not talking about Interact itself, I'm talking about its owners, the dark Sith overlord owners called the banks. They are the ones that are pulling the strings like the puppets at Interact. So it's not Interact itself that has a problem, it's the influence, the undue influence of the owners. And so maybe we should think about freeing Interact from the shackles of the big banks. They would have to then deal with the big banks on an arm's length basis. We could also think about supporting a competitor to Interact, which would give people choice. That is a very radical position, Mr. Speaker, but I think it would bring integrity back to the system. I'm not saying we absolutely should do it, but the time has come to really consider all of the options. We should be unburdened by the past. We age, Mr. Speaker. We can't go back to where these large oligopoly companies have undue influence and control. I swear the banks must think some of us just fell out of a coconut tree with the practices that they use. But the answer to this is more competition. The answer to this problem is to give more choice to consumers, but choice to financial institutions on how to move money throughout the system. Canadians, businesses, and individuals spend about $3 to $5 billion a year in transaction fees to move money across the country. This is a significant profit pool for financial institutions and payments and people in the payment space, companies in the payment space. And it's competition that will of that profit pool so that consumers can benefit, to leave more money in their pockets. I recognize that many people in this place have differing views on how we might achieve lower prices for Canadians. My own personal opinion is that lower prices will not be achieved by increasing the size of revenues for government. There is no correlation between increasing taxes on companies and lowering prices for Canadians. The idea is we must attack these profit pools with competition. In fact, a Deloitte study suggested that up to 0.5% to 0.8% of GDP could be unlocked of value for Canadians if we moved forward with payments modernization. The Bank of Canada has a role to play too. They set up standards that prominent payment systems must comply with. Well, guess what? Interact is in non-compliance with two of those standards, namely that they use volume-based pricing, not risk-based pricing, but also it is not public on how one becomes a member of Interact. Now, the Department of Justice in the United States has gone after its prominent payment system, Visa, for its practices at Interact that it uses in the United States. That entity controls 60% of the e-transfer debit market, the debit market in the US. Interact controls like 95% of the debit market in Canada and 100% of the e-transfer market in Canada. So I would encourage regulators to look at those or at that example. It is clear that the status quo will not work anymore. A wise man once said, "Don't moon the gorilla." Well, the gorilla is mooning us Canadians and laughing all the way to the bank because they are fleecing Canadians. A great new book came out called Fleeced by Andrew Spence. I would encourage everybody in this chamber to read it. And Mr. Speaker, I believe I'm almost done with my time. I do have an amendment to move to the motion, so I will like to move that now. I move, seconded by the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, presented on Friday, November 1st, 2024, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, provided that, for the purposes of this study, A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours each at dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17th, 2024, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, Shireen Benzvi-Miller, Commissioner of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, Mr. Matthew Boswell, the Commissioner of Competition, Jeremy Wilmot, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Interact, and a panel consisting of Patrick Collision, Co-Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Stripe, John Collision, Co-Founder and President of Stripe, and B, it be an instruction that the committee hold at least 2 other meetings to receive evidence from stakeholders and experts. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
We'll just have to wait for that to come in. Mr. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moves the following amendment. I move, seconded by the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, the 23 report of the Standing Committee on Industry Technology, presented on Friday, November 1st, 2024, be not now concurred in, that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, provided that for the purposes of this study, A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours each at dates and times fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17th, 2024. 1, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. 2, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 3, Shireen Benzvi-Miller, Commissioner of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. 4, Matthew Boswell, the Commissioner of Competition. 5, Jeremy Wilmot, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Interact Corp. And 6, a panel consisting of Patrick Collision, Co-Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Stripe, and John Collision, Co-Founder and President of Stripe. And B, be an instruction to the committee to hold at least 2 other meetings to receive evidence from stakeholders and experts. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, when one talks about the abuse of what takes place inside the chamber, we need to recognize that, again, we're seeing a concurrence report being introduced in favor of not speaking about a matter of privilege, which really tells Canadians to the degree in which the Conservative Party is just doing nothing more than playing a multi-million-dollar game. And that's what this is all about. It's an abuse coming from the leader of the Conservative Party, and no one does it better. After all, he was trained under Stephen Harper, who is the only Prime Minister that was held in contempt of Parliament in the Commonwealth, while their current leader was, in fact, the Parliamentary Secretary. The issue to the member is, can he explain why it is that the Conservatives continue to play this game of filibuster at a great expense? It's not to take away from the issue at hand, but it's more so to talk about why it is his leader continues to abuse the authorities and the rules of this chamber.
Well, member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, I don't really know what to do with that other than to remind the honourable member that this government is the one in contempt for not providing the documents that it's been required and asked to produce by this House, duly required and asked for. But I proposed the other day another way. Maybe they could just get the $400 million back for Canadians, and we might be able to get back to the people's work. But we either need the documents or the money to get back. But maybe the parliamentary secretary is just upset because he checked the price of Bitcoin this morning.
In comments, question commentaire, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
I actually appreciate this debate, and I thank the member for the work on this and the motion. And I'll tell you the reasons why is because financial issues have been something New Democrats have been talking about for a number of different years with regards to fairness. And this issue is very important to talk about in this chamber. And I thank the member for even adding the addition to the amendment, because at Industry Committee, we actually have been studying credit cards and the costs on Canadians. And my question to the member on this specific issue is, in 1984, the banks got together to create the internet system itself. And so it was a ruse that really made it seem that this was independent with regards to the financial institutions, when meanwhile, they actually gave birth to this system right now that's costing so much and has no competition and is really a drag on the economy.
Over Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, I always like to find opportunities to identify common ground with my colleagues, and what my colleague has just espoused would be one of those circumstances. The free market generally works, it fails. And this is an exact example where you have the operators coming together to stand up an organization which over the last 40 years now has used its pricing power to prevent competition, which is lower prices for Canadians. I'd also mention, just for the benefit of the House, the member mentioned credit card interest rates. Well, guess what the interest rates for credit cards were in the 1980s? About 20%. Guess what they are today? About 20%. Guess what the interest rates were in the 1980s? Much higher than they are today, Mr. Chair.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm going to be somewhat chauvinistic, but in my writing, we have a very strong entrepreneurship, and an organization often reminds me that I have a lot of small businesses in my writing that are members of this association, the FCIE. So I'd like to know, last weekend I did an interview about this topic, and in this communique that was released, my colleague mentioned this in his speech, what's happening internationally, but where there's the least amount of transactions, it's where they have the least amount of regulations in the UK and the EU. Internationally, in terms of interchange rates, I think things are doing much better here.
Merci,
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
I think we need to consider what is happening in other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions that have moved much faster on payments modernization, in particular like the UK and the US, have seen transaction fees reduced for users. I do recognize that we have to think about all different types of players throughout the entire ecosystem: small businesses, medium-sized businesses, large businesses. Large businesses get to use their own power to negotiate for interchange fees. We should make sure that it's a level playing field for all players. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's I appreciate the opportunity to rise today to talk a little bit about what's going on in this House. I would like to provide some context as to why I think we're debating this particular motion today. And then I'll share my time with the member from Milton, who will provide his insight into perhaps a better insight into the actual substance of this report. But you know, I will start by saying that I really did appreciate that last comment by the member from Simcoe North about Bitcoin. I think that I really hope that he has the opportunity, and he can get up when I finish my speech, to ask me a question about Bitcoin. I'd love to know more about his feelings on Bitcoin. The fact that the price has gone up, according to him, I didn't realize that this morning, but the price of Bitcoin, according to the member from Simcoe North, has gone up. So I'd love to hear more about that, and I'd love to hear more about the policies that the Conservatives have to offer Canadians in terms of Bitcoin and investing in Bitcoin. Perhaps this means that we will soon see the Leader of the Opposition buy another shawarma with Bitcoin. I mean, that would be a great video, and I think what better time than when Bitcoin goes up. So I would encourage the member from Simcoe North to stay in his seat, bear with having to listen to me for 9 more minutes, and then get up and let's talk about Bitcoin. Ask me a question about Bitcoin. Provide me with some of the great insight that I need to know about that. I'd love to engage in that discussion. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we have to really take the opportunity to understand why we're here right now in this, why we're talking about this particular issue. And I'm not saying that it's not an important issue. I think that especially when we ask the anti-competitive agencies to engage in looking at certain practices, I think that's an extremely important thing. But let's just back up a little bit. About 4 weeks ago, when Conservatives started debating a privilege motion. And so for those that are watching, I know that the member who moved this motion likes to talk about the procedure and how things are happening and make sure that those that are watching are properly informed. So I'll do the same thing. The Conservatives moved a motion based on a ruling from your chair, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, we've been in Conservative filibustering for the last 4.5 weeks. Filibustering on their own motion, I should add, because their motion is that we send this particular issue to the issue of privilege to committee, to Proc Committee. But yet they don't even want to vote on that. They've moved a motion to send this somewhere, but they absolutely refuse to do that. So what have they done in the process? They filibustered by putting up almost all, I believe at last count it was around 106 Conservatives to speak for 20 minutes. They moved an amendment which allowed some of them to even speak twice or 3 times. And then when that started to run out, they started to move some concurrence motions like the one that we're debating today. And then after that, they allowed that debate on a sub-amendment to collapse so that they could reset their speaking roster and start from scratch again to give everybody another 20-minute round. And so that's the game that is being played in this House of Commons right now. That's the game when you're by a multi-million-dollar game that the Conservatives are playing. To the people that are watching, your tax dollars are going towards that. It's your tax dollars that are spending millions of dollars right now to function and to keep the House operating in order to their desire for a filibuster. A filibuster on an issue that, by the way, the Speaker has ruled on, the Speaker has given direction that all of them, they're the only ones that speak. At times, they're the only ones that ask each other questions on the issue. And they're doing it for one reason only. They're doing it to support the concept and to promote the idea that this House is dysfunctional and that nothing can get done. Because they benefit off and they see opportunity come from making things seem totally chaotic. Geez, where have we witnessed that lately, Mr. Speaker? In the south of the border? You know, that seems to be what happens a lot there. So Conservatives have just jumped on board and said, well, this is how we're going to deal with things too. We're going to make things seem completely out of order. It's the only way to advance any of our personal political objectives. And that's where we end up. So The reason why it's important for folks at home to know this, Mr. Speaker, is because we have an order paper. We have an order paper every day that projects the business of the House of Commons. So this is public. You can find this on the website. There's a printed copy every day. And just so folks at home know what we would have been debating and discussing had Conservatives not chosen to continue this filibuster on and on and on, and then bring forward concurrence motions like the one that we have today, here are some of the things that are on the order paper. Next up to be debated, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, an act to amend the Citizenship Act 2024, talking about acting our citizenship, making amendments to our Citizenship Act. After that, we have a Ways and Means motion to bring in our adjustments to capital gains tax that we have been talking about for a number of months. That's what we were going to debate afterwards. Following that, we have the Minister of National Defense making changes to the military justice system. That's also listed on the order paper of the things that this House would be debating. And we also have on the order paper an act to enact Online Harms Act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and an act respecting the mandatory reporting of internet child pornography by persons who provide internet service, and to make consequential related amendments. These are the issues that the Canadian public should know that we are trying to debate in this House of Commons while the Conservatives talk to each other all the time. While the Conservatives set up these concurrence motions and they, on their motion of privilege, are filibustering. We can't talk in this House of Commons right now, Mr. Speaker, about protecting children from online harm because the Conservatives have chosen in week 5 now to absolutely bring this place to a halt and to not let anything proceed. Now, I put 90% of the blame on Conservatives, and then I'll assign 5% both to the Bloc and the NDP, because the Bloc and the NDP know that there is a way through this. The Bloc and the NDP know that there is a way through this. If either the Bloc or the NDP would come to realize 10%, the Bloc wants 10%, they can have the full 10 then. The Bloc needs to understand, and I know that they do, that if they chose to end this filibustering, they have the power to do it. In a minority parliament like this, we obviously can't do it alone. But the Bloc, or the NDP for that matter, could choose to say, enough is enough. We've now let this go on for 5 weeks. We've given them their opportunity to do it. We've allowed them to run their course, and they have responded in the way that they have, but now it's time to get down to business like adults. Problem is, neither the Bloc or the NDP have chosen to go that route. But I want them both to know that the door is still open. That door won't close. And if there is an interest, I would encourage their House Leader to contact our House Leader so that we could have that discussion about actually moving things forward for Canadians. Things did operate much better, I must say to my NDP colleagues, who I really haven't picked on in this debate, did operate much better prior to their leader choosing not to work with the government anymore. You know, we got a lot of great things accomplished. We got a lot of great things accomplished, like pharmacare, dental care. Kudos to the NDP. I've always said, and I've said it in this House a number of times, I've said it in my community a number of times, we had a really good working relationship with the NDP because it gave us the ability to actually get things done on behalf of Canadians. And the NDP know that. Now, I understand that for political reasons, they may have had to make the decision that they did in order to leave the supply and confidence agreement. I understand that, and I'm not naive to that. But what I will say is that they still do have the opportunity to look at what's going on in this chamber, to realize the amount of tax dollars that are being spent for this charade to continue. And at some point, I genuinely hope that the NDP will come to their senses and say, okay, 5-6 weeks is enough of this. Now it's time to move on so that we can talk about things like the online harms bill, so that we can get down to doing the business of Canadians, like protecting children when they're online. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'd like to thank him sincerely for his speech, because it makes me realize today of all the evil we've done to the government, the poor victim of a government that is really overwhelmed by this Conservative filibuster supported by us and the NDP that is paralyzing this House, the government that is such a victim, and I feel very bad for this. So I'd like to offer my full recognition to my colleague, and I could also provide him moral support too. Maybe he could see me, and we could talk about this after the question period. So I offer him my full, sincere support.
See you.
Well, the melodrama's a little over the top there. He doesn't have to apologize to me. He doesn't have to speak to me. He doesn't have to reach out to me. We don't have to sit down and talk about it. All he needs to do is vote in favor of putting an end to this. Right. So I don't need the outreach by the member. I don't need the sympathy. I don't need any of that. All I need is for the Bloc to start acting like adults and actually let us get down to the business that this House and the people elected us to be here should be doing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I too would like to join with my Bloc colleague to offer my sincerest apologies. I was looking for my tiny little violin, but I'm not allowed props, so I thought maybe I couldn't use it, unfortunately. I am interested in, however, that there is recognition, absolutely, that the NDP ripped up the agreement. And from our end, it was because we simply couldn't continue to support the government in the fact that they were ignoring a war in Gaza, that they were ignoring the massive amount of corporate greed that was existing in Canada and doing nothing about it. And so while we could work together to some degree to get some of the things that we wanted, by certain, absolutely, they were not all of the things that New Democrats want. Maybe he could talk about a little bit of that, about where the government's failed, and actually take responsibility for some of the actions that we see here today.
Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Well, again, I don't need the sympathies, not necessary. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that it was entirely about what the member just said, because those issues have been going on for the better part of a year. The greedflation would have even gone on longer than that. We've been working with the members on that. But we also saw from the NDP was a significant shift in their environmental policy. We saw the leader of the NDP say that he doesn't believe in pricing pollution. So, I mean, I can either accept the member's word for it, and I would like to do that, or I can look at how the NDP leader reacted to the pressure from the Conservative leader, how he bowed to his pressure, how the NDP leader was not able to stand up to the political pressure of the slogans from the leader of the Conservative Party. So I have to choose between, do I believe what she just said there with referencing two issues as the reason why they got out of it, or the massive hypocrisy displayed by the NDP when it comes to pricing pollution. I regret to say that, unfortunately, the latter is more convincing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Seems this government doesn't want to be responsible for anything of their action whatsoever. Everything is other people's fault. They have no responsibility whatsoever over what they do. They create the problem. They're sitting there and trying to defend themselves and blame all other parties. If they are transparent and if they tell the truth, and if they do the right thing, no one wants to stall this parliament. They are doing this because they believe in what they're doing, and they want to stall the parliament and the democratic process because they're not transparent.
Right. Honourable Parliament, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Well, I'm really disappointed, for starters, that the member from Simcoe North, a Conservative member, didn't get up to ask me about Bitcoin. I thought he was going to stay, but I will certainly accept the question from another Conservative member. But I would disagree with him when he says that we don't want to stand up for Canadians. We're literally here wanting to talk about an act to enact Online Harms Act to amend the criminal code to prevent mandatory or to respect mandatory reporting of internet child pornography by persons who provide internet service and other amendments. So this member wants me to believe that because they've chosen to filibuster something and the other two opposing parties are unwilling to work with us, he wants me to believe that that's somehow indicative of us not being responsible. Mr. Speaker, we are being responsible. We want to talk about the legislation that's important to Canadians and the issues that they care about, not what they're doing right now.
Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to stand in this House today to talk about all of the measures with respect to banking regulations and fees that various organizations and companies charge consumers, and how our government is taking actions to reduce those fees and help Canadians through this challenging affordability crisis that so many people are experiencing. I'd like to congratulate small businesses in Milton, who I visited over the last couple of weeks to talk about the reductions in their credit card fees. Indeed, the budget 2024 has reduced credit card fee transaction fees for small businesses that took effect on October 19th, 2024, and that has an impact on 90% of small businesses that accept credit cards, and we are lowering their fees by 27%. That's going to save your average small business, like Barbarito in Milton, up to $3,000 or $4,000 a year. That's money that they can reinvest in their business. They can use it to sponsor a local soccer team. They can hire a new employee or two. Mr. Speaker, this is making a huge impact for small businesses, and it's only because of the leadership of our Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister, who stood up to some of those largest companies in the world, Visa and MasterCard, and said, hey, you guys are charging too much for those transactions. Everybody's using credit cards to pay for their meals and their goods every single day. And on a small transaction like $20 for lunch or something like that, it really does add up over the course of a year. So congratulations to all the small businesses across the country who will be seeing a 27% reduction in that very, very onerous cost from large credit card companies. That builds on the action that we took, the tax cut for small businesses that we brought forward in Budget 2022, which is also saving businesses across Canada $660 million, Mr. Speaker. It's phenomenal. Small businesses in Canada are the heart and the backbone of our economy. They employ local people. They purchase local goods. And, I always encourage people to shop local. In fact, this year for Christmas, I was wondering if I could manage to buy all of my Christmas presents on Main Street in Milton. We've got some amazing shops, amazing opportunities to buy some gift cards, a lot of great perishable items, but also great things for the shelf. Just really, really nice items, not just seasonal items either. I'm thinking of the Barn Door Studio in Milton, that's a gift shop, but also a coffee shop and a craft studio. We've got a brand new Milton chocolate store, Mr. Speaker. I'm really excited to shopping there over the holidays. Chudley's Cafe is a great place to go for a hot chocolate or a hot cider or a coffee over the course of the winter. Milton is just chock-a-block with great local small businesses, and all of them are saving money with this government's new transaction fee reduction of 27%, Mr. Speaker. It's good news for small businesses, and it's great news for our economy. It's also good news for consumers. As we lower those costs for small businesses, they can choose to pass on those savings to consumers and their customers. So, we're very, very hopeful. Our economy is rebounding from the COVID downturn in, remarkable fashion. It's doing quite well. We added over 50,000 jobs in the last couple of months. We added 183,000 of jobs just in Ontario over the last 4 months, Mr. Speaker, for families in Canada, but we're meeting the moment, and we're fighting every single day on affordability with real solutions that are actually having a very, very significant impact for families. One of those, I was here in a German debate last night talking about the impact that the Canada Carbon Rebate is having for lower income families, because as we continue to fight the climate crisis and do our part in a global carbon market to reduce our footprint, we've got to acknowledge, as an oil producing nation, Canada is very, very wealthy, and we have per capita the largest, one of the largest, if not the largest, carbon footprints per capita in the world. The Conservatives like to talk about accountability and responsibility, Mr. Speaker. I want to be accountable to future generations in terms of the impact that I have on the environment. As Canadians, we deal with a lot of extreme weather, even outside of the extreme weather that has been in the news lately. The summers can be very hot and the winters can be very cold in any given year. But what we heard this morning on the radio is that there is absolutely no shadow of a doubt that 2024 will be the hottest year on record for planet Earth. It'll be a year, the first year ever, that we have experienced more than 1.5 warming. And if I sound a little bit emotional, Mr. Speaker, it's because I love planet Earth. And it's because we are up against people who seem to ignore that we, as Canadians, have an obligation to protect it and to reduce, wherever possible, our impact on planet Earth. We know that burning fossil fuels is the main human cause for climate change. There's no denying that. The science is very, very clear. Canada is proudly an oil-producing nation. Oil exports are at an all-time high from Canada. Oil and gas profits are at an all-time high in Canada. Congratulations to those companies. Just 10 years ago, their profits were around $6.5, $6.6 billion. Now they're in excess of $60 billion. That's great for Canada's economy, Mr. Speaker, but those dollars need to be reinvested back into innovation. Because unfortunately, the intensity of a barrel of oil coming from the oil patch and the oil sands in Alberta has only gotten worse since the 1990s. Every single sector in Canada is reducing the impact that they're having on their environment. They're finding ways to use less fossil fuels and to burn less fuel in their production and their operations. And the fossil fuel industry, in particular the oil sands in Alberta and Saskatchewan, Mr. Speaker, is having a negative impact.
I think we have a point of order, the member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, I'm enjoying the member's dissertation and his thin knowledge of the oil industry. This motion's about Interact fees, and perhaps he could be relevant to the issue we're debating.
Well, I can always suggest to stay relevant to what we're discussing. Maybe refer back to it every once in a while, just so we're on the same page. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ironic coming from a member who's been up at least twice for 20 minutes to talk about recent events and has gone on ad nauseum, tangentially about various things. But one of the things that people buy with their Interact card is gas at the gas station. When I use my credit card to fuel my vehicle with I use my credit card, and there are credit card transaction fees associated with that. And if I use my Interact card, then there are fees associated with that too. Also, local businesses include gas stations, and those gas stations have those fees. And when somebody goes in to buy their lunch or buy fuel or buy a coffee at, say, an Esso at the Tim Hortons, those fees apply. So it's very applicable, Mr. Speaker. But I also find it ironic that the member would stand up as I was talking about the oil patch, being from an oil-producing region himself in Atlantic Canada, a member who voted against the Atlantic Accord, an opportunity to spread wealth into Atlantic Canada and provide Atlantic Canadians with the ability to produce clean, green electricity, offshore wind, and to continue to be innovators for the country that we all love. That member voted against his constituents. He voted against innovation, voted against green energy, voted against new jobs for Atlantic Canadians. Absolutely astonishing that the member opposite from
the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, at the point of order.
My member from South Shore, St. Margaret's, just brought up relevance to this debate, and now the member across the way is now talking about the member from South Shore, St. Margaret's, and the focus should be on, I think, banking fees or about Interact fees, and I wish the member across the way would get back to the topic at hand. Thank you.
I always enjoy the reminders for all of us. And again, just to the honourable member to tie it back at some point, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, with 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that the Conservative members are paying attention to my speech. I was talking about the credit card transaction fees, the banking fees, the Interact charges that we all endure every single day. One of the things that Budget 2024 aimed to do was cut down on those junk fees. An insufficient charge fee that is sometimes $35 or $50, which is just too much, Mr. Speaker. Recently announced measures to ensure that Canadians are treated fairly by their banks is all part of Budget 2024. These measures include protecting Canadians from rising mortgage payments, and recent changes to our mortgage rules, Mr. Speaker, has allowed Canadians to extend the amortization on their mortgage, as well as ensure that they get the most competitive interest rates, Mr. Speaker. We've also enhanced banking options, lowering non-sufficient charge fund fees, and we've also ensured that Canadians have an impartial advocate when they have complaints about their bank, because like a lot of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, when you call your bank to challenge a fee or some cost that you absorbed, it's hard to have that conversation with somebody who actually works at the bank. So these newest measures to keep banking more affordable will continue to make sure that the government's action to bring down inflation and stabilize prices for Canadians has that impact, Mr. Speaker. We're also protecting Canadians from rising mortgage payments. The Deputy Prime Minister recently met with CEOs from all of Canada's largest banks and outlined her expectations that they abide by the government's new mortgage guidelines and by the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada's regulations, Mr. Speaker. That's having a positive impact for Canadians. She's also directed banks to proactively work with mortgage holders at risk of default on their principal residences to provide tailored mortgage relief, and the Deputy Prime Minister emphasized to the bank CEOs that she'll be closely monitoring that compliance, and she has been, Mr. Speaker. We've also made banking more affordable for Canadians. The Deputy Prime Minister announced that the government is taking action to secure enhanced low-cost and no-cost options at Canadian banks. And next, we are also making progress in cracking down on those junk fees. We've started with the NSF charges, which are applied by banks, and sometimes they are in excess of $35 and even $50, Mr. Speaker, which is really, really challenging. If somebody's experiencing that time when they're getting an NSF charge, it means they need a little help, not another charge. So we know that those are disproportionately impacting the financial well-being of Canadians who may be living paycheck to paycheck. So we're cutting down on that, cracking down on that. And fourth, we're also supporting Canadians who believe they've been treated unfairly by their bank, Mr. Speaker. So when it comes to eliminating the transaction fees and reducing them by 27% and making sure that Canadians have options at their banks, the Liberal Party has their back.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and the member spoke quite a bit. I think it's important to note that under this government's plan, Canada is not on track to meet its climate targets. In fact, at COP27, Canada ranked 58th out of 63 countries, and I believe we even fell further than that last year. But what their plan has done, what their carbon tax plan has done, is drive up the cost of living for Canadians to the point that people are going to food banks, struggling to put food on their table, struggling to fill their gas tanks or afford home heating as the cold winter months approach, Mr. Speaker. Their plan has led to no environmental gain, but all economic pain for Canadians who are struggling right now. Would the member not agree that their plan has failed and that it is time to change course?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, emissions haven't been this low since before that member was born. He is the youngest member of Parliament, I believe, and I'm very, very proud of the fact that the emissions that Canada and our economy are currently emitting into our natural environment are the lowest they've been in his lifetime. That's extremely significant, Mr. Speaker. Kurt Cobain was alive last time the emissions were this low. It is because our government is taking action on lowering emissions, and instead of ignoring, members want to suggest that we're failing. It's absolutely not true. And the food banks report, as my colleague referenced, came out recently. There was 108 pages, and not once did it mention carbon tax or the carbon price, and that's because food banks know, just like we do, climate change is impacting food prices, and the Canada Carbon Rebate supports families who need it most.
The
honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's speech was interesting, but it really didn't have to do with the topic at hand. So I'd like to ask a question about the comments or the positions taken by his colleagues who did speak to the topic at hand. I'm concerned by the fact that government members said this doesn't make any sense, this is a filibuster, and this is preventing us from talking about the right things. I agree with them that there is filibustering going on, but what I don't agree with is that this debate is about committee report. Credit card charges are important, and I think this is a real gift to the governing party. We're putting aside the filibuster and talking about something real. So why are they avoiding talking about something as important about these charges that are harmful to our economy? The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question and for his interest in this issue. And the question of procedure in the House is important, but it's true that was not the topic of my speech here today. I made the choice to talk about the important issues to my riding, the cost of living and interest charges, credit card charges, and other things like that, which are currently impacting the pocketbooks of my constituents, Mr. Speaker. So I agree. We are now involved in a filibuster led by the Conservative Party, and we have no choice but to talk. We can't talk about things that are closer to the hearts of our constituents. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Listened very closely to my colleague, and he said something that was factually wrong about emissions decreasing. Emissions are not decreasing in the oil patch. Under the Prime Minister, since he went to Paris, oil production in Canada has risen 41%. It will increase much higher thanks to TMX. Canada is now on track to be the world leader of increased oil production at a time when Antonio Guterres is accusing the fossil fuel companies of being the godfathers of climate catastrophe, and yet this government is subsidizing 52% of every barrel going down the TMX pipeline as a gift to the oil companies. And yet we've had their executives at our committee. Not only do they not believe in climate science, they don't care, and they are not going to pay. So why are we continuing to promote massive increases in bitumen production as the planet burns?
Now, the time has expired, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of my colleague. I didn't say that the emissions from the oil patch have decreased. In fact, I said the very opposite. So I appreciate the attention of the member. The emissions in the oil patch have gone up. The emissions from the oil and gas sector have gone up, as have the production. So that's why I'm proud of this country and this government for being the first oil-producing nation, and indeed the first nation in the G20 to put a cap on pollution in the oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker. We are a world's first. We are leaders in the fight against climate change, and we are continuing to be an oil and gas producing nation. Our economy depends on oil and gas, and we will continue to be a responsible agent of change with respect to energy production in Canada.
Point of order, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, and with apologies to my Bloc colleague, but I'm rising on a question of privilege that I raised with the table earlier this morning, and it is in relation to the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, which was tabled by our chair this morning during routine proceedings. I am rising at the earliest opportunity pages 178 to 179. I quote, "Witnesses must answer all questions which the committee puts to them. A witness may object to a question asked by an individual committee member. However, if the committee agrees that the question is to be put to the witness is obliged to reply. On the other hand, members have been urged to display the appropriate courtesy and fairness when questioning witnesses. The actions of a witness who refuses to answer questions may be reported to the House, and that is what is being done today, Mr. Speaker. I should note that the motion authorizing the tabling of this report was unanimous. Ms. Chen was given every single opportunity, and she was reminded of her obligations before the committee. And she was warned also on a number of occasions that the process could escalate and could eventually find itself to the floor of the House. To put this briefly in context, Mr. Speaker, the study that the Public Safety Committee is currently engaged in is with regards to Russian disinformation campaigns. And we as a House know that the subject of foreign interference by a number of countries, Russia, India, and China probably is the top three. This is a very serious topic. And we know that from multiple witnesses who have appeared before our committee, these are both current, former national security experts, people who work in academia. We know that Russia's overarching strategic goal with respect to Canada is to sow discord and discontent. And there's a very serious United States indictment which lists Ms. Chen and her husband Liam Donovan as the co-founders of Tenet Media and accuses that company of having received almost $10 million directly from the Russian government through its subsidiary Russian Today with the express purpose of paying certain YouTube influencers and personalities to sow discord and discontent and to spread disinformation and misinformation. So the subject matter is very important. I want to remind everyone that with respect to the non-answers, it's important that we understand that under the Constitution Act, the House of Commons and its committees have an incredibly important role to play. And I would put them on a level with our courts. We have, through our standing committees, they are allocated certain subject studies, and they are allowed, by virtue of the Constitution, to conduct inquiries, to send for persons and papers, and to demand answers. And I would underline that given the serious nature of disinformation, of foreign interference, I believe that Ms. Chen's refusal to comply with the questions that were posed to her represents a very serious breach of the privileges of this House and particularly of the Standing Committee on Public Safety. And it is not something that we can conveniently ignore. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, in many parliaments, precedent has been set where this matter has been referred to the House. I understand that, given that Ms. Chen and her husband are referred to in the United States indictment, that certainly they do have some legitimate fears about testifying on a sensitive subject. I mean, I would argue that they put themselves into this position, but it is important to recognize that when a witness appears before a duly constructed standing committee of the House, the parliamentary privilege that the members enjoy, both in this House and at committee, to be able to speak freely also extends to witnesses. And I'll just quote from our reference, our procedure and practice material, Mr. Speaker, quote, "The privilege of freedom of speech in parliamentary proceedings is generally regarded as the most important of the privileges enjoyed by members of Parliament. This right is protected by the Constitution Act 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. Freedom of speech permits members to speak freely in the conduct of a proceeding of Parliament, such as in the chamber, during a sitting, or in committees during meetings, while enjoying complete immunity from prosecution or civil liability for any comment they make. In order to encourage truthful and complete disclosure without fear of reprisal or other adverse actions as a result of their testimony, this right is also extended to individuals who appear before the House or its committees. The House of Commons could not work effectively unless its members and witnesses appearing before House committees were able to speak and criticize without being held to account by any outside body." So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that Ms. Chen was extended every courtesy, and I think she was made to understand also the consequences of her non-actions. And indeed, during Tuesday's committee proceedings, I noted the increasing frustration that was displayed by members from all parties sitting around the table. And that is why when it finally came to my second round of questions, when I had the chance to move this motion to refer it back to the House, there was quick and unanimous agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, with those reasons, and indeed the precedent that has been set by other examples, I believe that if you were to take this matter under advisement and to find a prima facie case for a breach of privilege, I would then be prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for moving that motion. Of course, we did receive the notice over an hour prior to the presentation. Are there any other if there's other interactions? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on this point of privilege, on behalf of the Conservative Party, we would like to review the points raised, and we will come back and express our opinions on it in due order. Thank you.
Other interventions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect we would like to do the same thing and report back to the.
I will, of course, urge all members to get back to the House as soon as possible with the responses on that.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois also would like to have the opportunity to analyze the recommendations from our colleague in detail before we speak out on this subject. Thank you very much. And as I said, we would like to come back to the House as quickly as possible. So if the answers could come as soon as possible, that would be very beneficial. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that obviously the question of privilege that was just raised seems very concerning, and I'm certain that with the additional points made by other parties, you will be able to take a very informed decision. Today we are debating the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Industry. It's about interchange fees, banking fees, the fees that credit card companies charge to businesses. This is an incredibly important question. As soon as I was elected to this House, I was approached by businesses in my riding who wanted to discuss this issue. Gas stations, supermarkets who said, look, this doesn't make sense. The amount of costs that we pay to credit card companies, because every time something small is bought with a credit card, a chocolate bar, for example, there's a very high fee, much higher than in other countries. I could name at least one particular case. I'll do that in a few minutes. And this is something that lowers revenue and income for our small businesses. Our small businesses are in a very a competitive market, whereas for the credit card companies, there's not a very competitive market. There's just a couple of them out there, Visa, MasterCard, sometimes American Express, so they're able to charge very, very high fees. The Industry Committee decided to study this issue. We heard from certain witnesses, and even before we were able to look into the issue in detail, before we were able to start working on a report, we decided that it was so important that we had to send a report to the House of Commons immediately. And I'll refer to the anti-competitive potential practices in the electronic banking systems in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order, the committee has studied credit card companies and their regulations in Canada. And what's the report? Well, the report is the following sentence. Following witness testimony from banking companies, the committee recommends that the Competition Bureau look into banking and electronic banking fees in Canada and act, if necessary, in the entire electronic payment system. So the committee said, this is so bad, the Competition Bureau has to look into this while we continue our study, and that's what we are debating today. And obviously, we're very much in favor of this. I was surprised that it was only. I would be surprised if there wasn't. If there was anyone in this House who wasn't in favor of this, because I have to say, as soon as I was elected, a number of businesses in my riding and across Quebec spoke to me about this. This continues to be a major issue, and I'm sure that every member of this House is very concerned about the question of credit card fees. For consumers, yes, but also the impact that these fees have on our businesses. And, this is a very much a live issue. After 2015, there was a Liberal member, Ms. Linda Lapointe, who tabled a private member's bill. Her name was pulled out of the hat for an early slot, and she tabled that bill because this was something that was very, very important, for businesses in her riding. The bill called for a cap on these fees, and the Liberal government kept pushing back her opportunity to speak up until the government decided to appoint her as a parliamentary secretary, which meant that she lost her opportunity to present a private member's bill. So that was the first thing the government, the Liberal government, did on this file, on this issue of the fees that businesses have to pay. So within the Liberal Party, there was a member who had planned to use her parliamentary privilege to suggest changes to this. And listen, this is something that affects businesses in every riding. And what happened here? Well, the government found a strategy to prevent that bill from ever being debated. Meanwhile, my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean tabled a bill to this effect, which contained very similar points to that other private member's bill, but because of elections, we were never able to debate that. It's time for a change. There was a bit of hope. In 2022, the finance minister in her budget said, we are going to fix this situation. And we said, yes, good, a victory. But we said, finally, the minister, she's seen the light. We're going to fix this issue with the interchange fees from Visa and MasterCard. And, we know how this government works now. We've got some experience with this. Great words, we're going to fix this. But then in the fine print, they said, we're going to start by asking them to fix it themselves. And if they don't do it, then we'll fix it. And, well, the minister and the government just in the end put in place some temporary and symbolic measures. These are things that the credit card companies have put in place, but it's changed nothing for our supermarkets and our small businesses. So there's a link between what happens with the credit cards and the fees they charge to businesses and the cost of groceries. And this is really important. For years now, we've been living with inflation. For years, the government has said, yes, we're going to do stuff to fix this. You'll remember the industry minister last year, just before Thanksgiving, said, I've spoken to, the grocery, the grocery stores, and look, turkeys are on sale now. There's a special on turkeys for Thanksgiving. And he said, it's thanks to my intervention. But what we've seen is that what the industry minister did hasn't fixed the underlying issue. Now, the government could fix this issue. They could act on the interchange fees that are charged to grocery stores. So they could act. What have they done? Well, the finance minister and the government have just been happy with measures that Visa and MasterCard have put in place by themselves. So supermarkets, grocery stores have come and told us, look, this isn't enough. These voluntary measures that these credit card companies have put in place isn't enough. About 2 months ago, I sent the letter that we received to the minister. And, well, as you can see, nothing has changed. So what's the problem here? Well, if you look at Australia, for example, the fees that are charged to businesses were approved through regulations and through the law, and it's 0.5%. Here, the average fee is 1.4%, so it's 3 times higher. Why is it 3 times higher? Are credit card fees, administration fees, higher in Quebec, in Canada, than in Australia? No, I don't think so. I think that it's just that there was political will in Australia to put in place a law. Now, listen, the free market works when there's competition. But here, we don't have competition. We have a couple of companies that are, trying to make higher profits. So in Australia, there was political will to drop the fee down. And here, it's 1.4%. It's 3 times higher. And in certain cases, businesses are charged up to 4%. It's just 0.5% again in Australia. Now, listen, I studied in economics, and in the very first course that I took, they explained how businesses work when there's a monopoly or an oligopoly? Well, they do what they can to increase their profits, and one way to do that is to increase fees to have higher profits. And this is something that I taught at the CEGEP. The government is aware of this, and it's up to the government to intervene, either through regulations or through the law, to say we're going to limit these fees. So now we have a government across the way that's saying, listen, we're doing everything that we can to lower the cost of groceries. But they have a lever. They know that they have that lever. We had a Liberal MP who presented a bill which, would have lowered fees by 1%. So that would have lowered the cost of groceries by 1% just by making that one change. What would be the consequence? Well, the big credit card companies would make a normal level of profit instead of making over profits. And the government refuses to make that change. What has the government done? Well, like I said, in the 2022 budget, the finance minister acted by saying, we're going to do something, but first of all, we're going to ask the companies to take voluntary measures. What did they do? Well, they had a look at their numbers, and again, a couple of years ago we were talking about, competitiveness, monopoly, duopoly. In the retail sector, there are a few major players, like Walmart. So Walmart, by using its position of strength in the market, it's got such a big proportion of the market that they said to the credit card companies, we're not going to pay these fees anymore. You're going to charge us a reasonable rate. And if you don't charge us a reasonable rate, we're not going to take your cards anymore. And Walmart has such a strong position that Walmart was able to take that step. Walmart even refused Visa cards for a few months to show that it was serious. So in that case, the credit card companies reduced their fees, their transaction fees for Walmart, because Walmart took a hard line and it worked. So after the minister's request that they do something for small, medium-sized businesses, the credit card company said, listen, we're going to offer the same rate that we offer to Walmart, but for small businesses that don't sell very much. So they said we want to make sure that grocery stores aren't included because that's where we make our money. So, for example, MasterCard, they said if annual sales are under $175,000, we'll charge the same fees that we give to Walmart. And so for Visa, that's $300,000. Well, listen, $175,000 of sales a year, $300,000 in sales a year. If a company made 10% profit on that, we're talking, $17,000 or $30,000 in profits a year. That doesn't even pay, one person's salary. So you can see we're talking really about very, very small businesses that are affected by this. And grocery stores, well, as I was saying earlier, grocery stores, convenience stores, gas stores, their business model is a very low level of profit, 1 or 2%, but on a really high volume of sales. So they're excluded from these voluntary temporary measures that Visa and MasterCard have put in place after the minister's request. And the minister and the government, they've, they put on their suspenders and, they sort of beat their chests and they said, hey, this is great. And, this morning, they're still standing up to say, we're protecting our small, medium-sized businesses with these measures. Now, the thing, though, is that along with my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue, who is our critic for industry, at the end of summer, we received a request that we immediately sent to the minister from the Association of Food Retailers of Quebec, which was founded in 1955. So this is an association that represents retailers and owners who are in favor of, promoting and developing the agri-food industry. And they, referenced the 2022 budgets where the government indicated that it was going to lower interchange fees for small businesses and put in place levels similar to Walmart. They say that, unfortunately, the agreement between the government and the credit card companies indicates that the level of sales is $300,000 a year for Visa, $175,000 for MasterCard. That excludes almost all food retailers. So the agreement, it's useless. It hasn't reduced the cost of groceries when that's something that's absolutely necessary. And so the association notes that they have low profit levels, and they gave an example. I was talking about Australia with 0.5% percentage fee rates. They pay $155,000 in interchange fees on average per year to the credit card companies. And a similar supermarket in Europe would pay $30,000. That's 5 times less. 5 times less. That $120,000 per grocery store, well, that could be used to lower the cost of groceries. But no, that's money that's captured by the duopoly of credit card companies. And why? It's because they're using their position of strength and because the government refuses to intervene to fix the situation, which obviously is completely unacceptable. And that's why we have this committee report, and that's why we're having this debate today. So, Mr. Speaker, when my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean presented his bill, we were immediately called by the credit card companies who said that we hadn't understood anything, that we were threatening the economy, of the country. If we went forward with this, well, the whole galaxy would collapse, basically. And, we heard from their lobbyists, who said, you can't do this, you can't cut their profits by a third, and they're very concerned about it. And we know that the government has folded faced with the lobbyists. We know that the lobbyists are well organized. This duopoly has, a position of strength. They've said that if, interchange fees are cut, then their entire galaxy is going to collapse. And, so the government basically just said, faced with all that, well, give us something. We want to save face. And because of that, everyone's paying. Groceries are too expensive, and the government's not acting, which is obviously completely unacceptable. So a couple of other points to mention. Well, there are more and more transactions which are done through credit cards, Madam Speaker. As you know, since the pandemic and that period of confinement, people's habits have changed. People are buying more and more online, even groceries. Sometimes people are buying that online. It's something we're seeing more and more. And, that's a habit that people have kept. And so that's going up. If we look at the most recent numbers for 2022, what I have here is that we've seen an increase of 17.5% in Canada and even more in Quebec, 18.4%. So this is a problem that is increasing. And so obviously we're asking the government, as the Industry Committee has done, to intervene. And we want the government to intervene for grocery stores, for retailers, gas stations, convenience stores. They haven't done that, and you can be sure, Madam Speaker, that we are going to continue to put pressure on the government for this. And an interesting detail for my colleagues here in the House in Quebec, we have a Consumer Protection Act, which is not the case in the rest of Canada. So in the rest of Canada, when somebody goes to the grocery store and they pay with their credit card, well, the business can bill the interchange fees directly to the client, to the consumer. On the bill, there's a line that says credit card fees, a couple dollars, and that's how it works. In Quebec, that's not allowed. The Consumer Protection Act doesn't allow retailers to pass those fees on to consumers. So what happens? Well, the bill for those interchange fees goes to all consumers, the client, who pays with cash or with debit, or I'm not sure if people still pay with checks. I know, a long time ago, that's how we used to pay, and I think in Europe it's still the case. Or with credit cards, well, there's an average that's taken, and so the overall cost of interchange fees goes back to consumers. So if the government would intervene and do like what Australia has done, or if we had fees like in the European Union, or there's even the Federal Reserve of the United States that's currently looking at this issue, well, that would allow for a drop in the cost directly to consumers at grocery stores, at convenience stores by about 1%. And given the inflation we've seen, that's not nothing. How much time do I have left, Madam Speaker?
So with the minute I have left, Madam Speaker, I just want to remind everyone of the details, the technical details. Visa and MasterCard, two multinational companies that are based in the U.S. It used to be a co-op of financial institutions, and in 2008, they became fully owned companies, and these companies, they use transaction networks that allows them to act as intermediaries between the sellers, the financial institutions, and the client. But I'd like to remind everyone that their profit rates are very high because they have a duopoly, which allows them to profit greatly from this market. We want to regulate it rather than just trying to save face. We need to really change the situation, particularly in terms of groceries. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments on our Parliamentary Secretary. The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to pick up on the fact that what we are witnessing is very expensive multi-million-dollar game that's being spearheaded by the leader of the official opposition, to the detriment of the House of Commons being able to deal with a wide spectrum of issues that are important to Canadians. And then you take a look to what they're doing today, bringing forward a concurrence motion, and then having the report go back to the committee with the idea of being able to call specific witnesses that they have an interest in. The question that I have for the member is, does the member appreciate the fact that it would appear that the Conservatives are wanting to send things back to their standing committees in order to give more direction in terms of what standing committees should be doing, as opposed to allowing standing committees to set their agendas, to do the things that they want to do? Here, they're asking for a specific timeline also.
The Honourable Member
for Joliette. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Obviously, the subject, the report in question, is about interchange fees. And what we're saying is that in terms of grocery prices, the government can act to regulate the fees that are being charged. And the central topic of my speech is that the government is not taking action, and we see that this issue that he has raised, which has nothing to do with this study, is in the same vein, and I deplore this. So the Parliamentary Secretary is talking about the operating costs of this House. Is the cost of democracy, and with what we're seeing in the Western world right now is that we would save if we stopped democracy. The government has raised, our opposition parties have raised a question of privilege, and the government is refusing to be accountable to these members, and that has created the situation we're seeing right now. The government can solve the situation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for the intervention. In fact, this is one of the subjects that we can actually affect the pocketbooks of Canadians and small businesses right away. So I think this is an important debate and a very good use of the House time. I've been raising consumer issues steadily for over 20 years here, and banking fees hasn't received the attention it deserves. So to my colleague, a specific question in the sense that the interaction situation was evolved from the banks coming together in the 1980s. That's like 40 years ago. And so what innovation has really taken place of 40 years that would actually justify to continue to have these incredible costs that are disproportionate to other countries? What innovation has taken place since the 1980s when they actually instituted this actual system and put it on consumers? And we've seen nothing benefit from the consumer end of this.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We can look at the evolution of this over time. If we ask the credit card companies about this, they'll say a lot of things. Oh, everything's serious, although nothing has changed, except when you look at the evolution over time, like the member has said. Also, if you do international comparisons, there's nothing that justifies these fees. What we learned in 101 economy classes is that market rates, well, when there's a duopoly, it allows them to create sizable gains, and the government has done nothing to change this. And I would like to give them an example. Linda Lapointe, the Liberal member, created legislation for this, and it has been pushed back several times before they made her parliamentary secretary so that the bill would no longer reach the House. They decided to side with credit card companies rather than consumers. Thank you. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was saying earlier today, I have a large number of small businesses, independent members in my writing, and I often talk about interact fees for small businesses. It's one of their big concerns because if rates go up everywhere, costs go up with inflation, it puts a great deal of pressure on these SMEs who really make our local economies thrive. So he said it in his speech. Can he explain how, for SMEs in Shefford, for example, we need a government to put its big boy panties on in terms of these big corporations to give some take some of the pressure off our SMEs? The honourable member for Joliet. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, the member for Shefford. SMEs, companies in Shefford and across Quebec and Canada are dealing with this system. Fees are too high because of this duopoly of credit card companies. And these companies are using their power to rake in profits that don't go to the retailers or the consumers. The role of the government is to take account of this and take action, like Australia has done with legislation to limit interest rates at 2.5%. So the government does have to take responsibility and take action in terms of this duopoly. We could have 1% of sales that could go to benefits and to keep bills down. But retailers have a great volume of sales, and they make sometimes very low profits, and it would make a real difference. The government can take action. The minister said she would take action in the 2022 budget, and she did not really do anything about this. And for credit card companies, this is quite deplorable. We're seeing that the government is siding with the Visa and MasterCard in terms of groceries. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I don't think the member understands how it is that the Conservative Party is actually manipulating a standing committee. It's not the first time. The standing committee can choose whatever it wants to be able to talk about, whatever it wants to study and provide a report. It can determine the individuals that it wants to be called to the committee. What the Conservatives are doing, because this is not the first time, again, they're bringing forward an amendment to instruct a standing committee as opposed to allowing the standing committee to have some essence. Now, periodically, it might be of value for the House of Commons to instruct. But my suggestion and my advice to the bloc members is to realize when you're being conned by the Conservative agenda here. And the Conservatives are trying to slip something through to manipulate a standing committee and dictating who should be going to that standing committee, taking away the independence of a standing committee. Because it's not the first time it's happening now, Madam Speaker, in the last week. I don't think it's a coincidence.
The honourable member for Joliet. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We'll take time to analyze the amendment that was suggested, but the report we're debating today is from the Industry Committee that started this study with banks and credit card companies and the fees they are charging retailers. Fees are so high and they're so concerning that we're asking the Competition Bureau to study this now while we continue our study. And that's what's at stake here. My colleague from Mirabel says what's happening is very serious. And Canada, well, interact fees charged by credit card companies to retailers are way too high, 3 times higher on average than in Australia and much higher than in the EU. So we have to change things. We're sounding the bell. we're sounding the alarm. And my colleague from Mirabel, like other committees, members on the industry committee, are free to adopt the topics that they want to study. I'm sure they can take this action, but what we need to bear in mind is that it's urgent for the government to take action to better protect SMEs, retailers, groceries, and consumers, because there is a duopoly here. It's the role of the government to ensure that there is competition and that these companies don't use their dominant position to make others pay too much and account for too much of the economy. So they haven't taken action except for very empty measures.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my previous colleague for the intervention in answering questions. And actually, Madam Speaker, as a Democrat, it was my motion that actually got the credit card study that's in the committee today, and we have this debate taking place, which I'm grateful for, because we need more attention on these fees and outrageous costs on consumers. Yes, there's always the government system that can have taxation policies that relate to how people can actually afford certain things and how businesses interact and so forth, but on top of that, there's regulations that are necessary. In fact, the Conservatives, the Bloc, and even some Liberal members have had some really good testimony come out of the questions that have taken place. So I'm a little bit perplexed, though, because today at committee, the Liberals attacked me when I was questioning issues related to the information that was being shared. And then second of all, they are now opposing this, apparently, or attacking us talking about fees that are actually costing Canadians at this very moment way more than the averages across the rest of the globe in terms of industrialized countries. And, Madam Speaker, this is something that should be dealt with right away through regulation. We don't need legislation. It can be done through the finance minister right away. And some of the things that are coming out are quite clearly the evidence that interchange fees that have been actually a little bit adjusted with regards to the government right now are not in line with other countries like Australia, the European Union, and other places. In fact, I think it's exposed the Liberal issues of their poor conduct on this issue in itself that's come clear as light as day, that they are basically treating Canadians as second-class citizens when it comes to these fees, and they're treating Canadians as second-class citizens when it comes to businesses that have to pay for this. And I started one of my questions today talking about Interact itself with regards to the formation of it. Most Canadians probably don't even know Interact is owned by the credit card companies or by the banks, I should say. And so it's, really came about in the 1980s, 1986, I believe, a specific date, where they got together to look at how they're going to actually cash in on financial transfers that are going to take place electronically. And when you think about innovation, I come from the auto sector. When in the 1980s we saw a certain type of an automobile right now. Now, if you were going to pay the same amount for that automobile and its innovation was the same right now, you'd laugh. I mean, unless you want to collect a classic car, you'd actually go back to a K car or something like that in the 1980s. Meanwhile, when you look at how much money has gone, I'm sorry, they're heckling me. I'm sure. I didn't know if...
No, Parliamentary Secretary, I want to remind him that it's not time for questions and comments. I know he's anxious to get to it, but there will be 10 minutes of it. And I see that he's not quite listening to what I'm saying at this point. But I just want to ask the honourable member to please wait till the appropriate time. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be happy to answer questions later. So when you look at how much money and the system that was put in place then versus the so-called innovation now, what have we really got out of that? And it's funny because when you look at these fees, I'm going to read a few of these out here. You're going to see why regulation is necessary, because sometimes the lack of competition doesn't even have to be done by collusion. It's just by basically competing. So here you have, in terms of general fees with regards to charges, the RBC for sending fees up to $100, $1 to $1.50 a charge. The TD Bank, $1 to $1.50 a charge. BMO, $1 to $1.50 charge. CIBC, $1 to $1.50 charge. Scotiabank, $1 to $1.50 charge. National Bank of Canada, $1 to $1.50 charge. So you have basically everybody in the sandbox at the same type of a fee and implementation, and nobody breaking out of that, despite the fact that technology and the way it's been working is 40 years old. And on top of that, what we've done during the pandemic, and this is part of what's been taking place at Industry Committee with regards to the issues that are at stake and why I believe so strongly in the regulation, especially on interest rates now, is that especially during the pandemic, but also through automation and the use of some of the systems in place for points on cards and so forth, is we are transitioning people into new at different interest rates that are harmful for them. And so specifically, Madam Speaker, what I mean about that is that traditionally, if you have a mortgage, you actually have a lower interest rate right now. It's one of the better borrowing practices, generally speaking. Hopefully, they're going to continue to go down, but the interest rate for that is relatively just above or below the Bank of Canada rate, depending upon the financial institution that you have. If you want to get a line of credit, it bubbles a little bit higher than that, but it's still in that range there. If you have a student loan, sadly, as New Democrats, we believe there shouldn't be interest on student loans, but there is. I actually paid my student loan at 17% at one point. It's horrible, that policy back in the 1990s with regards to that. But at any rate, you still have a better rate. But what we've been doing is transitioning people into purchasing of food, basic substance issues, and so forth that they need into credit cards which have 20 to 30% interest rates. Some are lower, but you have to actually have either excuse me, Madam Speaker, a decent line of credit beforehand. You have to pay for the card in terms of a fee coming up, or you have to be very affluent, but most people are stuck at around the 20% rate for credit cards. And so what is happening, and we've seen this from the testimony taking place, is that those charges on basic issues related to just living have exponentially grown since the pandemic. And what that means is that people are putting groceries, for example, that just to get by on a potential charge of 20%. And we also heard more of a culture of buy now, pay later systems that we've seen in place. They're notoriously part of the furniture industry, which actually has that type of philosophy. They upsell, making sure that you actually purchase certain amounts and sometimes more, and then if you don't pay by the end of that year or whenever the contract is, your rates could be up to 30%, even higher sometimes. And so we have people that in the meantime, what they end up having is they either lose their job, they have a loved one get sick, or they get sick, and they can't afford the payments anymore. And so what this motion does, and what the issue does, is it brings to light about the issue of financial management systems and their wealth and their actual activity in the Canadian economy and what they're really worth. One of the more interesting aspects that we did learn is that banks are not even reporting their profit margins on credit cards and borrowing and lending and how much they're making. And that's a policy that they've put in place. So regulatory, the minister could change that today. Could actually change and require that reporting. It's coincidentally, as I mentioned, all these different banks, they all have the same policy that they don't report that because they don't have to do it, they won't do it, and at the same time, we don't know how much we're subsidizing their profit margins when we know for a fact of the matter is that their actual costs of actually running the credit card system and their profits have skyrocketed, especially because we've even used public policies in this chamber to backstop the banks during the pandemic, and before that, the financial system when it collapsed. We did all those particular issue here, especially coming from an economy like Windsor, when we see value-added production, and workers often said that your production value needs to keep going up and up and up for us to compete. We have to look at our financial measurement matters here, and how much are they really contributing to the Canadian economy, or are they a drag on the Canadian economy? I can tell you that if you talk to some of the small businesses, that convenience stores, retailers, all those different elements, they will tell you those fees are significant that they have been paying for. And on top of that, the reduction of fees, which are still modest compared to what's in Australia and the European Union and everything like that, they may not be passed on. We've heard that from Stripe. We've heard specific testimony, and it was kind of really shocking that they basically didn't care what Canada did, that they weren't going to pass on the savings that they had. And where's that savings going to go? Well, it's going to go, that money's going to go internationally to the people that actually have the investment in those systems. Liberals don't get, I guess, credit for, what they believe they should get instead of lowering the fees, because what's happened now, it's become exposed that what they've actually requested is very modest compared to what's actually taking place in other parts of the world. And so here we are, deciding about what to do next with regard to this. And I've done a lot of work on frauds and rip-offs and all that different stuff that you take place, especially on your phone. We actually, in industry committee, one of the things I was proud about is getting a study on fraud, and we've seen that on our phones, how many times you actually get on your phone a text message or something to bait you into losing some of your financial money. Now, and I want to always point out this, and I point this out all the time, is that you pay for your phone or your device, you pay for the services, and then you pay for all the maintenance of it. And then on top of that, you get charged for all of that, and you get abused as a customer by fraud. Same thing with the banking fees that they're charging on here. Our phones and our systems that we have, you pay for it, you pay for the data, you pay for the system on it, you do all those things, you do the work on it, excuse me, Madam Speaker, you do the work on it, and they still get the same amount or more fees for that. You don't see somebody at the counter anymore. You don't actually have a job created from that. You'll do more transactions for that. You should actually have a reduction in fees. And ironically, when you look at the charts that are provided by the banks here, the argument economically has always been, you buy more, you should pay less. Well, when it comes to Interact fees and it comes to banking fees, actually the more that you transfer, that means the more you actually pay. So I don't know what the difference is in terms of the cost financially to an institution specifically related to electronically moving money, and the difference of whether it's $1, $5, $10, $1,000, $3,000, I don't know. But apparently it requires more labor or different labor for those elements, because the fees are reflected basically on that. And I don't understand that. I mean, they've never been able to explain that, but it's just another way of gouging, in my opinion. And again, when you're taking that out exponentially, then it's really a cost on the whole economic system. Some of the best fraud cases that are out there were some of the people that worked at financial institutions or other places where they nipped a couple cents off of something of purchase or transition, so nobody really noticed it. And you actually have that sometimes, even you should always check your grocery store bill, because right now they try to move customers to not even getting your receipt anymore. But just so you know, Madam Speaker, some groceries are taxed, some are not. And they can actually depend upon the type of product and the quantity of the product. And so retailers right now, say for example, granola bars, if you have 5 in a box, they're taxed. If not, $6, they're not taxed. So they actually market and change their practices so that they can get further profits out of the system for that. So you should always get your bill back. But the point I was trying to make here is that some of the biggest fraud cases have been skimming just a little bit so it's not noticed, but the volume is so high that at the end of the day, the wealth is super significant. And we've seen that happen many, many times. And that's the same thing with some of these fees with regards to credit cards, Interact fees, and all those different elements, is that individually, you may feel that, okay, well, I'm going to go use the bank machine. We'll use bank machine as an example. It's $3 to do, use somebody else's bank, and you'll have to put up with that moment. But when you start adding that up, if you're doing that once a month or whatever it might be, then that gets very significant in the Canadian economy. And if they collectively are doing this across the board, it becomes a drain on the system. And I guess coming from a manufacturing town, we were told so many times about the future of this country was through getting rid of manufacturing. Globalization, that's the end of it. It's going to be third world countries and others that would do those things. And we saw how it worked out in the pandemic, and it's not true. In fact, reshoring is taking place across North America. In fact, we have to compete with the US on that, and we're actually doing now massive subsidization to corporations to bring them back. But we fought at that time as New Democrats to say that was wrong, because the promise was that financial institutions and the service industry was going to rescue all employment. Well, it didn't happen, Madam Speaker. There was some growth in that sector that took place, but it was not reflective in the Canadian economy in terms of employment, good jobs, and also now we're actually seeing a witness decline of some of those institutions through automation and other things that went through, and now we are without those jobs, without those services, and we're still paying some of the highest fees that are out there. And why is it? How good is that for the economy? Rather, Madam Speaker, I would rather have small and medium-sized businesses getting a break on this through regulation, which we can control right now, than some trickle-down economic theory that is supposed to give them maybe a tax reduction that they may or may not see, and it depends upon how much they have coming in at their business model in terms of the profit margins and so forth. But what we can do by regulating these fees lower right now and ensuring that they're passed on is that they go to the consumers right away, and we take them out of these multinational institutions, many of them that pay more taxes across the planet than versus in here in Canada, and we make sure that those small, medium-sized businesses get the money that they need and they deserve, and more importantly, they get more reflective in terms of the service and the value of what they should be paying. Again, I go back to that because these transaction fees are out of whack with the cost of what doing them. So nobody should be gouged through fraud by a government being neglectful on regulatory powers, just like there shouldn't be fraud from an abuse with regards to somebody trying to actually do a criminal activity against them. And we can control that in the House. So I actually appreciate the committee in the work that we've been doing, trying to get down even into the cost of groceries, expenses, and all the different things that are affecting Canadians right now, because we don't have to wait for a budget to adjust some of these things. We don't have to wait for an announcement or a private member's bill for some of these things. These can be done immediately by the minister in terms of the regulatory powers that the minister has. And so that break can be passed on right away, and that can also filter into the Canadian economy to create more wealth, more activity, more investment, more jobs, and better reflect the value of financial institutions and the contribution that they actually make for productivity in the Canadian ecosystem. Because right now they have been protected and protected a number of different times. As I mentioned, it was during before the pandemic, the financial crisis, there was significant government revenues that went to actually stabilize the banks in the financial sector, including the provision of loan guarantees and other activities. During COVID, we allowed them to continue their practices as we shifted the economy with lockdowns and other types of restrictions that required the increased use of their systems, not through competition or not by use of hand money that we had there, but by moving people with intervention from the government into a system that allows more abuse and dominance with regards to the interest rates and the costs and the services, not from their innovation in the market, but by public policy. So that's right now, as New Democrats argue, that public policy should be used to actually rein in some fairness for consumers right now. We did our part. Canadians did their part. They put their taxpayers' money behind the banks, behind these loans and stuff that they had before to stabilize some of those different things. They got moved into actually having to borrow and pay for certain things with higher interest rates and charges because of the pandemic, and we never got anything back from doing that. In fact, costs have gone up, inflation on top of that. There's been new taxation models that have been introduced onto consumers with regards to, if you see tipping and other things that are happening now, it's coming on the taxes, not just the element. And so for those reasons, we support, again, continuing the work of the committee, but also we want to implore, again, that we don't need legislation. We don't need to wait for a private member's bill. We need the Liberals to act where they should have acted before and reining in some fairness for Canadian consumers.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies for throwing the member off. It was actually, he had me have a flashback when he made reference to the K-car. The K-car and the Caravan, two vehicles that really saved Chrysler. Having said that, the member brings up a lot of very interesting points. And there are some fees within the banking industry that I do believe that we should be, as much as possible, aggressive with our financial institutions. One of the things that we don't hear as much about is our credit unions. And I have found that the credit unions play a very important role in ensuring at least there's a little bit more competition. And I'm wondering if my friend could just provide his thoughts and comments in regards to the credit unions, because I personally believe they play such a vital role in terms of protecting consumer interests and hopefully bringing down actual costs.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually really appreciate that question from the Parliamentary Secretary, because it is one that doesn't get a lot of coverage and hasn't been talked about as much. Part of the reason why is because credit unions are owned by the people that in the community that actually are the users. So their profit margins go back to them and themselves. So yes, they can actually provide some innovation. Sometimes their actual margins are very close to the banks, and one could argue that there could be more competition there. But at the end of the day, the real benefit is the fact that the people that are part of a credit union are also the shareholders. And so that's the difference with regards to that. Whereas the banks, yes, you do have private shareholders, but they could be based all over the planet in different places. And not everybody can be part of that by buying stock options and so forth, where the credit union, when you join, you become a member and you actually contribute to your own wealth through those different services.
Comments? The Honourable for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to make an observation about this debate in response to something that the Parliamentary Secretary said earlier. The Parliamentary Secretary was complaining about the idea that you would have an amendment that would provide an instruction to the committee. He says these are games, we should let the committee make its own decisions. I had a recollection, I did some research on this. Do you know that the Prime Minister's first act when he was elected to Parliament, he was elected in 2008, he drew first for the private member's bill draw, and the motion that he put before the House, his very first act as a member of Parliament, was, would you believe it, Madam Speaker, an instruction to a committee. That the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to consider the introduction in Canada of a national voluntary service policy. Does this not suggest that this Parliamentary Secretary, while he would like to wiggle out of any accountability for how this government has failed consumers and taxpayers in so many ways, that he is hypocritically trying to say that you can't instruct a committee when the first act of this Prime Minister in this House was to do precisely that?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And yeah, and it failed. The motion never actually passed the House of Commons, so I really don't even know what else to say other than it also didn't even pass the House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I know he works hard to defend small business. But isn't this just another sign of Liberal incompetence? Because the government says that it's taken action, but there's been no agreements. This is really a unilateral decision that's temporary, it's voluntary. all these words confirm, like, what is going to be the bank's interests in compliance? Shouldn't there be something more like what Australia did? Because the companies are not going to do what needs doing. So isn't this just a sign that we've had enough of this government? The honourable member for Windsor West.
It's a great question because you're right. They don't have to, under the current model, pass on the systems right now. And interestingly enough, in testimony today, I asked about that, and it was interesting because we had one of the officials talk about how our loan systems are going to be reduced in terms of predatory financially to 35% maximum. It's at 60% right now, what you can legally do. And I still couldn't get a proper answer with regards to what are the penalties and the different issues that would take place if you broke that law. And ironically, it's the government of Canada borrows around the Bank of Canada rate, but still, we're going to allow Canadians to have to pay interest rates of up to 35%. How does that even make sense in terms of fairness? Our government can borrow at a rate that's very low and is very much structured, and meanwhile, up to 35%, and then on top of that, we still don't know the penalties and so forth. And I think the member from Prince Margaret, South Shore, Prince Margaret, has raised the issue over Stripe not passing on the savings, and we're going to have probably some more work on that, and that's a very important one because it's become rather iconic, actually.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Windsor West for his intervention today. He is so knowledgeable about this and has done so much work to make life more affordable for Canadians. And one of the things he talked about was the idea of trickle-down economics. Now, obviously, we have seen that this is a failed economic strategy. We've seen that the Liberals, with their strategy of asking nicely, is also failed Canadians. But what I want him to talk about today is how the impacts of these fees are felt disproportionately on those who are living in poverty, how people who are already struggling have to pay a disproportionate amount when these fees are in place. Thank you.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, my colleague, for that really good question because I didn't touch on it, and I should have. And we also, my former colleague, Judy Washalisa-Lees, did a lot of work on this on payday loans. And it's a good example, though, of how basically even if you have a government check that's guaranteed, you can get basically gouged cashing that in when it's a guaranteed check and it's a guaranteed amount of money coming in. So there's really no risk whatsoever. And many banks moved away from actually cashing checks without exponential fees, or they open the system to actually have payday loans get in there when that's a loss on basically the most vulnerable and often the most poor, and also people that need money at a very delicate time in their life for one reason or another. And that's taking money out of small and medium-sized business. It's taking money out of rent. It's making food, healthcare costs, all those different things. So that's a really important notion of all of this is that, and I'll point to, if your bank account, you often, if you have more than $3,000 in your bank account, you don't pay any fees. But if you don't have that $3,000, you pay more fees. Yeah. That's wrong.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, out of respect for the member, I wouldn't want to marginalize the issue. I concur. This is a really important issue. But obviously the Conservatives are really much concerned about my previous question. And I ask for the member to provide his thoughts on this. Today, the Conservative Party says they want this report to go to industry and technology. They have a number of speakers that they want on it, and then the committee has to report back by December the 17th. The other day, they moved another standing committee, Public Accounts, deal with another issue, call someone like Mark Carney before the committee, and report back within 21 days. Now, these are just two that just popped up in this last week. My concern is that the Conservative Party is using the House in order to set the agendas of standing committees, when standing committees have within themselves the ability to deal with the issues, including the issue that we're talking about today, where the standing committee could in fact meet, discuss the issue, have the presenters come forward, and set a deadline for themselves. Does he have any concerns that the Conservatives might be manipulating in order for other political objectives today?
The honourable member for Windsor West has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, all I can do is what's in front of me here. And I actually appreciate the work that's been taking place in Industry Committee. It's generally been pretty good for the most part. And I think that we need more economics and issues related to fees. And you know, this is fraud in my respects in terms of being allowed to happen to Canadians. That is very important. So I don't know. I can't speak to any motivation, but I'm appreciative of the motion that's come forward. I'm appreciative to be able to talk about these issues in Industry Committee and study the credit card stuff that I put forth, and I've received support from all political parties on it. I just want to see it get something done. And if something out of this happens here today to actually bring light and get some reduction of fees and services that are more fair for consumers and is going to help the Canadian economy, so be it, and I'm glad to participate in that. And if that's just the one thing I can control is to contribute to that movement, then I'm happy to actually be part of this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to all the parliamentarians discussing this today. This is a really important conversation, important debate, and our government is committed to addressing the cost of living, helping out small and medium-sized businesses, and also just protecting consumers. This is something we care deeply about. Residents of my riding of Purefone Dollard care deeply about, and I'm sure all parliamentarians care deeply about. I'd like to really tell a story of a small business owner I visited just 2 weeks ago in my riding of Purefone Dollard. Her name was Paula, and she works really hard each and every week, 6 days a week. She owns a small business called Taza Di Mattina. It gives coffee. It has coffee machines, repairs coffee machines. And, you know, I had an important conversation with her about a government program that is related to leaning on the credit card industry to ensure that the costs that small and medium business owners have to bear when having transactions with consumers, that those costs are reduced. And I let her know that we now, as of October 19, 2024, Visa and MasterCard fees for small businesses will be reduced. And we know that a reduction of those fees will mean better prices for consumers. It will mean increases are not passed on to consumers. And that policy of our government to protect small businesses, to defend them, which is now, as of October 19, in effect, is really impactful. And I say this myself as somebody who grew up in a household that lived and survived and had everything we needed because of a small business owner, my dad. My dad brought a family of 6 into this world with my mom. And our family lived off of a small business. And I know the realities personally of what it means for a family to live with things that, you know, when things are tight, you have everything you need, but things might be tight. That is the reality of many Canadians. And I appreciate and empathize with where Canadians are at. In general, Canadians feel squeezed. We feel squeezed. And that's why our government is meeting the moment at each and every step. With respect to the credit cards, which I just mentioned, and small, medium-sized businesses, that's one key thing that we are doing. A second key thing is a code of conduct related to the credit card industry to protect 1 million businesses. And that is also something else that'll help to meet the moment. We also are on the banking industry. We're leaning on the banking industry, and that lean onto the banking industry is such that we are making sure that that individuals have tailored mortgage relief that's available to them from the banks. And I'd like to say that I'm sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. Another key aspect of meeting the moment is that we are seeing that there are low-cost accounts, that those are expanded, and in fact, that there are also no-cost options when it comes to opening up a bank account for Canadians. And also lowering the NSF fees. this is critical. You know, some of us, sometimes we have a bounce check once in a while. Used to happen to me as a student once in a while. And those fees of $25 or however many dollars they cost today, they hit you, especially when you have a lean account and when you have a lean income. Those things matter. And, you know, now being here today in the Commons with the governing party, you know, I oftentimes think about my life as a student, my life as a young person, my life in my career, and what that meant, and how the measures that we are implementing today matter for Canadians, how the measures that we are implementing today matter for small businesses. You know, we are doing a lot within our government to meet the moment, to address the cost of living. Yes, things did rise during the pandemic. We all went to the grocery stores and we saw fruits and vegetables increase. That hit us without question, right? And thankfully, since then, inflation has come under control. Inflation has come under control. The Bank of Canada, thankfully, has reduced interest rates. Things are easier for people who are renewing mortgages, who are entering the housing market. Our government has also done some key accomplishments, such as childcare, which is a key platform, I should say, win of our government, which allows mothers who choose to work to enter the workforce and to know that their children receive quality care. And if I just share about my own family background again, you know, I myself was raised by my mother at home, as were my 5 younger siblings. And we made a choice to do that as a household. But I know that not all Canadian households can make that choice. And for some families, you need the childcare in order to survive, right? So that's why our initiative to make childcare affordable, to expand that across the country, is so important. Dental care, that's a recent initiative of our government. That is something that is also really important. We all know members of our entourage, our families, our friendship circles. We all know seniors, persons with disabilities, young people, and soon all Canadians who have or will be benefiting from this. And if we just think about these programs for a moment, reflect upon them, they are meeting the moment. They are helping to address the cost of living and the needs of Canadians. I'll add to that pharmacare. And, you know, I had a conversation with a gentleman about 2-3 months ago by driving between Montreal and Ottawa. And I was speaking with the gentleman, and he was telling me how important the diabetes medication at no cost to him because of pharmacare is, and how much he relies on that medication, how big of a hole that put into his wallet, and how he is really grateful for us as a government and as a country to do that. And as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Persons with Disabilities, the disability benefit, that is something that is novel, that is super impactful, that will help alleviate the situation in which persons with disabilities of working age find themselves in today with modest income. It will help. It will help. It will not solve everything, but it is a clear and firm step in the right direction. And this benefit is being introduced, will be in effect this summer. It is being done in addition to existing provincial benefits that people within Canada receive. It is something that is a proud moment for our country. It's something that myself, as a member of the governing party, I'm really happy about that we are doing. And so I go back to the idea of meeting Paula in her small business, and the initiatives that our government has done and is continuing to do. You know, and I think that as Canadians will be at some point making a choice into the future about who they want to see governing our country, I think it's really important for Canadians to reflect upon and to see the policies and programs that we, as a Liberal government, have implemented, from childcare to dental care to pharma to the disability benefit, which will be implemented this summer, and money in people's pockets, to the measures I mentioned with respect to small businesses, where 27% of credit card fees will be reduced to small and medium businesses. Those things are critical. And what I say about these programs is that those programs, those initiatives, that sort of perspective of meeting the moment, that will be taken away if it's not our government, a Liberal government, that is here in this House. So that's something I'd like to leave viewers with who are watching on the camera. I'd like to leave Canadians with that idea and to just hold that, right? To hold that idea and say, do we want these programs to continue into the future? I'm sure we do. Do we want everyone to be uplifted? I'm sure that we all agree to that. Let's continue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the 10-minute speech by the Parliamentary Secretary about the issue we're debating here, which is Interac fees, and in particular the anti-competitive nature of what's going on with e-transfer fees. And I didn't hear a single line about it. There was one line at the beginning that claimed a tangential element, which was merchant fees, that the Minister of Finance claimed they were going to reduce these fees that credit card companies charge merchants. However, one of the big companies has 20% market share that does these merchant fees is a company called Stripe, who has refused to do this. On the board of that company is Mark Carney. He is on the board of the company that's refusing the order, the request, the voluntary request of the finance minister. So could the parliamentary secretary share with the House why the advisor to the Prime Minister on the economy is refusing the request of the finance minister?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I'd like to thank the minister, the member opposite, for his question. I think it's really important that when we take the names of eminent Canadians, that we do so when we take them and hold them here and lift their reputation within this House, that we do so with respect, right? And we recognize the contributions that people make to this country and to the international community. And I think that's really important, that myself, I have this idea as a parliamentarian. I ask myself, sometimes I connect with members in the hallways, and I say to myself, and this is about all parliamentarians here, that I just wish that the way in which we connect individually is also reflected in the Commons, and the way how we deal with each other during question period, during debate, not during this debate, but during question period and debate. And so often I reflect on that, and that's how I mention it right now.
The questions and comments. L'honorable député de Edmonton.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize that this is one of the first opportunities I have had to wish the Lebanese Canadian community a happy Lebanese Heritage Month, and I wanted to make sure I took that opportunity. And it brings me to my question. One of the things that we've also seen is massive fees put on remittances that are sent around the world from Canadians who have family in other countries. I'm wondering if the member has any comments on that and how those fees need to be regulated and controlled as well as we look at these important issues.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So as a member opposite, I definitely want to take a moment to recognize the importance of Lebanese Heritage Month, and I myself went to the flag-raising ceremony here on Parliament Hill today, where there are many Canadians of Lebanese background who came to the raise of flag, along with parliamentarians of all stripes, which is so important. With respect to the question from the member opposite, I really think it's important that these questions are put into the committee itself, deeply there. So, and this is part of this whole debate, a commentary on this whole debate, that the real appropriate place for this debate is at the committee. That's where it belongs. It is the expert committee. It is part of Parliament, and that is where this debate should be situated and focused.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech today. Unfortunately, the reason, unfortunately, we haven't been able to get a lot of work done in this House in the last month or so because Conservatives are continuing to filibuster on their own motion. I'm wondering if he can comment a little bit on how important it is that we get down to the business that Canadians actually want us to be debating right now, instead of, games and tactics to prevent actual work from this House occurring.
Brief answer, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I will differ a little bit with my friend. In my own party, we do get work done in this House. It's just in this chamber right now, there is a stone wall because of the Conservative Party that is refusing to allow us to actually move ahead within this chamber. But where I differ is that we actually do get work done in this Commons, in the committees, and each and every parliamentarian is working hard. I can tell you, I'm working hard. Now we are at a stone wall because the Conservative Party is not allowing us to get the work done that we need to get done. So I ask and plead, please let us do our work, Conservative Party.
Before I go to the next member, I just appreciate that the members want to see how much time they have, but they need to make sure that their alarms don't go off. They need to make sure that their phones are, and I'm speaking to everyone, that their phones are not on vibration because it also creates problems for the interpreters. So I just want to remind members to please be mindful about the location of their phone and what mode it's on. We need to make sure that the health and safety of our interpreters are first and foremost. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's been an interesting process over the last number of weeks. And for those that are trying to follow what's taking place, allow me to attempt to summarize it. Because what they're really witnessing is what I would suggest to you is a multi-million-dollar political game that's being led by the leader of the Conservative Party, because he has determined it's in his self-interest and the interest of the Conservative Party of Canada to continue playing this silly, expensive game, Madam Speaker, at a substantial cost. Because as opposed to participating in this filibuster, what we're actually witnessing, Madam Speaker, is an opposition party that I would ultimately argue is in contempt or nearing contempt of the House of Commons today. And it shouldn't surprise people, because the leader of the Conservative Party was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, who was held in contempt of Parliament, the first Prime Minister in the history of the Commonwealth, and the only one to this very day, Mr. Speaker. It speaks volumes in terms of the character and the personality of the leader of the Conservative Party today. So take a look in terms of what it is that they're doing. I don't say it lightly. In fact, I have recommended that every member of the Conservative caucus should actually read the Hill Times story that was published on October the 31st. It was written by Stephen Chaplin. Now, Stephen Chaplin is the former senior legal counsel in the office of the House Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel. And let me just quote two very important things that I think should be highlighted, because that is why we actually have the debate that we're having today, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to get into that very, very shortly. But here's what Stephen Chaplin has to say about this multi-million-dollar game that the leader of the Conservative Party is playing. And I quote, "It is time for the House of Commons to admit it was wrong and to move on. There has now been 3 weeks of debate on a questionable matter of privilege based on the misuse of the House power to order producing documents." It goes on, Madam Speaker. And here's where people really need to understand this point. Because you get conservative after conservative talking, whether it's about this motion or the matter of privilege that they introduced 3 weeks ago, over 4 weeks ago. This is dated a week old, Madam Speaker. This is, the Conservative Party says, just produce the papers. Produce the papers. And then the issue will end. We cannot produce the papers. The Conservatives know that. Madam Speaker. Here's what Stephen Chaplin actually has to say on the issue in terms of the game that the Conservatives are playing. And I quote, what do you say? It is time for the House to admit its overreach before the matter is inevitably finds its way to the courts, which do have the ability to determine and limit the House's powers, Madam Speaker, often beyond what the House may like. This isn't me. This is a professional, someone that understands what's taking place on the House of Commons. It is the leader of the Conservative Party today that is using his opposition powers to prevent important things from taking place in the House, because it's in his self-interest, Madam Speaker, in the interest of the Conservative Party, not Canadians, that is being served by this tactic, not to mention the millions that is being thrown away. The Deputy House Leader earlier today talked about legislation. Take a look at what's on the order paper that's been on the order paper for days now, Madam Speaker. The Citizenship Act. Citizenship is something that's important to Canadians. By not passing this legislation, some individuals are being denied their citizenship. C-66, the military court reforms, taking sexual abuse type of issues out of the military courts, putting it into the civil courts, Madam Speaker. C-33, the safety issue, talking about economic supply lines. You want to talk about improving the economy? This is one of the things that we should be doing. My colleague emphasized Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act. Think in terms of pictures that are posted on the internet without consent from individuals over 18, let alone the harms that's being caused to children. These are the types of substantial issues that we should be talking about and actually voting on and seeing go to committee. But instead, we're playing this game. Fast forward to today, when we talk about, here's a motion that's talking about banking and banking fees. I can assure members, Madam Speaker, that banking fees is a very serious issue. My constituents are concerned about the banking fees, whether it's using an ATM machine, the monthly charges that we get, the interests applied in many different ways, Madam Speaker. There's a litany of issues dealing with banking fees. I would love the opportunity to talk for 20 minutes plus on that issue. And the problem is, Madam Speaker, is that it actually feeds into what it is that the Conservatives are wanting us to do. It's interesting now, they're not only saying we want to take control over what's taking place on the floor of the House of Commons, they also now want to start dipping more and more, instructing from their position, from the leader of the Conservatives' office, they want to now start instructing standing committees in terms of what it is that they should be doing. They've got the Bloc completely fooled on it. The Bloc are actually, it'll be interesting to see who all votes in favor of this. Think about this. The Conservatives not once, but twice this week, you know, where they've actually brought in, or actually Mark Carney I think was late last week, but where they've actually brought in an amendment that says send the committee back, or send the report back to the committee where it can be further studied, and by the way, call these witnesses And there's a deadline date to get it back to the House. Madam Speaker, these standing committees can, in fact, call their own agenda items, determine who it is that they want to be able to call before them. They don't need to be, they don't have to be instructed by the leader of the Conservative Party as to what it is that they should be doing. It's a very disturbing pattern that we've seen now, with 2 concurrence motions being brought forward by the Conservative Party. I would argue that ultimately it is the leader of the Conservative Party now not only trying to dictate what we can and cannot talk about on the floor of the House of Commons, but now he's starting to reach into the different standing committees. If he just advised, say, well, look, send this back to the committee, or do what we usually would do, just vote concurrence on a report, and it goes on its way, and allow the standing committee to do what it wants. But no. There is an agenda that's there, Madam Speaker. And it is a very selfish agenda that's being driven by the leader of the Conservative Party and their House leadership team, Madam Speaker, at a substantial cost. As I say, it's a multi-million-dollar a day or a multi-million-dollar game that's being played, Madam Speaker. The Conservative leader needs to start putting the interests of Canadians ahead of his own self-serving interests and the interests of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. There's a lot more work that we can be doing on the floor of the House of Commons. We need to respect that standing committees do have the ability to do what is being proposed here, Madam Speaker. We need the leader of the Conservative Party to stop abusing his authorities as a leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker. Reflect in terms of when he was a parliamentary secretary and his prime minister was held in contempt of Parliament.
Resuming, questions and comments. The honour for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It really is quite humorous to hear the parliamentary secretary talk about fiscal responsibility. He's a member of a government that hasn't hit a single budget target and has added more debt to the government and Canada taxpayers than all other prime ministers since Confederation. But that aside, on the issue that he raises about process, perhaps since that member is not a member of the industry committee where this motion goes, he's not aware of the fact that the parliamentary secretary for industry has been filibustering every motion that we bring forward on this study, whether it's document productions when he protects MasterCard from scrutiny, whether it's document production or more witnesses from Stripe, which has got the pseudo Minister of Finance on their board, Mr. Mark Carney. They're protecting their folks and stopping it from going. So we have to come to that order because that government won't stop filibustering.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, Canadians and all parliamentarians of all political stripes need to be aware of the tactic that the Conservative leader is actually using. Think about it. In a simple motion, he wants to instruct, and it's not just one, Madam Speaker. This is just in the last 7 days, 2 that I'm aware of, and there's no doubt going to be others where they're saying.
And point of order, the honourable for South Shore St. Margaret's.
The member is an experienced member and knows that you can't hold up props, and I believe that's what he just did.
Okay, I'm not sure what was on those documents, but if they were specific to, if they were the write-up on the motions themselves, if he's pointing to them, he knows that he's not to use them as prop. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can finish his thought before I go to the next question.
Yes, Madam Speaker, they were actually the amendments themselves. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that it is a scary situation when you have a leader of the official opposition abusing his authority to the degree in which we are witnessing today. It says a lot, heaven forbid, that he sits in the Prime Minister's chair when he will want to continue his control over standing committees. People need to be aware of that. That's why they put in deadlines, Madam Speaker. That's why they're dictating who appears before a proc. That is, I would ultimately argue, an issue that it doesn't matter which political party one's from, that we should all be concerned about. We should not be, standing committees should not be mandated and told by the leader of the official opposition in terms of what it is they will do.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Les Patriotes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not explaining myself properly in terms of the colleague's indignation. He repeats it day after day for almost a month because the Bloc offered the government an exit door. We said, if you want us to move forward and unblock the situation, our proposal, which would be a win for Quebecers and even Canadians, would be to improve OAS for seniors 65 to 74 and also adopt our bill on supply management. And the government replied no to this. And then they accuse us to not give them a free pass, even though they didn't want to work with us. So, Madam Speaker, I don't understand why the government is not trying to solve the situation, unless it's because at the end of the day, it suits them, because when the Parliament is paralyzed, there's no confidence vote, and then they have no legislative program. So does that arrange them, suit them?
To put it as clear as possible, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are challenging the government on a false pretense. They're asking us to say, believe the Conservative Party and disagree with the RCMP of Canada, the Auditor General of Canada, other law experts that have indicated that what's being asked cannot be. So we either have to agree with the Conservatives or listen to the experts, and we're going to listen to the experts. The other then option is that we need to have an opposition party that comes on side to help us get through the behavior that the Conservative Party is playing. And to date, we haven't gotten that type of support, so we continue to be held hostage to what it is, that multi-million-dollar game that the Conservatives have chosen to play.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Oh, Madam Speaker, you know, we are in a filibuster, and yet the honourable member, who takes up probably 80% of his caucus's airtime, is engaging in the filibuster. And so I've heard the member from Waterloo talk about how women in his caucus can't be seen. So my question through you, it's just one on principle. Will the honourable member finally sit down and let other members of their backbench finally have a chance to engage and speak so that women in his caucus can be heard?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer, please.
Well, Madam Speaker, maybe the member can. Whatever it is that he would like to believe, and he can come to Winnipeg North and say that I should stop talking in the House of Commons. I don't think that's the type of advocacy anyone should be promoting, encouraging people to stop talking. At the end of the day, I take this issue very seriously. If the NDP in particular, that member, Madam Speaker, feels that that I'm talking too much, that's his problem, not mine.
Order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on this motion today. Madam Speaker, I'm going to do something unusual today. I'm actually going to speak to the motion, unlike most of what has happened about this discussion.
Order. There's a couple of members that are having conversations across the way from each other. I would ask them to please have those conversations on the outskirts. Point of order, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
The honourable member of Waterloo entered into this place unappropriately dressed just to heckle me to go back. So if they want to come in and participate in the debate.
First of all, the honourable member is not able to indicate whether someone has come in or exited, like specifically. I would just remind members to please be respectful to each other, and if they wish to have conversations across the way, then they should step outside and have those conversations. Step outside of the chamber, I mean. Just to be clear, the honourable member South Shore St. Margaret's, if he wishes, he can start over. It's up to him.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, I have another point of order. The honourable member for Waterloo.
I don't think they want to hear you.
Order. Didn't recognize the honourable member. He should wait if he has a point of order. Order. The honourable member for Waterloo has the floor.
Madam Speaker, I really do not appreciate having comments about my attire and what I choose to wear. I do feel that I am appropriately dressed for this chamber. You've just recognized me. And I would also just like to put for the record, I have no problem with the member from Winnipeg North speaking and representing the views of Canadians in this House.
Point of debate. I would just, again, I've asked members to please be respectful of each other so that we can move on with the business. Another point of order, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Given the fact that the member has come into the House to display that she's not happy with the
member was in the House or not. So, the Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Given the fact that the member has shown that she is concerned and she is upset with the fact that the NDP member commented on her attire, perhaps it would be appropriate to ask the member from the NDP to rise to apologize to the member from Waterloo.
I suppose that's it. Yeah, the issue, based on what I have actually ruled on, and as I said, if members want to have conversations, they can take it out. I just think that, we need to be respectful of each other, and I would just hope that we are able to continue with the orders of the day without having to, another point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I do believe that it is inappropriate for another member to start talking about how another member is actually dressing. That is, in fact, inappropriate. And I would think the honourable thing to do would be ask the member to apologize. I don't think that he is the one that's the fashion guru and is inappropriate to be going around saying, oh, that member's not wearing what I believe. That should be inappropriate, Madam Speaker.
And I have already gave a warning out that members should not be speaking about what individuals are wearing or be yelling across the way. The honourable member did come in to the House, did not ask for a withdrawal or an apology. She did mention that it wasn't appropriate, and I did already speak to that. So we're going to go on with the orders of the day here, which is the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's. I know he's anxious, and I would just again ask the honourable member for order. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, if he wishes, he can restart, given everything that's taken place.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Usually all those points of order don't happen until I'm into my speech. But I'll do something unusual, as I said a few moments ago. I'm actually going to speak to the concurrence motion that's before the House right now, unlike most of the speeches today. And what we're here discussing is a motion to have a further study, a further detailed study on what are called the fees related to Interac. A lot of folks watching will use e-transfer, that thing where you send money to a friend or your kids through electronic banking. Well, we've discovered that there are perhaps what you might call usury or monopolistic fees happening. And we have a challenge in our economy right now. We're not very productive. We're losing our productivity over the last 9 years, and it's due to three main things. One, this country has too much debt. A lot of that debt generated, more than half of that debt generated by these Liberals in 9 years. That causes strains on our system. Two, we aren't selling enough of what we make to the world anymore, and most of those issues have been generated by the anti-development policies of this government that have squashed our resource industries, both renewable and non-renewable. And third, we have an oligopolistic economy, and that oligopolistic economy is the federal government.
Another point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, and I am sorry to my honourable colleague, but I think all women in this chamber now need to have the approval of the NDP to determine if my attire is now in order. Oh, okay.
It's making this a point of debate, as I've indicated already, that I have already addressed the issue, and I would hope that members will be able to move on. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
So what we have here, besides interruptions, is the issue that the Liberals don't want to talk about, which is why they're not doing anything about the oligopolistic economy, which includes the fees that Canadians pay for their banking services, and those fees in particular around a company called Interact. It's on the back of your card, and Interact is an association, but it's basically owned by the 4 big banks, RBC, CIBC, Scotiabank, TD, and then the 5th one, Desjardins. They own it. And what they do is they charge a fee for any time you move money around. They do about 19 million transactions a day in Canada, but one of those issues is moving your own money to somebody else, an e-transfer. And in that, you'll be shocked to learn, I'm sure, that the 2 companies that chair the board of Interact, which are RBC and TD, get a preferential rate over all other financial services companies. They only charge themselves or get charged themselves 6 cents a cost for that, while they charge smaller and smaller financial institutions, particularly those not part of the Interact board, almost 44 to 46 cents per transaction. And that's huge. Understand that there's a $1.50 charge on each end on that. It's a $3 charge technically if you don't keep a minimum balance in your account. You get a $3 charge from the banks. RBC, TD, and the big guys are only paying 6 cents for that transaction, so they're making a 98% gross margin. And if you're a small credit union and not part of the government-protected oligopoly of Interact, which has basically a complete monopoly on the movement of money in Canada, then you're out of luck and you're paying 44 to 46 cents to the big banks for this service that own Interact. And that's why we're here, because we had witnesses in committee that would refuse to table any of their fee structures, even though they're a protected government business. We had witnesses that came before the committee in the credit card study as well on the issue of what's called the interchange fee. This government made a big announcement. We're reducing the fees. We're reducing the fees that small businesses have to pay to credit card companies for every transaction. It's usually a percent, somewhere between 1% to 2.9% of the transaction. If you pay with your credit card fee, that small business has to pay to the big banks and the Visa card companies. And there are companies that are the pipe, the plumber of the system that do that. And one of them is called Stripe. Another one's called Moneris. Some may have heard of Moneris. They've agreed to the fee cut, the voluntary fee cut that the government asked. But this company called Stripe decided, no, we're not going to. And they said, oh, no, it's because we're being charged a new GST fee and we can't afford it. It actually is a GST fee that they were paying all along, but only because of a court action was it delayed for 12 months. But they use that as an excuse either because they're greedy or they're just not as efficient as the other providers of that service. You be the judge of which one it is. But one of the interesting things is the person on the board of Stripe, which is one of the biggest companies in the world at doing this, is Mark Carney, who is the special advisor to the Prime Minister on the economy. He's the boss above the Minister of Finance. And he's the next Liberal leader. This is the same fellow who's on the board of a company called Brookfield, who has just decided to move the entire company from Toronto to New York to avoid paying Canadian taxes. So while Mr. Carney preaches that Canadians should pay more for everything with a carbon tax, because Carney loves a carbon tax and thinks it should be 61 cents a litre, he moves all his business interests to the U.S. and he avoids the things that the Department of Finance is trying to do. This is the character of an individual who aspires to be Prime Minister of Canada, supposedly, but thinks it's better for the companies that he sits on the board of to dodge Canadian taxes and move to the U.S. and pay lower taxes. I don't know why Carbon Tax Carney wants to help the newly elected President Trump by moving his head office to New York. Apparently he admires him more than he admires the current Prime Minister. He wouldn't be doing this. So why is it that these Liberals continue to filibuster in committee to stop these examinations from happening? The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Industry has done nothing but filibuster every time we bring up a motion to bring either Carbon Tax Carney or disclose the financials of MasterCard or disclose the financials of Stripe, which Carbon Tax Carney's on the board of. And he doesn't have the guts to vote against it. He just keeps talking and talking and talking and stopping from getting to a vote. So that's the reason we're in this situation now in the House, where we have to use the power of the majority of this House to try and get that study done, because the Parliamentary Secretary is too afraid of having this debate in committee. And it makes you wonder what it is that that individual is trying to cover up for the government in terms of preventing these studies from happening. And, you know, we had one of the banking executives from RBC, who is co-chair of Interact and sits on their board, before committee. And one of our members asked him a number of times if he knew the fees of the company he's on the board of, that he represents his bank, that his bank actually owns, called Interact. And he said, I don't know the fees. Now, I've served on boards, private boards and Crown boards. I always knew what the fees were that the businesses I was on the board of. So it defied believability that this senior banking executive in Canada would not even know the fees that he charges or gets charged on Interact. And this is the kind of obfuscation that we see happening on this credit card study that has prompted this motion. In fact, all the banking heads were before the committee, and we asked them, look, I don't want you to betray your confidential commercial stuff, but you all judge yourselves publicly on something called return on equity. That's how much profit a year the company makes per share that shareholders own. And the companies overall, banks overall, are anywhere from a 10 to 15% return on equity. That means for a $10 share, they make $1 to $1.50 in profit a year, in that case, if it were 10 to 15%. We said, well, will you share that, what your credit card business is? What do you make in your credit card business? As a percentage, not the overall revenue numbers or not your expenses, but just share that percentage like you do on your overall business. That's all confidential. Of course it's confidential. Some of you may know that I used to work for a bank at one time, a long time ago. I had hair then. And when I worked for the bank on Bay Street, that bank had a return on equity of 52%. Some might call that loan sharking, but that's the level of return they get. That's why they don't want to do it. That's why this government doesn't want to do it. We had finance officials in industry committee this morning, and asked them, did they know those numbers on credit card business? They said they never asked. We had the senior finance officials in committee this morning and said, have you ever looked at the anti-competitive pricing of Interact and what they do between the owners, RBC, TD, Scotia, and CIBC, and what they give themselves as a cut rate versus all the other financial institutions? They said, no, we've never looked at it. I said, doesn't the Minister of Finance care about competitive behavior in the industry that she regulates? And they said, well, we don't look at it. That's somebody else's job. That's the Competition Bureau's job. Not my job to look at policy and decide whether or not the industry we regulate is competitive or not. I asked the same question about these great interchange fees and carbon tax Carney's company, Stripe, that's refusing to abide by the Minister of Finance's order. And do you look at anti-competitive behavior of the interchange fees? So not our job. We're just the government, nothing to see here. We're just the Department of Finance and the Minister of Finance. We're not concerned with competition. So that's the reason why we have an oligopolistic economy. You have a Minister of Finance and a Liberal government and a Department of Finance that doesn't care about the fact that we have an oligopolistic cell phone industry. We don't have a government that cares about the fact that we have a monopoly in banking, telecommunications, and airlines. It's incredible the extent to which this government goes to protect their corporate buddies.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. La question est suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Chambers, moved that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, presented on Friday, November 1st, 2024, be concurred in.
Amendment, Mr. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 20th report of the Standing Committee. Shall I dispense? Yeah, dispense.
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until the the expiry of the time provided for oral questions later today.
With the remaining business under routine proceedings, we are now under the rubric of motions. Motions. Presenting petitions. Presentation. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader has a motion.
Yes, actually, on a point of order, it's a motion of sorts, I guess. Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motions. First motion is that in accordance with subsection 4.1(1) of the Lobbying Act, RSC 1985 C44, fourth supplement, and pursuant to Standing Order 111.1(2), the House approved the reappointment of Nancy Belanger as Commissioner of the Lobbying for the term of 7 years.
All those opposed to what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is proposing will please say nay. Okay, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it all those opposed will please say nay. Agreed. Carried.
Secretary.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. And then secondly, I would ask that in accordance with subsection 54.1 of the Access to Information Act, RSC 1985 CA1, and pursuant to Standing Order 111.1(2), the House approved the reappointment of Carolyn Maynard as Information Commissioner for a term of 7 years also. And I would ask for unanimous consent.
All those opposed to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Motions? No. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sun Shuang has been imprisoned by the People's Republic of China. She's a practitioner of Falun Gong, which is the traditional Chinese spiritual discipline based upon meditation, exercise, and moral teachings based on principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. Tens of thousands of such practitioners have been imprisoned, and the Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting have sponsored and been behind the petition of 1.5 million folks in 50 countries, bringing this to the attention of their governments. And so they are looking for a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crime of systemically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and publicly call for an end for the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you.
Oh. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present to the House today. The first petition is from petitioners who believe that regardless of circumstances, it is always wrong to kill a child, and they are, as a result of that, deeply concerned by some of the discourse that has happened in this place, particularly proposals around the expansion of euthanasia to include, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age. This was a proposal made by a representative of the Quebec College of Physicians, and this proposal for the legalized killing of infants as a further expansion to Canada's already extremely liberal euthanasia regime is it's certainly something that is a further source of concern for these petitioners. They call on the government and the House to oppose this radical proposal to legalize the killing of small children in this country. The next petition is in support of Bill C-257. It's a private member's bill that stands in my name that would add political belief or activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination to the Canadian Human Rights Act. This is Bill C-257. This bill would protect Canadians from discrimination on the basis of their political views. Currently, while Canadians are protected in federal jurisdiction from discrimination on the basis of many different criteria, there is no protection against discrimination on the basis of political views, and this lack of protection can have a chilling effect when people maybe limit their public comments on issues that are important to them for fear that they might face professional or other forms of discrimination or retaliation. Petitioners call on the House to support Bill C-257 that would protect Canadians from political discrimination. The next petition is dealing with the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Petitioners, in the course of this petition, they highlight the history of the terrible persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China by the Chinese Communist Party, and they call on the House to take additional and stronger steps to try to combat the scourge of persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Next, I'd like to table a petition regarding the human rights situation in Eritrea, as well as the implication of that situation for foreign interference here in Canada. Petitioners observe that Eritrea has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under a totalitarian system for the last 30 years with no constitution, no elections, no parliament, no freedom of the press, no freedom of movement and association, that it has been called the North Korea of Africa, that many Eritreans have been forced to flee, have sought asylum in various places. There's now a large and very, very productive, well-respected Eritrean community here in Canada. But the Eritrean community in Canada continues to be concerned about the long arm of the oppressive Eritrean government and threats of foreign interference that affect even people living in Canada. Petitioners therefore call on the House and the government to strengthen engagement with Eritrean political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups, to take a stronger role opposing the Eritrean government's human rights abuses and their support for Russia's neo-colonial agenda in Africa. Petitioners also want to see additional steps to ensure that those who are agents of the Eritrean government are not able to come to Canada and engage in political interference here. Petitioners are also calling for the release of a number of political prisoners in Eritrea, including Swedish Eritrean journalist Dawit Isaak and 11 imprisoned Eritrean parliamentarians. They're also calling for strengthened sanctions against human rights abusers in Eritrea. And I will leave it there for now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day, privilege, resuming consideration of a question of privilege on failure to produce documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, resuming debate on the amendment standing in the name of Mr. Kimmich.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Madam Speaker, I feel honoured to rise today in the House of Commons to make my first speech as a Member of Parliament for Elmwood-Transcona. No one would have imagined just a few short months ago that I would be here today addressing the House. I grew up in a very community-minded household. My parents were both active volunteers in my community and valuable members of society. I was raised with those values and beliefs and understand the importance of supporting and giving back to my community. I have lived my whole life in the greater Elmwood-Transcona riding. I've had a chance to buy my first house in this community. I raised my son in the neighborhood that I grew up in. I supported and volunteered local community organizations and raised funds to support youth programs my son attended. I spent 16 years working for important nonprofit organizations that were dedicated to helping better the people. Organizations like the ALS Society of Manitoba, the Kidney Foundation, Children's Wish, which is now known as Make-A-Wish. I also worked for local community centers. Like many Canadians, I had 2 jobs to support my family. For the last 4 years, I worked as the Executive Director for the local Business Improvement Zone, helping small and medium-sized businesses navigate a global pandemic while supporting and connecting with local social services groups. Social services groups are the backbone of community. They provide services to our neighbours where the government has fallen short. Madam Speaker, We are talking about local food banks, veteran services, youth programs, and so much more. I recognize that my experience brings a unique perspective in my new role. There are many community members that have dedicated their time and energy to making things happen in my neighborhood, and I am just one of them. I do, however, understand that with every fiber of my being, the struggles and preoccupations of my constituents face every day. I promise them that as a new member of Elmwood-Transcona, I will continue to advocate for my community and every member in it. As for today's topic, the question of privilege, we have been debating this since I arrived over a month ago. Nothing in this government has moved forward, and we are wasting Canadians' time and money. For months, I knocked on doors, I visited community members, and I listened to their concerns. Over and over, the same things came up. The exorbitant cost of groceries. People in my riding have been forced to choose between groceries and their prescriptions. A few short years ago, you could get a full cart of groceries for $100, and now you're lucky if you walk away with 2 small bags. Families need relief. We need action from this government now. My local food banks, like many across the country, are seeing a record number of people accessing them. In some cases, these are families who have 2 incomes, those who have never accessed food banks before. We even have one woman who donated just last year to the food bank and this year is now accessing it. Again, family needs relief. We need to see action today. They spoke a lot about the lack of affordable housing. Every month in Winnipeg, there are fewer and fewer affordable places for people to live. The cost of rent goes up, and there is no increase to income. And although I appreciate the government push for more housing, I wonder what percentage will actually be affordable housing. Because, Madam Speaker, we don't need more $800,000 homes. We need homes, in my riding, that families can afford, and $800,000 isn't it. I was fortunate enough to be able to, as a single mom, buy my first home at 24. I was able to provide a home for my son so that he had a place to call his own. And now as my son enters adulthood and has a good trades job, he can't see that possibility in this economy. We need to stop greedy landlords. We need to ensure that builders are required to build more affordable homes for our communities, homes that the next generation can afford to raise their families in. And rounding out the top 3 is the current state of healthcare system in the riding and across the country. Manitobans are currently looking at a backlog of over 40,000 surgeries. We are also known across the country for having the longest wait times in our emergency rooms. What is this government doing to help Canadians access the healthcare that they need and deserve? Manitobans saw cutting and gutting of our healthcare system under the previous provincial Conservative government. The cutting of 3,500 healthcare workers and closing a very important emergency room in my riding. Our current NDP government in Manitoba is working extra hard to try and reopen those spaces, hire back those qualified staff, and manage the backlog. But we need to remember that quick cuts to save a buck today will have long-lasting effects on our country. We need to stop filibustering. We need to be making things happen for Canadians. Madam Speaker, the reason I agreed to run in the by-election was to continue the amazing work that NDP has worked so hard for. Voters know that New Democrats have dragged the Liberals government to the table to get things done. We forced them to deliver on valuable things that the families of Elmwood-Transcona need. Things like the National Dental Care Program for seniors and children. We saw this time and time again, and yet it's a flawed program under the Liberal government. Providing free birth control for over 9 million Canadians and diets for over 4 million Canadians. And yet there are still many drugs that could be added by the Liberals to help Canadians with the pharmacare program. New Democrats want to see a head-to-toe healthcare system that can affect and help everyone in every way. Yeah. We also saw the creation of a national program to provide meals for children in schools so that they can focus and learn and give parents a break. And yet the Liberals are still falling short, as many schools in Manitoba who have started months ago still aren't seeing that meals being served. We need to invest more. We need to continue to do things like this. Madam Speaker, New Democrats are dedicated to helping improve the lives of Canadian families, and this Liberal government is still falling short. We need to do more. And in my community, we know the cost of Conservatives. I am also keenly aware that I am following in the heels of a great NDP MPs. In every corner of Elmwood-Transcona, Winnipeggers still speak fondly of the late great Bill Blakey. Mr. Blakey has, sorry. Mr. Blakey, it's not in my speech, but I'm going to tell you that Mr. Blakey honored my dad on April 16th of 2008, right here in the House of Commons, after my dad passed away. So I will fondly remember him for that. Mr. Blakey has been and will continue to be an inspiration to many. His exemplary legacy cast a long shadow on those who follow, and I endeavor to work as hard and as effectively as he did. I would also be remiss if I didn't pay tribute to another great Blakey. My predecessor, Daniel Blakey, was a worthy successor as his father. He was brilliant, articulate, and an effective member for Elmwood-Transcona, and I thank him for his service in this chamber. Madam Speaker, taking my place in the chamber is a true honor, an honor that I don't take for granted. I'd like to thank the volunteers and voters for getting me here. I look forward to many other opportunities where I can bring a voice to my constituents in this chamber. I conclude my speech, Madam Speaker, with a simple promise. I will always work as hard as I can to advocate on behalf of my constituents. And I thank my colleagues for accommodating me today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Sincerely congratulate my colleague on her maiden speech in this chamber, and just welcome her. I welcome any strong woman to this place as an addition for all of us, and I also really echo the concerns that she brought forward in this chamber, and I look forward to working with her. I also want to continue to congratulate her predecessor, Daniel Blakey, as well. We certainly miss him. He's a giant from this place, and I know he's doing very well in his new role in Manitoba. So really just comments on congratulations, and I appreciate her words today. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I realized, and I learned this during the campaign, about how women only represent 30% of parliamentarians. So I feel privileged to be here as one of that 30%, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to offer my sincere congratulations to our newest member from Elmwood-Transcona. We met, well, I was knocking on doors for the Common Sense Conservative candidate, but we met on the streets, and I really appreciate the campaign you ran, and I was not that long ago I experienced that range of emotions, and I thought you did a great first speech. In that speech, you did mention a few things about housing prices, the food prices, the quality of our health care, and my question is, when you were at those doorsteps, did you hear any concerns about the rising cost of living due to inflation through overspending, the fact that we transfer less to the health care of our provinces than we do to pay off the interest on our debt, and of course the proposed quadrupling of the carbon tax?
I just want to remind both members that when they interact, they need to go through the speaker and not directly to the members individually. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I thank you for the question. Madam Speaker, reality is I heard on the doorsteps it was a lot more about groceries and the cost of, finding an apartment that they could afford. It was, people are just struggling day to day. And every little dollar, no matter how they can, is something that's really important to them. So that was something that I heard and something that we talked about quite a bit about different ways that could happen. So that is something that I just continue to hear over and over again more.
Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Elmwood Transcona for her speech. First of all, obviously, as critic for status of women, I think it's important to recognize that we have one more woman here in this House in a context where we're worried about the 30% level for the next election, in a context where, with my colleagues in the Feminist Parliamentary Group, we're calling for more civility in this House of Commons and how we need to be examples to follow, because in the current climate with so much polarization and with so many political games that are blocking everything, women aren't motivated to get involved, Madam Speaker, in politics. So I would ask my colleague to, join us in continuing to work hard, because I'm not sure how we're going to be able to change the climate in this House of Commons and bring more civility so that we don't lose more women and hopefully see more women joining in the years to come.
The honourable for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much. I feel very passionate about the fact that I am just a 30%er here as a woman. On the campaign trail, I had the opportunity to meet with young girls, teenagers, even girls in their early 20s who were wondering about what it would be like to join politics in this climate. I didn't decide to be a politician until I was 46, so I don't know if I would have had the strength to stand up here the same way at 20 with some of the atmosphere that's around here some days. So I can really appreciate that. I think we all got to work together and figure out a way and be nicer to each other in general. So thank you very much for the question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member from Elmwood Transcona for her very heartfelt, passionate, effective speech. And I saw her firsthand on the doorsteps in Elmwood Transcona. I had the privilege of door knocking with her. I saw how people reacted to her on the doorstep and how impressed they were with the fact that she was knocking on thousands and thousands of doors, talking to people about their concerns. She's mentioned some of the issues like dental care and pharmacare where the NDP has made a difference. In dental care, thousands of people in Elmwood Transcona have already had access to dental care. Pharmacare is coming soon, the Manitoba government obviously stepping up. That'll mean for people with diabetes $1,000 or $1,500 a month that they will no longer have to pay for their medication and devices for diabetes. She has also mentioned the anti-scab legislation, but she talked about food price gouging and gas price gouging. And the fact that so many people are looking for affordable housing, and we know that the Manitoba government is doing its part. I just wanted to ask my colleague, should the federal government be really stepping up on all these issues beyond what the NDP has forced them to do so that people have a roof over their head, are able to put food on the table, and are able to go to the grocery store and not be gouged by the food giants?
The honourable member, Elmwood Transcona.
their families. Over the weekend, had a chance to walk with Canada Postal Workers in my riding who have the potential of going on strike, so that's something that is very near and dear to my heart. I just want to continue to be able to fight for workers across Canada, and most specifically in my riding of Elmwood-Transcona.
Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to recognize and honour the life of a good Canadian, Michael Robert Elchuk, who everybody knew simply as Hoss. Like the Bonanza character, Hoss was a gentle giant of a man. A good Ukrainian boy, he grew up on a farm in Murillo. Hoss loved cooking. He worked as a chef in Europe and various places in Canada before returning home to open up his own restaurant. Hoss was a volunteer in a wide variety of community activities, none more importantly than his role as a volunteer firefighter with the Oliver Papoonge Fire and First Response. That's where I first met him years ago when he brought someone into the emergency room while performing CPR on them. That was Hoss, always helping others. That's why he was such a beloved member of the community and why he'll be missed by so many people from Murillo, from Kekabeka, and from Thunder Bay. But most of all, he'll be missed by his loving family, his mother Betty, his sister Jean, and his brother Dennis. Thanks, Hoss.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
November is Diabetes Awareness Month, and this week my wife Kaylee and I met with Breakthrough T1D, formerly known as JDRF Canada, to discuss the challenges of living with type 1 diabetes. T1D is a chronic autoimmune disease that prevents the body from producing insulin. Kaylee was diagnosed just after her first birthday, and over the years we've witnessed remarkable advancements in treatment. In our meeting, two youth advocates, Sophia and Bennett, shared the daily struggles of managing blood sugar and what a cure would mean for them. They also spoke about promising research underway, including cell therapy, a treatment that could offer insulin independence by replacing damaged cells. Canada's own Frederick Banting and Charles Best revolutionized care for T1D by discovering insulin, saving millions of lives. Today, Canadian researchers are on the verge of another breakthrough, one that could change the future for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians that currently live with T1D. Insulin was discovered here in Canada, and I have no doubt that our brightest minds will continue to lead the way towards finding a cure. Thankfully, the future is hopeful for all those affected by type 1 diabetes.
Bravo. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, I remember the first time I visited the office of the Premier of New Brunswick. I was met with a wall of framed portraits, not dissimilar to this house, where all the faces represented were men. Times have changed, Mr. Speaker, and a glass ceiling has been shattered. It is a privilege to congratulate New Brunswick's first woman Premier, Susan Holt, and the Liberal Party of NB on their recent victory in the provincial election. Hear, hear. This historic milestone is not only a significant personal achievement for Premier Holt, but a monumental step forward for all New Brunswickers and indeed all women and girls in our province. Premier Holt's new role changes the game in so many ways. Not only is she determined and hopeful for our future, but her hard work and passion for her province and community inspire us all. This is a collaborative moment that everyone in our province can bask in and be a part of, something truly unforgettable. As a determined leader, a fantastic mother, she understands the struggles and needs of families across the province. I want to thank all involved in this transformational moment, as well as Premier Holt and her family for stepping up when we needed them most. It's a new dawn in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this Veterans Week, after paying tribute last week to those who participated in 2 world wars and the Korea War, I'd like to pay tribute to modern veterans, people who are all too often forgotten. These men and women have overcome considerable challenges, whether it's on the battlefield or in terms of peacekeeping or in responding to natural disasters. Their services go well beyond conflict regions, and their contributions are crucial to the security and well-being of communities across the world. They have sacrificed their health and efforts and missed key moments in their personal lives to defend the values of peace and to defend our freedom that is so precious. Now it is up to us, Mr. Speaker, to take care of them and to ensure that they have access to health care that is adequate and to provide support when they return to the labour force. Thank you for your service, dear heroes.
The honourable member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today on November 7th, we remember and honour the sacrifices of Chinese railroad workers who, against extraordinary hardship, helped to build Canadian Pacific Railway. This railway was essential to Canada's Confederation, ensuring British Columbia's entry and connecting our nation from coast to coast. This date makes the completion of the railway in 1885 a feat that would have been impossible without the efforts of over 17,000 Chinese workers who faced grueling conditions, low wages, and unfair treatment, risking and giving their lives to bringing this national vision to life. Their contribution, often overlooked, are a cornerstone of our shared history. Already proclaimed by Snow, Edmonton, and Ottawa, we commit to ensuring that this day will be officially recognized as Chinese Railroad Workers' National Memorial Day across Canada, preserving their legacy in our national memory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the green slush fund scandal is growing again. Yesterday's Journal de Montreal revealed that the Minister of the Environment has interests in a Montreal investment firm that benefited from the green fund money. From 2020 to 2021, $10.4 million in federal money was paid
and Eileen Melnichuk will carry over 20 suitcases to Ukraine filled with everything from antibiotics to first aid supply to warm socks. Thank you to each Yukoner who has contributed, as well as all the volunteers who have worked tirelessly to gather resources and support for this. Thank you, UK, for standing with Ukraine during these challenging times. Indeed, it is incumbent on all of us to act against the dark forces that threaten democracy and work together towards the peace that the world so desperately needs. Safe travels and success to the team. May your journey bring hope and healing to those who need it most. Slava Ukraini.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg South, I am proud to represent a large and growing Indo-Canadian community where Sikh and Hindu families live side by side in harmony as neighbours. There are those who seek to promote extreme views, create division, and sow discord. Let me be clear. There should never be disruptive protests at places of worship like we saw recently in Brampton and Vancouver. The defacing of Hindu temples, as we have regrettably seen at the Baps Mandirs in Toronto and Edmonton, is absolutely unacceptable. As well, inflammatory statements and incidents of grave violence targeting Sikh Canadians have no place in our country. Acts of hate and the creation of disharmony do not reflect the Canada we know and love, a multicultural mosaic that is the envy of the in Winnipeg South and beyond, Mr. Speaker, let us work hard to foster unity, keep communities members safe, live together in peace, and build a better Canada for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Saskatoon University.
Love it or list it. When the Prime Minister's old media buddy, Tom Clark, got to New York, he was disgusted with the 2,700 square foot cramped penthouse condo on Park Avenue with only 12 rooms and 5 bedrooms. Tom took one look at the dump and called his friend the Prime Minister and demanded that this property be listed. What's on Tom Clark's must-have for his New York penthouse condo? Well, Italian marble, of course, a handcrafted copper soaker tub, a $5,000 coffee machine, and yes, even a golf simulator. I'm sure the Prime Minister's media buddy Tom Clark loves the new $9 million penthouse condo, but ask anyone who's living in the 1,400 homeless tent encampments in Toronto, or the millions of Canadians that can't afford a home. You know what they say? List it.
Yeah. Well done, Corey.
The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
This Veterans Week, I want to thank all those who have served and all those who continue to serve in the defence of our country. 2 weeks ago, we marked 10 years since Corporal Nathan Cirillo was senselessly gunned down while on sentry duty in Ottawa at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. That morning, I walked over to the War Memorial to pay my respects to this brave Hamiltonian, a reservist of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, and I was flooded with memories from the day he died when I spoke with many Hamiltonians in my capacity as a journalist, and the anguish was intense across the city. When I arrived at the memorial, I found myself amid a throng of Argylls from Hamilton here in Ottawa to continue their duty. Some of them had been close to Corporal Cirillo and knew him well. Again, we were overcome with emotion. Hamilton will never forget, Speaker. I want to thank the Argylls for their ongoing service to our country, and I look forward to seeing them again on Sunday for the Garrison Parade.
The honourable member from Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 long years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. The Prime Minister has taken his anti-energy crusade to a whole new level after recently announcing his oil and gas production cut. This job-killing policy will result in sending jobs to the United States along with $700 million that will go to build pipelines in America. The NDP Liberals are creating more powerful paychecks. Unfortunately, it is for U.S. oil workers, steel workers, and truck drivers. The government's own analysis admits that their cap on production will cost thousands of jobs and billions of dollars, destroying Canadian paychecks. Here at home, Canadian workers are getting poorer and can't afford to put food on the table or a roof over their heads. The NDP Liberals have no plan for the environment, and their cap on production will only perpetuate the economic vandalism they've caused. It's time for a carbon tax election now.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents have told me in no uncertain terms that they want a carbon tax election. There is only one person left who prevents that by keeping this Prime Minister in power, and that person is the leader of the NDP. The same leader of the NDP who made a big stunt when he told Canadians he had ripped up his coalition deal with the Liberals. It was a perfectly timed scam on voters in Elmwood, Transcona, right before a by-election. The leader of the NDP even went so far to say, and I quote, "The fact is the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people," end quote. But if the Liberals are so weak, why has the leader of the NDP voted for the carbon tax over 24 times? Why does he support his inflationary deficits, including wasteful spending like the Arrive scam app? Why does the leader of the NDP support the Liberals' soft-on-crime policies that have led to a 50% increase in violent crime? Every day this Prime Minister remains in power is because of the leader of the NDP. It's time for the leader of the NDP to stand with Canadians. Instead of this Liberal government, call a carbon tax election.
The honourable member from Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, veterans often see music as a profound way to express themselves and heal from the impacts of military service. That's why last year Veterans Affairs Canada hosted its first ever open mic night. This event brought together veterans, family members, active service members, and music lovers. It was so successful that the idea expanded with events happening across the country, including Victoria, in Montreal later this weekend, and right here in Ottawa tonight. I invite all members of this House to join with us tonight at the Warrant Officers and Sergeants Mess Hall to celebrate the healing power of music. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
November
is Lebanese Heritage Month, and I am fortunate to work with many Londoners of Lebanese heritage who make our city better. To name only a few, Mike Ramal, a small business owner in London South, Sergeant Ziad Zabian from the London Police Service, Majida Zabian, a leader from Cedars of Hope, Dr. Munir Al-Qasim, our local imam, Dr. Majid Fiania, a physician in internal medicine, and Nadine Abirad, who works in my office and fights for my constituents every single day. I am so grateful to you all. I've witnessed that Lebanese Canadians always seem to find each other. They share a solidarity that has been built through hardship and war, and they continue to show remarkable resilience and the truest pride in being Lebanese. The Lebanese community is hurting. I see the pain in their eyes every day, and I see the worry about friends and family, and I want them to know that I stand with them. We must never stop demanding a ceasefire for an arms embargo and peace in the region. And while this may hold cold comfort to so many at this time, I hope you will be able to celebrate this Lebanese Heritage Month.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. While we're looking to Americans to show solidarity with women, let's not forget the Iranian women who are fighting for their rights. Let us keep in our hearts Ayou Darei, the new heroine of the resistance. Confronted by the morality police about wearing the veil, she instead stripped naked in front of misogynist authorities with dignity, pride, and courage before being arrested. Her fate remains unknown, but our thoughts are with her. Our hearts also go out to 16-year-old Arazu Kavari, who took her own life after being harassed for dancing without a hijab. 2 years after Maha Amini's death, Femmes Vie Liberté movement is still burning despite the bloody repression. These women deserve our support in their fight against Islamism and in their fight for freedom. We need to learn lessons of freedom, which we often take for granted. Let's stand together and be uncompromising. Today, more than ever, women, life, and liberty.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Under these Liberals, well-connected government elite insiders have been pretending to be Indigenous in order to take contracts intended for Indigenous peoples. But up until today, we didn't know just how high the rot went. Today, the Liberals' Indigenous contracting scandal just got a bit randier, with revelations that the company owned by the Liberal minister from Edmonton Centre tried to identify itself as Indigenous in order to get government contracts. Recall that when text messages came out about someone named Randy directing the affairs of the company in violation of ethics laws, the minister's partner claimed that it was someone else named Randy. He later admitted that was false, but said the references to Randy were the result of autocorrect. In order to help get government contracts, they invented another Randy and they pretended he was Indigenous. Here's the bottom line. Indigenous peoples in Canada have tragically high levels of poverty. This privileged elite minister's fraudulent company tried to grab contracts that the government had promised to Indigenous peoples by pretending to be Indigenous. It has never been more clear that this minister and these Liberals are only in it for themselves.
Yeah. The Honourable Member, l'Honorable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charlemagne.
Mr. Speaker, as we pause this week to honour the brave men and women who have served our country, I'd like to pay tribute to Private Leonard William Elliott, a Canadian infantry soldier who fought in the First World War. Private Elliott was one of the more than 650,000 Canadians and Newfoundlanders who courageously answered the call to defend the values of freedom and peace in the war that was meant to end all wars, and one of the more than 66,000 who never came home. Mr. Speaker, he was also my great-grandfather. Leonard was killed in action in August 1917 in the Battle of Hill 70, leaving behind a wife and 5 children, among them the 6-month-old daughter he would never meet, my grandmother Edith. Like so many others, he left his home and family, stepping into the unknown to protect a future he would never see. He fought not just for his generation, but for every generation to come. I had the honor of visiting my great-grandfather's grave in northern France in 2017. I was the first family member to do so, 100 years after his death. The solemn promise I made that day was to ensure that his memory and his legacy would live on, lest we forget.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
After 9 years of brutal assaults on Canadian energy workers, the Prime Minister just delivered a knockout punch with a production cap on oil and gas development here, which his own department admits will kill jobs and drive investment south of the border. Canadian energy company Enbridge just announced a $700 million project in the U.S. The Prime Minister is creating powerful paychecks for American workers while Canadian workers can't afford their mortgages or food. It's completely baffling why he would kill jobs here just to see them created down south. Is he getting some kind of a commission from the U.S. energy lobby for all the business he's sending them?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite is saying is simply not true. It's a cap on pollution, Mr. Speaker. In fact, production is going to go up 16% by 2030, and companies in Alberta, in the oil sands sectors, are making billion-dollar investment to make sure that workers in Alberta have a future and the energy sector has a future, and we can fight climate change at the same time, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
It's a cap on production, and his own department says it will kill jobs. And let's listen to something else that their own officials are saying. The Prime Minister's own Environment Commissioner has blasted the carbon tax as a failure. Here's some of his conclusions. Quote, the government has not made sufficient progress to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And quote, Canada remains the worst performer among all member countries of the G7. Every time the Prime Minister makes the carbon tax go up, Canada's climate performance goes down. Yet he keeps doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. So why won't he call a carbon tax election so Conservatives can stop his insanity?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada climate change. We should note this somewhere in a book because it doesn't happen very often. If only they would talk about the fact that for 10 years they did nothing, which is why we had to pick up the slack from what they, when we came into power, emissions were going to overshoot 2030 by more than 30%, Mr. Speaker. Emissions are down by 8% because of our plan, the lowest emissions in 25 years, no thanks to the Conservative Party.
Encourage all members, please, to not take the floor unless they're recognized by the Speaker. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
Pick up the slack. Under their policies, Canada keeps falling on performance indexes. The only thing this carbon tax is doing is making Canadians poorer, and the results are devastating. A damning new report from the Salvation Army shows the human suffering this Prime Minister is inflicting on Canadians. Let's look at the report. First-time users of food banks shot up this year from 43% to 58%, and 1 in 4 parents are eating less so their children can eat. This is in Canada. How can he be so cold-hearted? Why won't he at least let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Economic Development in Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, do you know who has an inferiority complex in this place? It's the Conservative Party, because Canada has the lowest inflation. Interest rates are going down. Not only are we helping Canadians in need, we're building housing, we've got the family benefits, and the only ones in this place with an inferiority complex about Canada's economic resiliency is the Conservative Party. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Prime Minister, supported by the Bloc, we learned today that our greenhouse gas emissions records are not reliable. And this Prime Minister contributed to doubling the price of food and rent, while at the same time not succeeding in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. They've not met any of their targets. When will the Prime Minister call an election so that we can cut taxes? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, you're going to have to put this on your calendar. The Conservatives have raised the question of climate change. They did nothing while they were in office, nothing for energy efficient efficiency, nothing for electrification of transit. The Conservatives did nothing. Their record was not good. Canada has had the best plan in recent years for reducing emissions, and it's certainly no thanks to the Conservative Party. They have no plan for the environment, no plan to protect Canadians, and no plan for national security. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I think the minister should read the Commissioner of the Environment's report. It's clear. Reductions are not attributable to any steps taken by the government. The Liberal environment policy is not a policy. It's just a plan for the environment. It's just a plan to tax. The Liberals, Canada under the Liberals has the worst record for emissions reductions. When will the government stop punishing Canadians so that we can finally cut taxes after an election? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. It's incredible what the Conservatives are willing to say. They've got their heads in the sand. Insurable costs for Canadians for the impact of climate change were $7 billion in June and August. It's unprecedented. And what would the Conservatives do? Just let the planet burn. They have no plan to fight climate change, no plan to create jobs in the 21st century economy, no plan to protect Canadians, their drinking water and their health. It's a true disgrace. Before I turn the floor over to the honourable member for La Prairie, I'd just like to remind members not to talk while the speaker has the floor. The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, what farmers feared has happened in the Senate. Senator Peter Harder tabled an amendment to C-282 that prevents the bill from protecting supply management. Harder's amendment renders the bill inoperative for all renegotiations of existing trade deals. In other words, the Senate is doing Donald Trump a favor. He wants to attack supply management as soon as 2026 by renegotiating CUSMA. Peter Harder and Peter Boehm don't work for our agriculture. They work for Trump. Will the leader ask senators to the amendment? The Honourable Government House Leader in the House. The Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree with the bloc. Bill C-282 on protecting supply management is important, and I'm disappointed with the senatorial committee who voted against the bill and who moved that amendment. And I would call on senators to respect the will of the House, and I would call on all senators to vote against the amendments and to support our farmers who are there to feed Canadians and who contribute a lot to our economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for La Prairie. Senators Harder and Beam confirmed that from the outset, all they wanted to do was kill C-282. Their amendment virtually guarantees that supply management will be sacrificed again in the CUSMA renegotiation with Trump. They're attacking the all-party vote of this place. They're attacking 6,000 companies and 100,000 jobs in Quebec. They want to weaken our regions, ruin our producers, and weaken our agricultural model. I call on the leader, but this applies to all parties. Will the Senate leader ask senators to vote against this sabotage? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, we are calling on senators to support the bill in its original form. It's very important to support and protect supply management. That has been the Liberal and government's commitment. We created supply management, and we will keep defending it. And I hope that the Conservative Party will also encourage Conservative senators to vote in favor of the bill in its original form. The honourable member for La Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's record on the environment is pathetic. We're in a climate crisis, and the Liberals aren't getting the job done. The minister announced regulations to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector that'll take effect in 2030 in order to reach our 2030 targets. Today, The Commissioner of the Environment just confirmed that the Liberal plan isn't working. In fact, Canada comes in last in the G7. Will the minister finally do his job, or should he go back to climbing the CN Tower? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I would encourage my honourable colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie to truly read the Environment Commissioner's report. It shows that Canada's measures are working. We have the best performance from 2017 to 2021 among G7 countries. It's true the Conservatives hadn't done a very good job before that, so it was an easy act to follow. But this is the first time in Canadian history that greenhouse gas emissions have been going down when the economy that's thanks to the system we put in place.
Naimo Ladysmith.
Canadians deserve better than that excuse. Mr. Speaker, another climate report, another massive Liberal failure. Canadians are terrified of the impacts of the climate crisis. They need action. But today's report has given the Liberals a failing grade. We have the worst climate record in the G7, while this government caves to the biggest and richest polluters. And the Conservatives, well, they will always put the interests of the rich before the planet.
Absolutely.
When are the Liberals going to stop putting oil and gas CEOs ahead of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
One of the key measures, Mr. Speaker, of our climate change plan is putting a price on pollution. And on May 8, the member from Rosemont La Petite Patrie said, and I quote, "This is why New Democrats, as progressive and environmentalists, are of putting a price on pollution." Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess that under the pressure from the Conservative Party of Canada, the NDP are no longer progressives and they're no longer environmentalists. On this side of the House, we will continue to fight for climate change. We will continue to fight for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Last week, the government's own data revealed that oil and gas is the only sector of the economy showing signs of life. And on Monday, the NDP Liberals announced a job-killing cap on oil and gas production. The government's own analysis admits that their cap on production will cost thousands of jobs and billions of dollars, destroying Canadian paychecks. No wonder Canadian-based Enbridge is building a $700 million pipeline in the United States. Wow. This Prime Minister is creating powerful paychecks for American energy workers and American steel workers, while Canadian workers can't afford their food or rent. Why is this Prime Minister driving investment jobs away from Canada towards the United States?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, what the member is saying is simply false. It's a cap on pollution. Pollution is a bad thing, something the Conservative Party of Canada should understand. You want to talk about investment? Let's talk about a $2 billion investment that Strathcona, an oil company in Alberta, is making in Canada to make sure that workers in Alberta and the energy sector can have a future in a carbon-constrained world, something the Conservative Party of Canada is incapable of understanding, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, especially when the Speaker stands up and the House is quieted, that's not the time to interfere. I'll ask the Honourable Member as well from Edmonton Manning, please, to allow the responses to be given until the Honourable Member is recognized. The Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, that minister may not understand how the energy industry works, but Canadians do. Cap is going to drive investment out of Canada, costing Canadians their jobs. It's been 9 long years of a Liberal government bent on destroying the Canadian energy sector, despite the industry being the biggest driver of the Canadian economy and employing hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers. So I'll ask the question again. Why is that extremist minister and that Prime Minister helping Donald Trump create American jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Foreign direct investment, Mr.
Speaker, is up in Canada. Investors are coming to Canada because we provide stability. We provide opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a long-standing history of standing up and protecting Canadian workers. And when it comes to the last NAFTA negotiations, it was the Conservative Party of Canada that asked us to back down. Well, we didn't, Mr. Speaker. We stood up for steel workers. We stood up for our auto workers. We stood up for our agricultural workers and our farmers, Mr. Speaker, and we'll do it again.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost as they continue to crush the Canadian energy sector. This week, they announced their job-killing oil and gas production cap. Enbridge, a company based in Calgary, is taking their $700 million investment out of Canada to build a pipeline in America. That's jobs and powerful paychecks for American pipeliners, for American engineers, and for American truckers. Why is the Prime Minister so focused on creating powerful paychecks for Americans and not for Canadians?
That's what I want to know. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Salt experts that disagree with them, but recently their go-to guy, Sylvain Charlebois, said climate change is the agri-food sector's greatest challenge and agreed that climate change is a major driver of food price inflation. So if Conservatives actually cared about elevated food prices, they'd have a plan to address climate change, but they don't. They've got nothing. No plan to address the biggest challenge in the agri-food sector, no plan to address the biggest driver of food price inflation. Now, are they going to start attacking this expert too?
Yeah.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Liberals to get back to the real world where Canadians are struggling to eat, heat, and house themselves. While the minister tries to claim that the production cap is going to create thousands of jobs, his own department is saying that's going to cost the Canadian economy billions of dollars and that we're going to lose thousands of jobs. The Canadian oil and gas industry already provides powerful paychecks for our people. So why is the Prime Minister so hell-bent on destroying those powerful paychecks and giving them to Americans?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
We love powerful paychecks, Mr. Speaker. Actually, wages have outpaced inflation in Canada for the last 20 months, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite wants to talk about the United States. Well, I've got some information for him. Last week, the economist David Rosenberg said U.S.-based investors should strongly consider moving from New York to Toronto, Mr. Speaker. Now, I am not a Leafs fan, Mr. Speaker, but I happen to agree with that economist, and I know that investors right around the world are looking to Canada.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost. The government's own analysis admits that their cap on production will cost Canadians thousands of jobs and billions of dollars. Meanwhile, we have a Canadian company who can't get a pipeline approved in Canada, investing $700 million in a U.S. project. And get this, in 2023, they increased oil and gas imports to Canada with over 40 million barrels shipped across the Atlantic from Nigeria and Saudi Arabia alone. Why is this Prime Minister so intent on funding powerful paychecks in the U.S. and everywhere else while Canadians struggle to afford food and housing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Innovation.
Speaker, I know Conservatives like to cherry-pick per capita measures that try and talk down the Canadian economy. But in fact, if you look at per capita foreign direct investment, Canada is #1 in the world, ahead of Brazil, ahead of the United States. If you look at the IMF's projections of growth in Canada, our GDP is projected to grow more in the year 2025 than any other G7 country. We will not apologize on this side of the House for being optimistic about Canada's future.
The honourable member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, especially for Newfoundland and Labrador's offshore oil and gas industry, where for the second year in a row, there were no bids for new exploration licenses. Energy NL says it was not unexpected, pointing to a complex, inconsistent, and burdensome regulatory system, including the only emissions cap in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, will these economic assassins get rid of that stupid cap so that we can export Canadian oil and gas instead of jobs?
I'd like to encourage members to be judicious in their use of language. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
50%, Mr. Speaker, 50% higher. Now, what is that, Mr. Speaker? It's the imports of foreign oil into Canada when the Conservatives were in government than we are, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to standing up for our industries, whether it's the energy sector, whether it's steel workers, whether it's agricultural workers, Mr. Speaker, there is one party in this House that does that consistently. It is the Liberal Party of Canada. The Conservatives say, give it all away, and we will not do that. We will always stand up for Canadians, our workers, and our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. The Liberals claim they're prepared for a wave of immigration caused by Donald Trump's deportation threats. But to be ready, you'd have to be watching the borders. Under the Safe Third Country Agreement, anyone who crosses the border secretly can make a refugee claim in Canada after 14 days. However, since the end of Roxham Road, the vast majority of RCMP officers have been redeployed. While there were 100 of them at the time to cover 160 kilometers around Roxham Road, Radio-Canada revealed that as of June 29th, there are now only 6 of them left. How many border agents are there today? The Honourable Minister of National Security. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP Commissioner and the Quebec Commander were both very clear. There has been no reduction in RCMP staffing in Quebec. In fact, we've invested more in the RCMP and CBSA. I have every confidence in their ability to deal with any contingency at any time. That's their job, to be ready and to foresee circumstances at the border. That's precisely what they're doing. We have to have confidence in their preparation and in their work. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is so concerned that they're considering policing the border themselves. This morning in committee, the Minister of Public Security told me he was surprised that François Legault would want to send appreciate the question from my colleague. In fact, I enjoyed our exchange earlier in committee. We talked about this very question. I reassured the committee, and my colleague was there, that the RCMP and Border Services are ready for any contingency. There are plans in place. They've been there for months. I think we need to have confidence in them and understand that giving the details of operational plans for politicians to do that on the floor of the House of Commons would be very irresponsible. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. As if there weren't already lots of reasons to doubt the federal government's readiness, listen to this. This morning in committee, the minister told me we shouldn't imagine hundreds of thousands of arrivals before that becomes a real threat. Mr. Speaker, he says he's ready to wait until it becomes a threat before doing anything. He even told us there was no hurry because Trump doesn't take office till January. Mr. Speaker, this isn't the National Improv League. It's government. It's their job to see crises coming. When are they going to do what needs doing? The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Citizenship. I thought the Bloc, and rightly so, was concerned about the CAQ policy of scaremongering, but here they are back at the charge. We have always been monitoring the borders, but I think everyone understands that it would be pretty amateurish of us to detail our plans here on the floor of the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, today Canada's Environment Commissioner proved the Liberals are fake environmentalists. That's right. In a damning report, it revealed the Liberals are not on track to meet their own emissions reductions targets, despite their plan to quadruple the carbon tax. According to the Commissioner, the Liberals are deceiving Canadians with, quote, unreliable emission reduction estimates. Wow. It's all pain, no gain. Why are the Liberals driving Canadians to food banks with their costly carbon tax with getting nothing in return?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner's report looks back at what's been happening since 1990. And you know what didn't happen under the Harper years, Mr. Speaker? Any type of action on climate change. No measures for energy efficiency. No measures for transit. No measures for electrification of transportation. No measures for renewable energy. This has changed since 2015, and we've bent the curves. We were going to miss our 2030 targets by at least 30%. We're 7% below 2005 levels. That's because of what we've been doing. It's about climate. It's about jobs, it's about the economy, and it's about the safety of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, we can't believe a word the Liberals say on environment. Right. Even the Environment Commissioner revealed the Liberals misled Canadians on their emission claims. Right. He stated, quote, the recent decreases to projected 2030 emissions were not due to climate actions taken by government. Right. While the Environment Minister punishes Canadians with a carbon tax, Canada's worst record in the G7 for emissions reductions under the Liberals. Now that the truth has been exposed by the Commissioner, will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for the Environment.
What the Auditor General confirmed is that Canada's emissions are down below levels that we haven't seen since the mid-1990s. And we've proposed more measures to drive our emissions down, and the Conservatives want to work against us. What the Conservatives have confirmed today is they don't work for Canadians, they don't care about the environment, they don't listen to science, and they want our emissions to go up, Mr. Speaker. The failed former leader from Regina Capel has said repeatedly that our emissions are superior to other countries, and they should be driven up. We should be given that permission to produce more greenhouse gas emissions than other countries, Mr. Speaker. Not on this side of the House. We believe in science, and we're fighting climate change.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is going up. Greenhouse gas emissions are also going up. The Liberals have put in place a tax plan, not an environmental plan. And since the carbon tax, Canada has fallen to near last place among OECD countries for emissions. Meanwhile, the Environment Minister is burning fossil fuels to attend COP. When will there be an election? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Look, Mr. Speaker, I think we've already answered that question. But what Canadians would like to know is about the potential show of leadership when it comes to national security. And the question for the Conservative leader is, how is it that somebody who one day wants to be in charge of the Coast Guard can't even get a security clearance? What does he have to hide? What do they have to hide? What do they not want us to know, Mr. Speaker? They should do their job and get the security clearance.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
A breeding ground for contemporary forms of slavery. That's what the United Nations call the Conservative and Liberal Temporary Foreign Worker Program. It's an immigration program that uses closed work permits that trap people to one employer. It abuses, exploits, and underpays migrant workers to help big businesses. It drives down wages and hurts everyone. It's just another initiative of conservative Liberals helping wealthy CEOs. Will the Liberals stop this exploitation of migrant workers by ending the closed work permit system? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, the mistreatment and abuse of temporary foreign workers is unacceptable. Everyone deserves to work in safe, healthy, and dignified conditions. Under our watch, we have mandated employers provide all TFWs with information about their rights in Canada, prohibited reprisal by employers against workers who come forward with complaints, and prohibited employers from charging recruitment fees to workers. And in Budget 2024, Mr. Speaker, we are investing $41 million to ensure that TFWs know their rights by funding community organizations. We know there is more work to do.
I ask once again all members, especially the member who just asked the question from Vancouver East, to please not take the floor unless recognized by the chair. The honourable member from Churchill-Kuwatanuck-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, Barons River First Nation still does not have clean drinking water. The water treatment plant is over a year behind schedule, and the community has been forced to haul water over 300 kilometers by truck every time, costing thousands of dollars. The lack of clean water has impacted dialysis patients, the health of children, elders, the whole community. And yet the Liberals aren't keeping on top of the contractor who hasn't gotten the job done. They're not funding the equipment the First Nation has asked for. Once again, the Liberals are failing First Nations on clean water. What are they going to do to deliver clean water to Barons River now?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
I want to thank the members of the INAN Committee who passed a government amendment declaring a human right to clean drinking water on First Nation. Historic for this country, Mr. Speaker. And I really hope the member opposite will help ensure that we have smooth passage of this bill through this House and into Senate so we can get this law in place and protect water for generations to come. And I also want to congratulate two of the First Nations in her own riding who just recently received funding for K-12 schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most difficult tasks faced by our government was to repair Veterans Affairs Canada after all the damage done by the former Conservative government. I know that it was tough to fix, but I also know that many hard-working public servants at Veterans Affairs headquarters on Prince Edward Island are proud to make a positive impact once again. As that most solemn of days approaches, November the 11th, will the Minister of Agriculture share with this House how our government has been helping to make a difference in the lives of veterans and their families?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague from Egmont for his question. And as you're aware, Mr. Speaker, the former Conservative government of Canada slashed funding from the Department of Veterans Affairs, slashed hurt veterans, and closed 9 Veterans Affairs offices right across the country that serve veterans right across this country. Since we formed the government, Mr. Speaker, we have invested over $11 billion in veteran support and have opened the 9 offices across this country. Veterans can be assured that our government, the Liberal government, will continue to support veterans right across the country.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Revelations in court filings show that there's another lawsuit against the Liberal minister from Edmonton showing that he broke the law. This one shows that his shady company and his business partner, well, he's now been directly named in this lawsuit in their search for buyers. Quote, they're going to sell this. I just updated Felix and Randy. And quote, are you confident? Really? I won't tell Shauna, Felix, and Randy yet. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, they're not worth the cost or the corruption. So will the Liberal minister from Edmonton stand up and admit to Canadians that he broke the law?
Yeah. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, this issue has been dealt with by the Ethics Commissioner, who has cleared that member on 3 occasions. When it comes to his former business partner, we agree with this House. He should have been clear and answered those questions, and now he will face those consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Canadians can't believe a word from these Liberals when it comes to this scandal. We know that the cabinet minister was sitting around the table while his company was applying for federal government contracts, and we know that his business lied before a parliamentary committee. But there's more explosive reporting today about the Liberal minister from Edmonton and his company fraudulently applying for government contracts. Now, experts are saying that if this is proven to be true, that the Prime Minister should expel the minister from Cabinet. Yeah. Conservatives are saying we should call the cops. So will the Prime Minister, or wait till he's dragged out in handcuffs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is making reference to an article that came out today, and I can assure everyone in this House and those watching that the article confirms that the company in question has never received any contracts as an Indigenous business and has never been listed on the Indigenous Business Directory. And our focus is on building up Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs through procurement. We're not going to let any members across the way try to block the progress to achieving economic reconciliation, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work with Indigenous partners to reduce the barriers and increase participation in federal procurement.
Order. The honourable member from Sturgeon, from Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous people are outraged that government contracts meant for Indigenous businesses are being scooped up by shady companies with no Indigenous connection. Today we learned that the Minister of Employment's fraud-ridden company, Global Health Imports, claimed to be Indigenous in order to try and secure millions in lucrative government contracts. Now, this all happened while the Minister of Employment was actively running the company. It's time to end the charade. When will the Minister admit, Randy, and acknowledge that it's wrong to falsely claim Indigenous heritage and take contracts meant for Indigenous peoples and resign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Procurement Services.
Speaker, we're taking every effort to ensure that Indigenous people are properly associated with the contracts that are procured. That's why we've established the very motion that's going forward. Members opposite want to criticize and be critical of the program, but it's essential to ensure that Indigenous people have the right, have the ability for economic success and integration so that they too can succeed, and that we get and we understand that those on the Indigenous list are managed appropriately, and the procurement process is also taking transparent measures forward.
The honourable member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, today it was revealed that a company co-owned by the Employment Minister bid on federal contracts while claiming to be Indigenous owned. The company, Global Health Imports, has two shareholders. Perhaps three if you count the other Randy. But according to the Assembly of First Nations, the Liberals' Indigenous procurement program is being abused by shell companies, with the vast majority of those federal contracts going to non-Indigenous businesses. Will the Prime Minister listen to those leaders, call an investigation, and remove the minister from Cabinet until the inquiry is finished?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
The article makes it very clear the association that was being referenced here did not get a contract. They were not listed on the Indigenous list, and we've taken the steps appropriately in the procurement to ensure that that doesn't happen, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
The honourable member for Jonquière. There's what the government does, and then there says, and then there's the facts. And unfortunately, these two things don't often correspond. The Environment Commissioner's reports are very hard to read. I would invite the honourable member for Jonquière to start again from the top, please. There's what the government says, and then there's the facts. And unfortunately, these two things don't often correspond. The Environment Commissioner's reports make tough reading. And despite what the minister claims, the Liberals' record is really not good. This government takes the survival of threatened species lightly. And when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, well, Canada is the worst in the G7 when it comes to meeting its targets. The Liberals have quit. Are they really ready to leave biodiversity and the fight against climate change to the Conservatives? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague knows how much respect I have for him, but you know, a good part of his party is allied with the Conservative Party to bring down the government to prevent a cap on emissions in the oil and gas sector. They want to prevent us from putting in place a law to protect nature. And when we came to power in 2015, Mr. Speaker, Canada didn't protect even 1% of our oceans and our coasts. We're up to 16% today. We'll be at 30% in 2030, as we promised in Montreal at COP15.
For the second time today, I'm going to ask the honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake to please not take the floor unless recognized by the chair.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Canada has just 6 years to meet its greenhouse gas emissions target of 45% under 2005 levels. 6 years. According to the Environment Commissioner, Canada has only reduced emissions by 7.1% as of 2022. That's a terrible record. By the time the federal government wakes up, all the forests will have burned and all the glaciers will have melted. 7.1%, that's not even a sixth of the goal. And, I mean, come on, Mr. Speaker, do they really want to leave the future of the planet in the hands of the Conservatives and their friends in the oil and gas sector? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that when we came to power in 2015, the projections were that Canada was going to miss its 2030 target by at least 30%. We have flattened the curve, and as of 2022, we were at 7.1% under 2005 levels. That's the difference between the two. It's like the equivalent of adding 79 million cars to Canada's roads with, pollution. We didn't do that because of our plan, and I look forward to working with my colleagues so that Canada can do more to fight climate change.
The honourable member for Parliamentary.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost of housing, and veterans who fought for our country are feeling the pinch more than anyone. Sadly, veterans are 3 times more likely to become homeless. And a recent study indicates that there's 4 times more homeless veterans than the government claims. As many as 10,000 homeless veterans, in fact. Terrible. That's 10,000 too many. Yeah. So how can the government who caused the problem and who won't even admit the extent of the problem be trusted to fix the problem?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of sending our citizens to war includes the cost of taking care of them when they come home. That's why we have moved forward with programs that are designed to actually ensure that communities have the capacity to provide housing to those who have put their lives at risk in order to protect our country overseas and at home. Mr. Speaker, I recently was able to work with the Canadian Alliance to end homelessness, to scale up a program that has ended functional homelessness for veterans in 3 communities across this country so they can expand it to 26 additional cities. We've also worked very closely with community organizations across this country, and what's disappointing, Mr. Speaker, when it came time to put your position on the record, the Conservatives voted against these programs.
The honourable member for Parliamentary.
Well, the number of homeless veterans just keeps going up, so obviously the photo ops and press releases aren't getting the job done, Mr. Speaker. The Veterans Association Food Bank in Calgary reports that in the last 6 months alone, their numbers have tripled in what they're spending to keep veterans housed, clothed, and fed. Veterans served our country, and they deserve better than the homelessness and hunger that they're getting from this NDP Liberal government. Veterans, like all Canadians, can't afford the cost. So when will the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election so veterans can finally get the respect they deserve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans
We're
Affairs.
not going to take any lessons from the Conservatives. They shut down 9 Veterans Affairs offices.
We opened 9, plus another one in my hometown of Surrey Centre. They laid off 1,000 Veterans Affairs officers who are there to help veterans get the services they need. We reinstated those services. We've created services to help those veterans get the needs that they need, and we will continue to do so going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal government, the cost of rent and housing has gone up. It's doubled, and homelessness is up. The Bloc has supported the Liberals for 2 non-confidence votes. The Conservatives are calling for cutting the GST on new homes, and we've heard from many who feel that the Conservative leader's plan is a step in the right direction. Will the Liberal Bloc cut the GST on housing, or is it going to continue to fund its programs that build 0 new homes? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, as the member knows very well, we are making investments to build affordable housing. Just as an example, in the Housing Accelerator Fund, we have an agreement underway with Quebec to build 8,000 social housing units. The Conservatives are against that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they talk about when we cut GST for apartment rent, the Conservatives for building apartments, the Conservatives were against that. The Conservatives' leaders' strategy is just to cut, and that's unacceptable.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, cities like Toronto are on the front lines when it comes to responding to the housing crisis. That's why last year we announced a $500 million federal investment in Toronto through the Housing Accelerator Fund to unlock over 53,000 new homes over the next decade. Last week, the Conservative leader announced a plan that will impact home building in Toronto by making dangerous cuts to housing investments. People in my constituency of Davenport can't afford these kinds of enormous Conservative housing cuts. To the Minister of Housing, how can we stop these Conservative cuts and solve the housing crisis for Canadians?
Really good question.
Thank you very much.
Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I want to offer a couple of points. First, I want to thank my colleague for her advocacy for her community to receive funding through the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is delivering hundreds of millions of dollars for housing in Toronto. Fascinating, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservative strategy, which is now to forbid their MPs from advocating for their communities. On this side of the House, we have community advocates who will stand up so their communities get the funding they need. Second, we know that actually building homes takes investments. That's why we're putting money into the system to help build affordable housing, to help reduce barriers to construction. But third, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative strategy is to cut billions of dollars from housing. That simply isn't going to work.
Can I ask the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands to please, if he wishes to have a conversation, to have it offline. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
The honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's failed gun policies are putting Toronto at risk. This year, there have been 126 more shootings in Toronto compared to last year, and Peel Regional Police report seizing 1 illegal firearm every 36 hours. The Liberal MPs who were elected from the Toronto area should be here making noise about these problems, but they're silent. And why are they silent, Mr. Speaker? Because they've decided to back up the Prime Minister's failed policies. When will they stop choosing the Prime Minister over the people?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, our position as a Liberal Party, my position as a Toronto MP, let's keep the citizens of our cities safe. How do we do that? By ensuring that we have less gun violence on our streets. How do we do that? By shoring up our borders to prevent guns from crossing the border. The specific border services that party cut when they were in power prior to 2015. What we also do is we recognize the important impact on domestic violence that gunfare has. When we keep guns out of the homes in people in cities in Canada, what we're doing is ensuring that domestic violence doesn't have a pernicious impact on women. That's how you keep Canadians safe.
The honourable member from Durham.
I want my friends and neighbours in Toronto to take note. This Liberal Liberal Justice Minister is looking back at things that happened over 10 years ago while he's been here for 9 years and takes zero responsibility for crime getting worse. Imagine that, getting elected to serve your constituents, sitting here for 9 years and can't take a single bit of responsibility for a problem that he should be trying to fix. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very clear. Crime is worse. The Liberal MPs elected to serve Toronto are failing to do their job. When will they stop choosing the Prime Minister over the people?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government works very effectively with law enforcement professionals across the country, including the regional police, the Peel Regional Police that my colleague referred to, the City of Toronto, the York Regional Police. We've invested, Mr. Speaker, money that the Conservatives cut in the RCMP and border services to prevent illegal guns from entering the country. And Mr. Speaker, we're very surprised the Conservative Party would turn back gun control legislation designed to protect Canadians by making it legal again to have assault-style firearms on the streets of the country.
The Honourable Member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, corruption or crime. Since 2015, when they formed government, violent crime has skyrocketed by 50%. And sadly, during their reign of error, they have also allowed an evil monster, Paul Bernardo, to be transferred to a medium security institution. On November 26th, this child rapist and serial killer is scheduled to have a parole hearing. Will this NDP Liberal Prime Minister finally get tough on crime and assure Canadians that Paul Bernardo will remain behind bars where he belongs for the rest of his life?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for all members in this House not to use the name of some of the most notorious killers in the country to give them the exact publicity that they crave. This particular individual is locked up in a federal prison behind two very high fences with a lot of razor wire. Mr. Speaker, I saw myself the secure federal correctional facility that this particular individual is in. My colleague also knows the parole board is independent, and it would be absolutely inappropriate to prejudge their work, but I have confidence that they'll do their work properly for public safety.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Speaker, this summer, millions of Canadians tuned in to CBC to cheer on Team Canada at the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Paris. Canadian athletes pushed limits, set new records, and showed us the unifying power of sport. Many of these trained at Canadian Sport Institute Atlantic in Halifax West. Canada's athletes give it their all to represent our country, so we're going to keep supporting them with more pay for more athletes as they train to represent Canada. Can the Minister of Sport and Physical Activity tell us how we're going to support these athletes so they can keep representing Canada with pride and excellence?
The Honourable Minister for Sport and Physical Activity.
Mr. Speaker, the Paris 2024 Games were extraordinary. Canadians cheered on our Olympic and Paralympic teams as records were broken, medals were won, and history was made. The journey from playground to podium is long and it's hard, and our athletes trained for years. Our Liberal government is proud to support over 1,900 athletes through the Athlete Assistance Program, and we're also proud to be increasing this program to provide more money for more athletes. An additional $7 million a year means a 23% in the living allowance and an additional 30% allowance for Paralympic athletes. By investing in Canadian athletes, we're inspiring the next generation and building a stronger, united Canada.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, homelessness is growing amongst seniors for the first time ever. Canadian seniors who live on fixed incomes are being hit hardest by skyrocketing rents driven by unregulated corporate greed. The Liberals have sat by while private investors jack up their rents and squeeze our parents, grandparents, and veterans out of their homes. When will the Liberals stop caving to corporate landlords and private long-term care investors to protect seniors.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I share her concern about the plight of some of Canada's most vulnerable, those without a roof over their head. In order to address those challenges, we need to ensure that we build out the affordable housing stock so people can find a place that is safe, that they can afford. That's why we're moving forward with billions of dollars of investments to help build affordable housing in this country at a pace that is not seen in many decades. It's why we put money on the table to support nonprofits to buy up existing affordable housing that exists in the market to ensure that it remains affordable forever. And it's why we have restored, after decades of cuts, more investments in cooperative and affordable housing. We'll continue to do what it takes to ensure every Canadian.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians will soon pause to remember the brave men and women of Canada's armed forces who served our country and made the ultimate sacrifice. Whether in Flanders, on Juno Beach, the hills of Korea, or the sands of Afghanistan, they fought for Canada, for our democracy, and the freedoms that we all enjoy today. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to wear this country's uniform. I believe in our democratic institutions. I believe all members of this House are duty-bound to accept and hold high the torch passed from those fallen in the defense of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask the government if they all can say the same.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we all admire the sacrifice and service that veterans have given to us. I think that question was quite out of line. However, as it is Veterans Week, I think it does deserve to remember and commend all the veterans who sacrificed their lives, given back for our freedoms, and protected the democratic processes that we have today. We will always remember them, not only on Veterans Week, but every day of this year. Thank you.
I see that the Honourable Member from Cowichan Malahat Langford is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I hope that if you seek it, you will find consent for the following motion. That the House, 1, recognizes that attacks on places of worship threaten all Canadians' charter-protected right to freedom of worship. 2, recognizes the recent increases in attacks targeting places of worship. 3, calls for the government to work urgently with...
I'm afraid I'm hearing a number of no's for the Honourable Member's request for unanimous consent. It being 3:15, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Chambers to the motion to concur in the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Chambers, moved that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, presented on Friday, November 1st, 2024, be concurred in. Amendment. Mr. Chambers, appuyé par Mr. Perkins, proposed.
Mr. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Perkin, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that.
Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, presented on Friday, November 1st, 2024, be now not concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee for further consideration, provided that, for the purpose of this study, A, the following be ordered to appear as witnesses for at least 2 hours each of the dates and times to be fixed by the chair of the committee, but no later than Tuesday, December 17, 2024. 1. La vice-première ministre et ministre des Finances. 2.
1. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. 2. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. 3. Shreen Bensby-Miller, Commissioner of the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada.
Matthew Boswell, Commissaire de la Concurrence.
4. Matthew Boswell, the Commissioner of Competition. 5. Jeremy Wilmot. May I dispense?
Almost there. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. The House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Mrs. Krant-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Yakono.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Or in the House, if there was a challenge. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 146, 146.
I declare the amendment carried.
La prochaine mise au voix porte sur la.
The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Chambers, move that the 20th report of this. May I dispense? Thank you. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be amended or amended as carried, be carried, or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to rise and request a recorded vision, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. So on division. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Yes, a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed for voting for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion as amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Holloman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Kazan.
Miss Kazan.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
All those opposed to the motion as amendment will please rise.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
De retour à Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now await the end of the electronic proceedings before resuming its proceedings. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they can now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 173, 173. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the motion as amendment carried. Now, point of order? Oh, okay. Time for, well, I know I have a point of order, so the honourable member first. Oh. I need to read this part first. Accordingly, the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology is referred to the Standing Committee. Point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been renewed consultations, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House, number one, recognizes that attacks on places of worship threaten all Canadians' charter-protected right to freedom of worship. 2, recognizes the recent increase in attacks targeting places of worship. And 3, calls for the government to work in full cooperation with provinces, territories, and municipalities who want to establish protective bubble zones at places of worship.
Those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agree. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. The motion is carried. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the time provided for government orders will be extended by another 24 minutes for a total of 48 minutes. Now it's time for the Thursday question. See the honourable member for Perth Wellington on his feet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it being Thursday, I would like to ask the Government House Leader if she can inform the House what business she intends to call before the House for the remainder of this week and the week after our constituency week, and if she can inform the House whether the documents related to the $400 million Green Slush Fund have been tabled as ordered by this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That would be nice. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as my honourable colleague knows, the motion that the Speaker presented actually said to refer this matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That is exactly what we support. We look forward to the Conservatives ending their silly games, starting to respect the charter rights of Canadians, the independence of the police, and moving this to committee to make sure that we respect the independence of powers in this country. I will also that thousands of pages have indeed been tabled. They've just done so in a way that respects the charter rights of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we are looking forward to debating once the Conservatives stop freezing the work of this place. Important legislation such as Bill C-71 concerning citizenship, Bill C-66 on military justice, Bill C-63, the online harms legislation, and 2 Ways and Means motions, one related to capital gains and the other which would require more transparency from charities that use deceptive tactics to push women away from making their own reproductive decisions.
On this side of the House, we will continue to work for Canadians to stand up for their interests. I wish all members they are doing the same thing.
Coming up to Remembrance Day, I would like to take a moment to thank every service member and every veteran who has served our country, both in times of conflict and in times of peace. And I know that every member in this House will be taking a moment to remember the sacrifices of our veterans and of those who continue to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces on Remembrance Day, lest we forget. Thank you.
We will remember them. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that the earpiece volumes will now be reset.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Privilege. Resuming debate on a motion regarding the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kimmich.
The floor is free, therefore. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to be able to stand in this place and talk about the important issues facing Canadians. I would, however, just if I could, just take a very, very brief moment to start by saying that a number of weeks ago, a friend of the Conservative Party, and actually the father of a former member, Monty Solberg, his dad, Stan Solberg passed away, and his funeral that was this past Monday. And I know that many gathered to celebrate the life of Stan Solberg, a true patriot and proud Canadian who I had the chance to work in politics with for many years in a volunteer capacity, and even just a number of months ago had a great visit with him. And he was always a visionary, thinking forward about the future of Alberta and the future of this country. A real patriot, a proud conservative, and certainly a great Alberta and great Canadian. So we remember Stan Solberg here today. And I would further, like some of the members before, this will likely be my last opportunity to rise in this place before I Remembrance Day, and just to say God bless our troops past and present for the work and the sacrifice that they have and continue to do to keep us free. We can never let down our guard to support those who fight so hard for what's right. So God bless our troops, lest we forget. Mr. Speaker, I am once again rising to join in the discussion about a scandal that has paralyzed Parliament. We see a scandal that was initially referred to as one that would make the sponsorship scandal that brought down the Craig and Martin government, that it would be mammoth in comparison to that. And I think as details have been revealed, we certainly see how that is truly the case. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be able to rise in my place today with the ability to share some comments. This is also being streamed. The live feed from the House of Commons is being streamed on Facebook. So for those who are watching on my Facebook page, I would welcome them to share their comments and feedback, and look forward to being able to hopefully integrate some of that into the discussion here today. Because here we are when it comes to the misappropriation, conflicts of interest, and what ultimately was nearly $400 million, hard-earned taxpayers' dollars, that was, we have learned, has been given to insiders of the government, is rife with conflicts of interest. And here we are, now more than a month into this debate, when the Speaker of the House of Commons ruled that the government had to release the documents, and yet here we are because the Liberals simply refuse. Now, I'd like to unpack things, because the Liberals they're very good at trying to divide and distract away from what the real issue here is. So let me unpack it very simply. The Liberals have the ability and the authority to release the documents today, but they refuse.
That's right.
This debate that wasn't started by the Conservatives. It was started by and has been sustained by those Liberals who refuse to release the documents. Now, they'll talk about privacy. They'll talk about the independence of the judiciary, and they'll talk about all these things. But what they fail to talk about at every step of the process is they have the right, and I would suggest the responsibility, to uphold the standard that Canadians would expect of a government of any color, and to be transparent. There is nothing that is stopping those Liberals from walking in to this place and placing on the table those documents. There is nothing that is stopping them from releasing them, but they refuse. So as a result, Parliament is exercising its constitutional authority, the ability that Parliament has by nature of what Parliament is. We are exercising our ability to demand for these documents, and taking great care to not interfere in the process of justice, making sure that we are ensuring that great care is taken in all of those regards. But, Mr. Speaker, it comes down to the simple truth, the fact of the matter. The Liberals could today release the documents, but they refuse. So one has to ask the question, what are they hiding? What is so embarrassing? What types of scandal and corruption would be revealed if those things came to light? So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is becoming increasingly clear that the cover-up to those Liberals is more important than anything else the government has been tasked to do. They have allowed those Liberals, that Prime Minister and those Liberals, have now for more than a month paralyzed Parliament. This is on them. They could release the documents. I have heard from Amber and saying that Amber's asking the questions. Are there no repercussions about the corruption that has been proven? Because here we have, and Amber, thank you for that question. We have a clear example. The Auditor General, the nonpartisan officer of Parliament who looks at the books, found that there was incredible discrepancies and there has been conflicts of interest found at every stage of the process, and it has caused an erosion of trust. And I'm asked the question often, if a regular Canadian was to do what this Prime Minister, that cabinet, and those members keep doing, are there not consequences? Would there not be prison time? Would there not be criminal prosecutions? Yet we have those Liberals using what is now more than a month, paralyzing the actions of Parliament in order to cover up, to keep these documents from being released. We have Lise that asks the question, that says, she says, what about the corruption that happened in the Winnipeg lab document? And it certainly is. I know a number of my colleagues have spent, there's 20 minutes allotted to each of these speeches. And in some cases, I've had a number of colleagues that have started listing off the number of scandals that the Liberals have happened under that Prime Minister and these Liberals. And you can hardly get through just reading the list after 9 years of these Liberals. And the question surrounding the Winnipeg lab documents, where it was the Liberals, unprecedented, they took the Speaker to court. Unprecedented that the government would take the Speaker to court to cover up their corruption, to cover up and like we are seeing again with this 400 million green slush fund scandal, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing that the Liberals seem to have no, that they'll stop at nothing, including paralyzing Parliament for months on end to keep the truth from coming up, which leads us to ask what I think is a very fair question, and from what I'm hearing from folks that are watching this debate right now, there has to be accountability. Patricia says that there needs to be stiffer penalties in Canada, laws to protect Canadians and Canadian tax dollars against this sort of corruption and to stop the conflicts of interest. That, Mr. Speaker, sounds like common sense. Canadians want an election. It needs to end so that we can get a government in to clean this up. Absolutely. That's Patricia, who is frustrated, obviously, with the corruption that we are seeing. Esther is asking, are there no rules that can be enforced? Well, it's a good thing Parliament exists, because this is the final mechanism to which even the Liberals, while they try each and every day to force Parliament to bend to their will, the Conservatives will not do so. We will stand up for the rights of Canadians, including democracy, which is represented in this place. So to Esther, Conservatives are fighting for accountability and absolutely essential in the way that we go we do here, and that includes making sure that we continue to demand that the Liberals release the documents, to get answers on the $400 million green slush fund, the $400 million green slush fund, where there is obviously, where there's smoke, there's fire, Mr. Speaker, as the old adage goes. And I think what has become incredibly clear is that when it comes to these Liberals, they are covering up something. Nobody would go to the great lengths that they have to cover up corruption unless they had something truly to hide. So the questions asked, are there no rules? Well, it's a good thing Parliament exists, because Parliament and the premise of parliamentary supremacy in this place, Mr. Speaker, persists beyond a corrupt Prime Minister and a government that is certainly not worth the cost. Jordan is asking asking a great question. Why are there so many silent Liberals? Jordan is asking why the member from Malpeque and other Liberals refuse to stand up and ask for accountability. Do they work for the Prime Minister, or do they work for their constituents? I think it's a very, very fair question. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Jordan, I ask that question to every Liberal member of Parliament. Will you not stand up for the people who sent you here, beyond the guy who sits in the front row that has proven himself to not care about their best interests, certainly, but the best interests of the country? Because time and time again, he shows how he will put his personal political gain ahead the best interests of the country. And that, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely unacceptable. Debbie says somebody should be able to stop Trudeau and the corruption. I agree. It's a good thing. Oh, sorry, my apology. It was a quote. In the Saskatchewan legislature, Mr. Speaker, I do withdraw that. In the Saskatchewan legislature, you are allowed to read quotes. So my work for at a time in the Saskatchewan legislature led it's a habit that one has to reflect. But the question, I think, is incredibly valid, and I'm glad that Liberals opposite are paying attention, because they should listen to what Debbie has to say, because they're saying somebody should stop the corruption. Well, Debbie, the good news is Conservatives are fighting every day on your behalf, and as soon as we're able to get that carbon tax election, we're going to get a common sense government led by the member from Carleton who's going to bring back integrity and accountability into the way that we do things in this place. And certainly when it comes to, in the meantime, we're going to continue to stand up for Canadians to fight corruption, whether it's with the $400 million Green Slush Fund or the many other examples of corruption. And and Michael asks the question about a coalition. Is there not to demand that there would be no more coalitions? And I think, Mr. Speaker, what's interesting about that is in the last election, Conservatives actually said, look, a vote for the NDP is a vote for the Liberals. And we were told at the time that that wouldn't happen. There'd be no coalition, yet it was only months after the last election that out-marched the leader of the NDP, along with the Prime Minister, with their so-called confidence and supply agreement, a blank check to do everything. And even though the leader of the fourth party supposedly ripped up the agreement, they still seem to be very, very willing to support that Prime Minister being in charge. Eva says there should be no scandals. There should be no scandals, because it's not, and that emphasizes a very important point, because it's not, the government talks a lot about money they spend, but the simple truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, is it's not their money. The $400 million in Green Slush Fund dollars that were allocated in conflicts of interest and to Liberal insiders and those with connections to the SDTC is one example of many. But every dollar that government spends, Mr. Speaker, it is not government's money. It comes from somewhere. And in particular, it comes from hard-working Canadians in the form of taxes. And certainly, there should be no scandals, because every person that makes a decision when it comes to the public purse should take great care to ensure that that money is treated responsibly. Unfortunately, we see the devastating consequences that after 9 years of Justin Trudeau, I may have spoken for a little while this morning at the Justice Committee. So I would, those Liberals, it is time for accountability, including that Prime Minister. Kerry says, when are we going to get taxpayers' money returned? And that's exactly it. I know when it comes to the policy role I have the opportunity to be a part of right now in the position of Heritage, we're demanding that the $18 million in bonuses that were paid out to executives and managers at the CBC be returned. It just makes sense. You have a failing organization led by a failing government that pays themselves bonuses, in fact, change the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, whether it's the CBC, whether it's the myriad of other scandals that we have, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that Canadians want their money back. It is absolutely essential that the respect for taxpayers' money is returned to this place. We need to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we are respecting, that this place respects the immense privilege that we all have to steward the democracy of the land, and by nature of the way that our Parliament works is and it's interesting because quite often the intricacies of Parliament are not necessarily always well understood, which is unfortunate. And for somebody that is passionate about the systems to which we've developed the Parliament of Canada, the Westminster system, and its history dating back so many centuries. But it is only by act of Parliament, by will and proclamation of Parliament, that any dollar is able to be spent. And it's interesting because in that history, it speaks to something that is often forgotten. When there was in centuries past kings in the United Kingdom that wanted money, wanted to tax people, wanted to tax their subjects, there was significant conflict, and quite often it would happen as war. But you saw throughout history there was this coming together to say, look, it is time to ensure that the people have a voice. So that is why, despite a time when the Liberals tried to pass a motion that would have given them unlimited spending and taxation authority for a period of 18 months. That was unprecedented in Westminster democracy, that they would try to do that. They tried to slip it through and say, oh, it's time for a Team Canada approach, was their excuse, when the reality was, if they wanted a Team Canada approach, they would have done the hard work to ensure taxpayers' dollars were respected, yet they refused to do so. As Paula says, these people are using our money, not theirs.
Not their money.
I absolutely agree, Mr. Speaker, with Paula. Randy says, Canadians want, I'm quoting this, Canadians want a carbon tax election. I have another comment here that says that the amount of money that is being spent, money going out the door to scandals, to interests that don't necessarily reflect that of what Canadians want. We have Jacqueline that says we need to have action to take on this. And I would say to Jacqueline, the action is very, very simple. Very, very simple. The Liberals need to release the documents, but they are so obsessed with this cover-up that they are willing to throw out their agenda, for the purposes of covering up that corruption. So, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the opportunity to have once again entered into this debate where we have seen the close to $400 million spent. We have hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayers' money being sent. And I would just emphasize, because the Liberals are quick to suggest that, oh, well, you know, hasn't this thing been around for a long time? This fund that gave grants to develop clean and new energy. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, it has been around for a long time. But it was the Liberals that broke it. Because up until 2018, and former Industry Minister Navdeep Bains, who didn't like the board because it resembled too much of what Harper had in terms of a vision, they replaced the board, and since that point in time, it has been rife with scandals. So as I conclude, I would say very, very clearly, and I'd just give a shout out to my wife Danielle. She commented on there too, so that's love you, sweetheart. But
When you take out the garbage.
It is. I would conclude by saying this, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve answers. Canadians deserve to see these documents. There needs to be accountability. And it comes at the fundamental premise of what democracy is, and that is accountability. I regret that after so many weeks, the Liberals are still so bent on covering up things that they would paralyze Canada's Parliament in order to serve their own personal political interests, Mr. Speaker. It's time for better, and Conservatives will bring it home.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spent almost my entire day listening to this member speak, and he talks about accountability. I just spent 3 hours in the Justice Committee listening to him filibuster, trying to block his own colleague from Peace River Westlock because he had this very compelling argument that C-270 should come to this House as soon as possible so it could be debated. I walk up here, and now I'm listening to him give a speech about this privilege so that nothing can be debated. So I want to know whether he's prepared to go talk to his House leader, make the argument that was so compelling this morning to see if they will end this privilege nonsense and allow his colleague to A, appear at committee, and B, come here and have this discussion again. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
You know, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that member took me up on my offer to continue the debate on this very important issue here in the House of Commons. And I would suggest simply this: he should tell his leader, the Prime Minister, and and the members of the cabinet that he sits in the same party with, that the answer to solving the problem of Parliament being paralyzed is release the documents. Now, when it comes to Bill C-270, I would hope that that member would support having a bill that would place strict penalties for anybody that would share without consent explicit material, and would ensure that there is age verification for any explicit material shared in this country. I think, Mr. Speaker, that's pretty clear common sense. That member and those Liberals have so mismanaged the legislative agenda in this country that their scandals are paralyzing the good work that this place should be able to do.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've said several times, we agree that we need the documents and that this is unacceptable. Now, why don't we have a vote on this? My question to my colleague: do members of the Conservative Party realize that they're actually helping the Liberals? Because with this House grinding to a halt, the Liberals can do what they like best, which is nothing.
River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting because we have this weird circumstance. We have one scandal that is, for those watching, it's called a privilege motion. So it takes priority, and in this case, it's because they refuse to release documents. But the next order of business in line is actually another scandal. So we have the circumstance where it's not just one scandal that's being debated, there's another scandal in line to be debated. And when it comes to the Liberals, very interestingly, they say, oh, well, we want to send this to committee to make it disappear. Well, here's the fact of the matter. They had an opportunity to vote to support a motion and a sub-amendment to send this to committee, and they voted against it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's become increasingly clear. The Liberals don't care about accountability. They simply care about covering it up. And I would close by saying Maxine says, don't you? We deserve our taxpayer money to be spent responsible. Maxine, I agree with you.
Yes, Maxine.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And it's my first time rising in the House today. I'd just like to acknowledge very quickly that it's International Inuit Day, and I hope that everyone enjoys this day. So I have a community in Nunavut called Kimmirut. They just had a 4-day power outage, and it's becoming winter quite soon. There were a lot of people that were quite concerned with their well-being because of having no power in that community. And I wonder if the member shares outrage with me regarding the Sustainable Development Technology Canada not investing in potential sustainable development opportunities in Nunavut. That power plant in Kimmirut runs on diesel, and there needs to be more ways to ensure that we're transitioning to renewable energy. And I wonder if he'd share his comments about whether the Sustainable Development Canada, Technology Canada is not doing enough to make sure that it's focusing on its investments on sustainable development technology.
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Nunavut and I join with her in acknowledging National Inuit Day, and I know the leader of the opposition just put out a statement acknowledging that just a little bit earlier today, so I join with her in that. And to note, the Environment Commissioner, actually, I believe in a report that was just released today, just tabled in this place today, talked about that exact thing and how after 9 years of the Liberals claiming to solve all the problems that exist in this country, they have done nothing more than make their friends rich. The consequence of that is very, very real to those in Northern Canada who are facing days without power, to those who are facing energy and food insecurity from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of Liberal mismanagement truly are devastating to Canadians. I just hope that we can wake up to the reality that until there's a change, there won't be a change in government, there won't be a change in the direction of this country.
Questions and comments? The gentleman for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank my colleague for his excellent talk today. I'm glad he was able to read or at least mention the comment from his wife. I know if I read a comment from my wife on Facebook, it would be like, why didn't you take out the trash again? But part of the STDC issue is Industry Canada has a contribution agreement with STDC, the Green Slush Fund, that requires the board to report any conflicts of interest, real or perceived, with the Minister of Industry. Now, it's right in the contribution agreement signed off. Now, the Auditor General has found well over 80 conflicts of interest. So I wonder if my colleague is wondering, like I am wondering, is the government refusing to hand over the documents because it actually shows that the Liberal-appointed board had conflicts of interest and reported it to both the past minister, Navdeep Bains, and the current minister, and they refused to act because they're more interested in supporting Liberal insiders than protecting taxpayers' money.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from West Edmonton Mall makes a very, very good point. This is the clear conflict that exists when it comes to the depth of this scandal. Why are the Liberals so intent at covering up this $400 million scandal? Well, those documents, I have the suspicion, Mr. Speaker, would reveal exactly that because they were required to report conflicts of interest, yet those Liberals that were in charge of managing those conflicts to ensuring that they didn't happen, Mr. Speaker, the question is, why didn't they do anything about it? Canadians want answers. I support Canadians that are calling for those answers. I just wish the government would finally release the documents so that we could get them.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thanks so much, Speaker. You know, we just heard from the member from up in Inuit the incredible disappointment with what's happening with this fund when there are so many things that it could have been spent on properly. I'd like my colleague to talk about our young people who, of course, are concerned about the environment, also having a home, being able to afford to go to school, all these dynamics. And we have a Minister of the Environment who has been found wanting in this area where he is responsible and claiming carbon tax is crucial, and yet where is this money going?
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question because it brings up a very, very important point. And it's that the Liberals, in the midst of their corruption and in the midst of the issues with the SDTC and the other list of scandals and everything associated with that, it's that Canadians are hurting. And Canadians do care about the environment, including many of the energy workers that I represent, the farmers that I represent. We all care deeply about the environment. And the reality of that is that Canada is a world leader. Yet it's under these Liberals that instead of unleashing the potential of this country, they are holding it back for their personal, political, and partisan gains. And when it comes to the scandal before us, it seems that it's not just their political gains that they're holding things back for. It seems like it's for their personal financial gains and the gains of their friends. Madam Speaker, it is time for a change in this country to bring back accountability, bring home a government that can be trusted, to spend taxpayers' dollars with the respect they deserve. Accountability is needed. Let's get it now. Release the documents.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon. And before I begin my comments about the Sustainable Development Technology Canada scandal, I know that we're coming into Remembrance Week, and so I wanted to share with this House a poem. It's called We Remain, and it was written by T.S. Bedford. We remain. We stand between the living and the lost, between memory and tomorrow. We give voice to the silent presence, to the mist. We share yesterday with the parted and today with the loved. No one knows the shape of the future or where the path will lead, but the lost will always walk with us so long as we remain.
Oh, that was beautiful.
So, Madam Speaker, I have to say at the start of this speech today, I can't believe we're still here. I can't believe that we've been talking about this same topic in September, for all of October, and here it is November, and we're still talking. And for those at home that don't know what this privilege motion is about, it all started with Sustainable Development Technology Canada, which is a fund that is supposed to support sustainable technology development. And the fund was created in 2001, and it worked fine under both Liberal and Conservative governments until this corrupt Liberal government got into place. And so basically, they appointed people to the committee that was going to decide who got the money, and they all gave it to their own companies. So the Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest. A whistleblower implied that there was criminality involved here. And Parliament voted to have the documents related to this scandal produced. And of course, the Liberals did what they always do. They delayed, and then they produced the documents, all blacked out of anything useful. So the Speaker has correctly ruled that they need to produce those documents unredacted, and that no government business or private member's business is going to take place in this House until that happens. And so we've been waiting now for 5 weeks for them to produce the documents. And, I have to say from bills not coming forward, there are some bills that I'm glad are not coming forward, like the Online Harms Bill, C-63, that absolutely will do nothing to help children that are being sexually exploited online. Everybody wants that to be dealt with. But it creates a parallel system with no criminal consequences, and that will not help anyone. And it also will put you in jail for life if someone thinks you might commit a hate crime in the future. And that is a certain chill on freedom of speech in this country. I also am happy that we don't have the bill coming forward, C-65, which is the bill that would give all of the Liberal and NDP members that are going to lose their seat in the next election, would give them their pensions by moving the election date out a week. Okay? Glad that one's not coming forward. And so, unfortunately, one of the bills that I'd like to see come forward isn't happening. In my riding, as part of the federal redistribution process, they renamed my riding Sarnia Lambton Bekeshwanong. Well, the new chief of Bekeshwanong, which is Walpole Island, objects to the use of that name. And so, as soon as I heard that he had objected to it, then I asked it to be part of the bill that is done regularly in this House to alter riding names that need to be changed. So I'm very disappointed that that bill's not coming forward, because I'm not able to do what the chief asked me and what I said I would do, which is bring it forward here. But the reason that we are here is because the Liberals continue to block by not producing the documents. So let's talk about some of the arguments that have been made. The Liberals are saying they don't want to give the documents to the RCMP because, that would be a violation of people's charter rights. And I want to be clear that the RCMP get tips all the time. Crime Stoppers, you name it, they get tips, they follow up on them. There is nothing that's a violation of anybody's charter right with respect to that. Actually, what would happen, is that the RCMP would look into the documents, especially if we give some indication of where they should be looking. But if they do find evidence of criminality, then if they do want to pursue criminal charges, they would have to go to a judge and order those documents to be produced so that they could be officially used in a criminal trial. Okay, so that's where we're at today. And I just want to recap a little bit of the history here of how this fund got so wrong.
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at the expiry of the time for provided for oral questions on Wednesday, December 4th, 2024, the House will resolve itself into Committee of the Whole in order to welcome Canada's 2024 Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games athletes, provided that A, the Speaker make welcoming remarks on behalf of the House, the names of the athletes present be deemed read and printed in the House of Commons debates for that day, C, when the proceedings of the committee have concluded, the committee shall rise, and D, only authorized photographers be permitted to take photos during the proceedings of the committee.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the will please say nay.
La motion veut bien dire non. D'accord? The House the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that will be a real joy to see all of our Olympians, of which we are so proud. So back to the Green Slush Fund scandal. Now, the scandal began with Navdeep Bains, who was then the Minister of Industry, Science and Economic Development. And so he was involved in some questionable things. I want to read to you from one of the newspapers about the time that he stepped down. And they said that he was implicated in a questionable real estate transaction when the former Brampton mayor, Linda Jeffries' chief of staff, Mr. Punia, shared confidential details about a land purchase with Bains and former Liberal MP Raj Grewal. When Brampton Council learned about the behavior, it sent details of the third-party investigation into the matter to the RCMP because the force was already looking into Grewal's activities involving chronic gambling in Ottawa when he served as an MP. The city eventually paid about $1 million extra for the land it was trying to acquire after a group of local businessmen with ties to the Liberals purchased it, then flipped it to the city after Punia had passed on details of the original offer the city had planned to make for the property, which was owned by the province. There's no evidence Bains has ties to the business. Just because you can't find evidence doesn't mean nothing happened there. Grewal was charged in September by the RCMP with 5 counts of fraud and breach of trust for alleged misuse of the constituency office budget while he was an MP after an extensive investigation. So this is the kind of people that you had starting the fund and going forward with it. And then it gets a bit worse because then in 2019, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change currently, he comes along and he's part of those who approved in 2021 the money for the fund. He was a member of cabinet that approved the $1 billion that was going into the slush fund. Now, I have one other thing to say about Navdeep Bains, and that is from another news article. He was in the news again when questions were raised last year about his father's involvement with individuals implicated in a Fort Erie Gurdwara scandal. There's no evidence Bains has any ties with the plan, and he denies any link. The Sikh temple had sponsored 3 priests from India who were given special visas by Ottawa. It turned out that the Gurdwara was not even operating, and the 3 men disappeared after arriving in Canada. So, we've got folks that we don't have any evidence of wrongdoing, but always suspicion. And here we are again with the same thing, because the Minister of Environment and Climate Change was part of cabinet that approved the $1 billion. And in terms of the committee members that were there, one of the committee members was a lady named André-Lise Mathot. She was the founder and managing partner of Cycle Capital. And Cycle Capital is a company that the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is invested in. And so, if you look at the Criminal Code, Section 119(1), it says that no holder of public office, i.e. someone like the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, can take an action, i.e. giving $1 billion to the slush fund, that benefits themselves, i.e. his investment in Cycle Capital, which tripled its value through the money that was given to it from the Green Slush Fund. So I certainly think that when the RCMP finish their investigation and are able to see the documents, that it could be the Minister of Environment and Climate Change will be back in his orange pajamas again. He, as we know, was a convicted felon. In 2001, he was charged and convicted, and he served a year's probation, 100 hours of community service, and $1,000 of restitution. This is the caliber of corruption that we have in cabinet in the Liberal government, Madam Speaker. And so it's no wonder that things go awry when you have these kind of people that are involved. And the Liberals, they've been trying to suggest that somehow, they need to stand up for the charter rights of Canadians. Well, I certainly wish they would, Madam Speaker, because they haven't. And you are what your record says you are, Madam Speaker. And if we look at the record of the Liberal government on this matter, think about the chill they have put on freedom of speech in this country with C-11, the censorship bill, with C-18, the freedom of the press was, compromised. And then C-63, the online harms bill that I just talked about, once again, violating everyone's charter rights happily. Then, freedom of religion. Madam Speaker, I spoke about this before, but since I spoke about it, things are even escalating further in our country. Did you see what happened? The persecution that the Hindus are facing in Brampton. People out, with knives, violent attacks on temples. Madam Speaker, this government has done nothing about it. They ring their pearls and they say, oh, it's unacceptable, but they've done nothing to ensure that the rule of law in this country is enforced. What is the point of having rules to protect Canadians if they are not enforced? And who, if not the federal government, that is the highest authority to make sure that those rights are protected, why have they done nothing? 100 or more Christian churches burned in our country, and again, crickets from the Liberals on this. It goes on and on. What has happened to our Jewish Canadians is heartbreaking here. They have been constantly harassed, their synagogues vandalized, their businesses vandalized. They've been death threatened, and nothing has been done. So certainly freedom of religion in this country is on serious jeopardy. Furthermore, if you look at the discrimination that happens, we're supposed to be free from discrimination in this country, but even within the Liberal benches, they're discriminating on age. They decided to give seniors that are, older than 75 more money than the 65 and 75. Similarly, you've got violations in the minority language rights, where the government has been proven several times in court to not have done what they should have done to protect the minority language rights of Canadians. And, just let me sidebar for a moment and say how proud I am to announce that in Sarnia-Lambton we have the official francophone designation of Ontario. Je suis très heureuse et j'ai travaillé fort.
I am very proud to work together with the francophones of Sarnia-Lambton, and I'm very proud.
The other argument you'll hear from the Liberal benches is that the RCMP doesn't want these documents. Really? The RCMP does not want to see evidence of potential crime? The whistleblower was clear that there was criminality going on. And, it's possible that it's more than one minister. I talked about the Minister of Climate Change and the Environment, but actually the current ministry, the current minister that's overseeing the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, you know, there's an agreement that says that those to disclose any conflicts of interest to Industry Canada, and that he would have known about it and not acted. Perhaps that is what will be uncovered when those documents are released, Madam Speaker. And you know, certainly there's an issue there. So I think that when it comes to what happened in the slush fund, it's just another example, and we keep racking up dollars. If I think about the number of scandals that have happened in this government since I've been here in 2015, you know, this one is $400 million. There was the $372 million they gave to Frank Baylis to make ventilators when he'd never made ventilators before, and they never ended up using any of them. You know, on and on with the different scandals that we've seen. The We Charity scandal and the huge waste of money there. So, Madam Speaker, Canadians are finding this particularly obscene at a time when we have the highest number of people going to food banks that we've ever had. We've got 1,400 tent encampments in Ontario alone, and they're spread across the country. And so at a time when people are struggling and they can't afford food and they can't afford to feed their families and heat their houses, we've got this incredible waste of money and people lining the pockets of insiders. Madam Speaker, it's just unacceptable. And, you know, when I look at some of the previous things that have happened, and I say to myself, what do we need to do to put in place some accountability so this sort of thing doesn't happen? What kind of protection can we provide to whistleblowers? Because if it's going on in one department, Madam Speaker, what's going on in all the other funds? You know, they say the fish rots from the head, and here we've got the Prime Minister who has already been violating ethics laws in the Billionaire Island fiasco, also under suspicion in the SNC-Lavalin scandal of pressuring a criminal prosecution, which the RCMP is investigating. In the We Charity scandal, that the Prime Minister took an action by awarding the money to the We Charity that benefited himself and his family, his brother, his mother, and his wife. And as I said before, under Section 119.1 of the Criminal Code, that is illegal. It's not just a mistake, Madam Speaker. And so we really have to clean up the government, and it doesn't look to me like you can change the spots on those leopards. I think over here on the Conservative benches, we believe in the rule of law. We believe in transparency. We believe in accountability. And we believe in trying to be prudent with the use of taxpayer dollars for the benefit of all Canadians. And I think Canadians are looking for a change. They cannot take the continual rise in taxes that they've seen under this government, be it the carbon tax that they're going to increase to 61 cents a litre, at a time when people are already struggling. They really want to quadruple the misery, Madam Speaker. And EI premiums, CPP premiums, all these things going in the wrong direction at a time when we're going to be in increasing competitiveness with the U.S. President-elect Trump has clearly put America as a priority, and we are not on competitive ground. We have got taxes and regulatory burden that is going to drive millions of dollars and millions of jobs to the U.S. And so, Madam Speaker, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund is the tip of the iceberg. We have to get to the bottom of it. As much as everybody would like to move on from this, until those documents are produced unredacted, and we can give them to the RCMP so we can get to the bottom of what happened here, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are going to continue to do what is our job. We are His Majesty's loyal opposition, and our job is to hold the government to account. And that means not just saying, oh, there's nothing to see here. That means asking for the documents, doing the hard work to get to the bottom of it, going to committees. I understand that part of once the documents are produced, that the PROC committee is supposed to look at them. And I have a little bit of skepticism there, Madam Speaker, because every other scandal that's gone to any committee, the NDP partners of the Liberals worked together, and they're still doing it, even though the leader of the NDP made a big deal of ripping up the agreement and saying, oh, the Liberals are too weak and they can't be trusted and we're not going to work with them anymore. They're still supporting them today, Madam Speaker, at committees. And so what they do is they shut down the committee. They filibuster so they don't have to produce the documents. And that's exactly what would happen if this thing went to committee, Madam Speaker. And that is why we have to hold on and wait until they deliver the documents. And why won't they deliver these documents? The Auditor General has seen them. She wasn't auditing criminality, but she's seen them. So the documents exist. They need to be produced. And what are they hiding? Are people going to go to jail? That's what it's starting to look like, Madam Speaker, and we won't know until we see those documents. And so they need to produce them, and the sooner the better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire...
It is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
Carbon pricing. Questions et comments.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Madam Speaker, we know that the RCMP does not want the documents. It does not want to end up with information. I assume it doesn't want to end up with information that it should have required a warrant to obtain, which would undermine the investigation. We've seen that in court cases where if the proper procedures aren't followed, the whole case falls apart. My question for the honourable member is, why is she and other members of the Conservative Party being so flippant about the risks of undermining a very serious and important investigation?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question because it gives me an opportunity to reiterate. The RCMP get tips all the time, okay? They get tips, they get documents, they get people calling them in, suggesting that there's crime. And they have a due diligence to go investigate that. And if they do find an evidence of that, then if they want to use that as evidence in a court trial, they have to go to the judge and ask for a warrant. But there's a huge number of documents in the Green Slush Fund, Madam Speaker, and the RCMP may not know exactly where to look. And so I think that's why we need to make sure they get all the documents so they don't have to go back and forth and ask again and again. But when they find the criminality, they will go for a warrant and officially request those documents so they can be used in a criminal trial. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, we've been hearing various arguments for over a month now. Arguments to explain why the documents can't be produced. Among those arguments and points made, we've heard that the RCMP is afraid that we are interfering with the judiciary. We are not, in fact, giving them an order to investigate. This is a matter of potentially giving them evidence. There is no search warrant at this point, but if there is possible potential evidence of a crime and we keep it for ourselves and refuse to hand it over, then we become collaborators. One doesn't need a warrant in order to submit necessary evidence. Could my colleague speak to these two legal points and these two arguments generally? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the member is very right. We could submit the documents to the RCMP. There would be no problem with that. If the RCMP were to determine that there may have been a crime, then they could formally request the documents and then use them before the courts. That is clear. I don't understand why the government does not want to hand over the documents. I think the reason is that they're really hiding some problems.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for my colleague's intervention. We're back to where almost similar with the Afghan detainee documents that caused a problem here in this chamber. But with regards to procurement of documents in general, I'm just wondering where the Conservative Party stands on Crown copyright, which would be more public access to documents that the public pays for. It's research, it's information, it's ministers' files, it's a whole bunch of studies, a series of different things that they didn't agree to amend during the Harper tenure. And that's actually one of the things that Canada is outlier with regards to the United States, other Commonwealth nations, because our Crown copyright goes back to the early 1900s. And so I'm wondering where the Conservatives stand on that, because allowing Canadians, the businesses and the general public and academics access to these publicly paid for documents would also end some of the stuff that we have here in the House. And where do the Conservatives stand on Crown copyright now that they are in opposition?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from the NDP for his question. Certainly, I spoke during my speech about how we need to be competitive. And with the digital age and with the involvement of AI, there are a lot of things that we're going to have to look at. And Conservatives believe that we need to make Canada competitive in the world, and we need to be leaders in technology. And I think those things will drive the kind of decisions that he's referring to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for her wonderful speech. It's funny, the government, just yesterday in the public accounts, we heard that the government has referred 3 more cases, 7 in total now, to the RCMP over theft issues and fraud issues over ArriveCan, and yet they seem very hesitant to do so with a similar scandal. But the question I have for my colleague is, in the contribution agreement signed between STDC and Industry Canada is a very specific paragraph that states that any money given out ineligibly is the STDC has an obligation to return the money to Industry Canada and therefore taxpayers. And yet STDC has not, and Industry Canada has not forced the issue. What if my colleague could perhaps expand on why she thinks the government is refusing to claw back ineligibly received taxpayers' dollars?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague who is so excellent in the work that he does, detail-oriented, getting to the heart of the matter. And in this example, there's $58 million that the Auditor General said went to companies that were not eligible. They did not reduce emissions. It was not green tech. They were absolutely not eligible. And per my colleague's comments, that money should be returned and the government should going after it. But they never get the money back, Madam Speaker. They waste Canadians' money, and their friends get rich, and taxpayers never get their money back. We need a carbon tax election.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The member is trying to sidestep the real issue of the motion. The motion is very simple. What the Conservative Party is asking is that the Ottawa, the Parliament, the House of Commons, provide unredacted documents directly to the RCMP. The RCMP have said the game the Conservatives are playing is not right. The Auditor General of Canada has said that what the Conservative Party is doing is not right. We have other professionals that are saying the same thing. You can't just give the papers over. There's quotes where there's potential threats to charter issues. Yet the Conservatives close their eyes, believing it's okay to demand it and ultimately mislead Canadians. The government is not going to go against the RCMP, the Auditor General, because the Conservatives believe something that's not true. Why should the government of the day believe the Conservative Party ahead of the RCMP and the Auditor General? Do they not respect what those independent institutions are saying?
L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
The honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
And what I would say is that the role of the RCMP is to enforce the rule of law equally for all. And so it's interesting to me how often The RCMP does not investigate things that are suggested to be criminal happening in this government, like what happened with the Prime Minister in the We Charity scandal, like when Brenda Leckie kept information from the public on the Nova Scotia massacre because of an announcement that was coming on gun legislation from this government. So there's not enough separation between this Liberal government and the RCMP, and that's a concern. The RCMP needs to investigate all of the accused criminality. The whistleblower said there was criminality, and certainly I've outlined how they can look at that evidence the way they would if the whistleblowers just called up the RCMP and told them where to go look. That would be a great thing too. But in lieu of that, this is what we as parliamentarians can do to make sure that the information gets there so that they can investigate. Perhaps they will find nothing. The RCMP can choose to do whatever they want to do. But if they do want to use it in a criminal prosecution, they will have to follow the law and get a warrant, but they'll know where to look. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the element for Red Deer Lacombe.
Red Deer Mountain View.
Oh, sorry, Red Deer Mountain View, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank my colleagues for their remarks and contributions to this debate. The very fact that we can debate here in this House on this matter, it is so important for Canadians, is something that our veterans fought for. The right for civil debate is something that we must always cherish and hold with reverence equivalent to the sacrifice required to attain it. And as we all wear our poppies this November, I want to say thank you to the men and women who have served our military and continue to serve our country in such a capacity. Madam Speaker, the last time that I was here in this House speaking to this issue, I was able to draw on much of my teaching experience to highlight just how important this motion is. This motion that we, of course, all know by now is concerning this government's refusal to provide all files, documents, briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence engaged among government officials regarding SDTC or this NDP Liberal government's Green Slush Fund. And while I don't want to belabor the point of discussing how this government could learn lessons from high school students in finally coming clean to Canadians on yet another scandal, today I want to frankly try to appeal to this government's better angels by asking them to make a decision. Today I'm asking this government on behalf of the many parents and young bright students of the future that I represent to set a good example and once again come clean to Canadians on this scandal. As the Prime Minister may remember, children look up to us adults for influence, inspiration, and as role models. And while it sometimes remains to be seen that this is the case, we are all indeed adults in this House. And with the added responsibilities of being parliamentarians, elected representatives of our people, our nation, the bar only gets higher. In search of role models, children look for those who lead by example. And once again, this government has a choice to make. It can come clean with Canadians on this corruption-stricken slush fund and the lack of stewardship over taxpayers' dollars, or continue to allow our House to be frozen and in dysfunction in service of their questionable political goals. They have a choice to place the sake of Canadians over themselves. Now, I'm not ignorant to the reality the political parties of all stripes will attempt to paint their opponents in an unflattering manner. But in this case, among many others, Madam Speaker, putting political interests over Canadians has become an absolute reality in what remains of this NDP Liberal government. And I intend to make this point here in this House today. It's clear to Canadians, now more than ever, that this government has adopted a doctrine of do as I say, not as I do. In 2015, the Liberal Party put out this message in campaigning efforts. and I quote, "Canadians deserve an open, transparent government that will focus on their real priorities, economic growth that works for everyone. Only Liberals have a plan for real change that will restore trust in our democracy and ensure an open and transparent government." To end that quote. After 9 years of this government, trust in our democracy and the transparency of government has never been lower. Recent numbers show that at least 6 in 10 Canadians are not satisfied with the accountability and transparency of the Canadian government's spending practices. And while polls are not gospel, I must ask those opposite, is this not the slightest bit concerning? This theme extends beyond just the realm of this green slush fund. While NDP Liberals pull out all of the stops to virtual signal on how great their climate plan has been and how great it has been for Canadians, they have failed to hit a single emissions reduction target. And according to the Auditor General, they are unlikely to hit their 2030 targets either. There is something to be said about sticking to what you say you will do. It's a matter of integrity and, frankly, pride. And I'm routinely surprised by the lack of shame demonstrated by this government's many shortfalls. And of course, this all comes as the ever-present carbon tax continues to hurt Canadians at the pumps and at the grocery stores. As I described earlier, do as I say, not as I do. It creates a clear double standard that this government can do no wrong, while they continue to attack industries in my home province of Alberta for easy political points with their ever-diminishing voter base. The government's recent announced emissions cap for the oil and gas sector is a blatant attempt to strangle an industry that is, frankly, critical to Canada's economic prosperity and growth. And the irony is that while they continue to fail to hit their own emission targets, they expect provinces and industries within said provinces to now follow a new arbitrary production cap. So how is that not a double standard? Recent data from Stats Canada shows that energy-rich Alberta contributes 38.2% to the overall natural resources GDP in 2022. And let it be known from coast to coast that Albertans take incredible pride in how we do energy. We excel in planning and executing reclamation processes to return the land we use back to how it looked and how it was used before development upon the land took place. The notion that Albertans are anti-environment is simply untrue and reeks of anti-Alberta prejudice. The ability to harness Canada's natural resources is truly a Canadian superpower, and by extension, it makes Alberta an all-star. The energy sector is a massive contributor to employment in central Alberta, and applying a de facto emissions cap would be devastating to those employed in my riding. Now, I'm a fourth-generation farmer. I work hard to represent fellow farmers here in the House, and on top of that, the people of Red Deer Mountain View have placed their trust in me as their elected representative to advocate for their voice at Ottawa. And I not only cherish this trust, but will fight for their interests as long as I have the honour of representing them in the House of Commons. On that note, I want to shift my focus back to this government. And I wanted to turn attention specifically to the honourable member opposite, who sits as Canada's Minister of Environment. I do this because this individual announced this de facto production cap on our oil and gas sector, and while he has stated reasons of his own, I wish to highlight an alternative explanation for not only this cap, but this government's reluctance to disclose documents that would expose the corruption that has taken place. If one were to open up the books and look at the Environment Minister's working history, they will see that he was a strategic advisor for more than 10 years at a Canadian fund dedicated to the development of clean technologies. Now, gee, you might say, that sounds awfully familiar, given the matter that has had this House seized for about a month now. What was the SDTC? Right. It was also a Canadian fund dedicated to the development of clean technologies, except this was run by the federal government of Canada. And while that is the case, it goes even deeper than that. For those that are unfamiliar with the matter, one of the directors of this very fund found their way on the board of SDTC. And on top of that, this green slush fund has had a history of giving money to companies in the portfolio of the fund that our industry minister or our environment minister used to work at. The saying often goes that people in government should always strive to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest as a means to ensure that faith and trust in our institutions remain strong. It's bizarre, then, that any person armed with a handy little tool called Google is able to find out that there are so many layers to the corruption we are attempting to uncover. As members of Parliament, we represent our constituents, but not only them, we represent ourselves. That's true. That is a fact of human nature. And as I outlined before, I have no qualms about telling people where I come from, the honest work that I do in our beautiful farm in Red Deer County, and the interest I represent on behalf of those in my riding. But it seems that this forthcomingness is not a characteristic that is shared by some of those who sit opposite of myself and my colleagues. And that is, of course, what we are discussing here today. And it leaves so many questions unanswered. What other interests does this government hold that they continue to conveniently cover up for their own political gain? Once again, do as I say, not as I do. This narrative has become tiring for everyone in Canada. That much is absolutely clear. Whether it is Conservatives who have been steadfast in our efforts to prosecute this government for its many shortcomings and dishonesties, to Canadians, or whether it is Canadians themselves who are fed up and have had enough with this NDP Liberal government. Something needs to change. When scholars look back at this tumultuous period within the Liberal caucus and the many uncertainties that have come with it, I worry that their takeaways will be less than charitable. Whatever happened to setting a good example for our children, for teaching them the importance of accountability for one's actions? Whatever happened to showing your homework when presenting proposals to chief executives? And as a reminder, here in this House, the chief executives over all of us are the Canadian taxpayer who sent us here. Our responsibility is to them, to the people who pay for us to sit here in this House, while some twiddle their thumbs pretending that there isn't a massive cover-up taking place here. There will be a carbon tax election around the corner. But for now, this government is still hanging on, despite the fact that so many Canadians across the political spectrum are telling this Prime Minister that he's not worth the cost, the crime, and the corruption. But now I'll move away from indicting this government's actions because I did want to say that I wish to appeal to the better angels here today. As many of my peers in the teaching profession and in the scholarly realm will often say, history is the best teacher. And when we look back on history, there is an abundance of literature and cases that show that the truth always comes out in the end. The truth prevails, no matter how powerful the efforts are to suppress it. And the reality is that we even see this in recent history, even as recent as the past couple decades. So the truth, whether this government likes it or not, is going to come out sooner or later. And just like always, if you have nothing to hide, why bother? But on the flip side, if you do have something to hide, you'd be better off coming clean sooner rather than getting burned twofold when the truth comes to light without your hand in it. History is the best teacher. And as with all governments, this government will sometime in the near future become just that, history. And when it does, as with all governments that come and go, it will be subject to the 2020 vision that is hindsight and held to the level of scrutiny that 2020 vision can grant. This, Madam Speaker, is what we call legacy. Legacy is what you leave for the history books and the impact you leave on people once you've left them. And so I ask, what legacy does this Prime Minister want to be known for? And to his colleagues, what legacy do they wish for their government? Does this government wish for its legacy to be that it is better to hide your mistakes and wrongdoings if it should suit your purposes? Now, as parliamentarians, we are not the masters but the servants. As I said before, our masters are the Canadian people, and our purposes should fall second to the needs of the Canadian people. The Canadian people need a transparent government and an accountable government. Wasn't that the promise that the Liberals gave those that voted for them in 2015? Is this going to be yet another broken promise by this government? Now, more than ever, with trust-ins at an all-time low, we can't afford this sort of tomfoolery. We need to ensure that Canadians can trust us to get things done and that our federal government does not fall into obscurity in the eyes of the Canadian public. It's not too late to right the ship in this instance and come clean to the people of Canada. And today, I hope that this message resonates with my colleagues across the floor. Another question that I have for this government regarding a potential legacy is this. Does this government wish to leave behind lessons that taking a sacred duty to your country as an elective representative is something that can be shrugged at and abused? A recurring theme in this government has been that of conflict of interest, time and time again. Parliamentarians are entrusted with the sacred duty to represent the voices of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. These voices should always supersede those of powerful corporations and investment funds. And common sense Conservatives have been strongly against the presence of corporate lobbyists in our political process. And we will always advocate that the best way for Canadians to influence their parliamentarians is to speak to them directly. The tables have turned. It's the people's time to be heard. One last question. Does this government wish to teach future generations that it's okay to freeze the nation's legislature for more than a month, to shrink from accountability over hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars? Well, these are the questions that I hope that every member opposite of me is able to ask themselves in private as they look in the mirror after work today. After all, we are at work, and taxpayers have sent us here to advocate for their best interests. How withholding these documents serves Canadian taxpayers is beyond me, and I, alongside the people I represent in Red Deer Mountain View, would appreciate a more genuine response than a simple non-answer. It's time for us, as adults in the room, to take stock of where we are at as a democracy and to ensure that we are moving forward in a way that best reflects the views and values of the people of Canada. This is a chance for us to show Canadians that we can still get things done in this country for the good of all citizens. It was not always like this in Canada, and it will not be like this forever. The winds of change are setting upon Canada, ready to transform our country once more, as all democracies observe. We are in a transformative time where many things are uncertain, and while there still remains much that we are unsure of, such as what the future holds, one thing remains clear: Canadians deserve better.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me put a challenge to the member across the way when he asks members of the Liberal caucus to look in a mirror. Let me ask him to take a look at the Hill Times October 31st story, written by Stephen Chaplin, who is a former senior legal counsel in the House of the House Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel. And I'd like to quote, and it's a reflection in terms of the behavior that's taking place. It is time for the House to admit its overreach before the matter inevitably finds its way to the courts, which do have the ability to determine and limit the House's powers, often beyond what the House may like. Let there be no doubt, this is actually a power play by the leader of the Conservative Party, who I would ultimately argue could be held in contempt in terms of the methods and what he is actually doing inside the chamber. Maybe not him directly, but his caucus. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, what is being asked is to provide unredacted support letters directly to the RCMP, in which the RCMP, the Auditor General of Canada, and others have said this is not appropriate. Who is right?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe, Mountain View, sorry.
Red Deer Mountain View. Well, it's a very interesting comment coming from the member opposite. And the question, Madam Speaker, goes to the Speaker's chair, because this came from the Speaker. Now, we do know what happened the last time that the Liberals chose not to give information to the Speaker. They took him to court. So I guess the question is, to whom one would suggest that the games are being played? We know what happened before when the government did not want to produce papers. They can twist it around, and I am sure that there are many people that have different views, but the point is, it is the Speaker that asked for this, and that is what we wish to ensure is going to happen.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I have a simple question. Who does my colleague think benefits from the current situation? A parliament where nothing is being done and everything is stuck. Who's actually taking advantage of the situation?
L'honorable député de Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, I want to thank the member from the bloc for that particular question. As we mentioned before, when you're dealing with conflict of interest, there comes a time when you have to make a stand. And that is what I see has taken place. The Speaker took a stand and said, this is what has to happen. So that is an important aspect of where we are at this moment. The Liberals, it's difficult to keep track of the various scandals that are taking place. Back over the list, and as someone earlier today had mentioned, that would take up pretty well the main part of a speech. But it's the ones that are in the hopper at this particular point in time. And there are more, it seems, each and every day.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, what I'm hearing from is Canadians across the country who are just bewildered and wanting us to continue the important work that they elected us to represent them in doing. There's so many things that Canadians are needing us to be talking about. Instead, we're hearing on repeat the same things over and over again. I would love to be able to see this to get to committee and for us to dig into this and get to finding some solutions. Madam Speaker, my question is that we're hearing the Conservatives say over and over again about Liberal insiders, and I find that interesting because we know that SDTC's Annette Verschuren, and I've said this before, has donated tens of thousands of dollars to both the Conservatives and Liberals. We also know that she was an advisor to Mulroney while he was in power. And so my question is, should the Conservatives not be talking about the Liberal Conservative insiders instead of just the Liberal insiders? Thank you.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much. And I think the last time I spoke, there was a similar question. And of course, it's easy to say tens of thousands. It's not that amount as far as the Conservatives were concerned. And of course, as we know, Navdeep Bains worked his way around the proper procedures for determining who would be the chairperson of SDTC. So it's a lot deeper than that. And you know, I know that as far as some of the donations that she had made was for people that were friends of hers, not friends of the government. So, but at any rate, I look at the actions of the Liberals in this case, and I know that as a member of the NDP, that would be nice if their leadership could be putting pressure on the Liberals. We hear the situation where it would be easy once it gets to committee, but I think many of us have spent our time in committee and understand that.
That's the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the member from Red Deer Mountain View. I think Canadians are astonished here. We had a new board chair of SDTC, and the questions I think that the public want to know deals with governance. The honourable member has a successful farm. He was successful in education, and with education, of course, comes governance. But we've seen a lack of responsibility and a lack of accountability with 186 conflicts of interest with this new board from 27. That is the issue. Actually, SDTC was a pretty good company up until about late 2016 to 2017. To the minister, what does he think about the governance issues or the lack of?
I don't know that he's a minister at this point, but I will ask him. I will ask the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View to respond.
Well, it's certainly something to aspire to. But what I will say is when you look at $58 million that went to companies that were not eligible, this money must come back. There's always that question about, well, some of the others, maybe it's a little bit, but maybe it came from one of the, a board member and so on. So that's the part where the conflict of interest comes from. But still, there's the other side of it that said, this doesn't have nothing to do with it. And it's very similar, and we've heard earlier today when the discussion was about the minister from Alberta and the issues that his company had with claiming that they were an Indigenous company. And there was great pains taken to say you did, but this person did not get any money. Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean that they didn't apply.
Brief question. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the honourable member, the RCMP has said that they really don't need or want the documents in question. The Speaker has strongly suggested that the proper course is to go to committee and not to hand parliamentary documents over to a third party. So to the honourable member who must be getting very tired of the storyline, what's wrong with just following the advice of the RCMP and the Speaker?
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View. 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, as the member from the Liberal Party had mentioned, they are concerned. They believe that it would be nice to move on. Certainly, if it gets into the hands of an outside group, it could be years before we get to the bottom of what is taking place. So when we ask for documents here, it's an opportunity for the truth to come out as soon as possible. And that certainly is something that I believe is important, and I believe that is something that Canadians are asking for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, at a time Canadians are struggling to put food on their tables, when the dream of home ownership in Canada is just that, a dream for many young Canadians, and when our country is plagued by so many other serious challenges brought upon us by the failed policies of this incompetent and reckless NDP Liberal government, here we are again this afternoon continuing debate on this government's failure to live up to its responsibilities and your order, Speaker, to produce important documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Green Slush Fund scandal. In fact, this is my second time speaking on this important issue. But today, I'm here debating the amendment that would replace the reporting date of Friday, November 22nd, with the following, the 30th sitting day following the adoption of the order. Speaker, this change makes sense given the uncertainty around when debate on this important issue will finish. No one knows for sure that when that will be, but Conservatives are doing our part holding this government to account until they hand over the ordered and unredacted SDTC documents to the RCMP. While Friday, November 22nd sounds far away, it is in fact just around the corner when you consider Remembrance Day is on Monday, and next week all members of Parliament will be in their constituencies catching up with their constituents, local stakeholders, and their families. By the time we return to this place, it will be November 18th, and the 22nd is that Friday. When November 22nd was first proposed in the motion, no one could have imagined we would be continuing to debate this issue in the House of Commons. Back then, it sounded like a reasonable and realistic date to set as a deadline. However, this Liberal government has dug in their heels, and they're refusing to budge. That's how Canadians watching from home know they're hiding something. And that something must be very concerning. That's why we're here today, Speaker, to hold this corrupt government to account. Speaker, it dismays me greatly that since the first time I debated this subject a few weeks ago, the Liberals have still not done what's right and hand over the ordered and unredacted SDTC documents to the RCMP. Consequently, the House of Commons remains seized by this issue and paralyzed to move on from it. Speaker, for those watching at home, SDTC was established by the Government of Canada in 2001. As a federally funded foundation, it was responsible for the approval and disbursement of over $100 million annually in taxpayer funds to help Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technologies. For many years, SDTC operated responsibly and earned a generally good reputation for its work. However, that all changed in 2019 when former Liberal Industry Minister Navdeep Bains appointed Annette Verschuren as chair of SDTC. The issue at hand was a matter of conflict of interest. Verschuren was an entrepreneur who was already receiving SDTC funding through one of her companies, and now she was appointed by this NDP Liberal government to hold responsibilities overseeing those very same SDTC funds, the same funds her company was receiving. That fact alone should have sounded alarm bells and red flashing lights to alert everyone in the government about the obvious conflict of interest at hand. In fact, it was no secret. The minister, the Prime Minister's office, and the Privy Council office all knew, and they were warned of the risks associated with appointing a conflicted chair. Yet those warnings fell on deaf ears, and the indifference as Verschuren was appointed by the Liberal minister anyways. How can you tell a government has lost its moral compass when it makes poor decisions like this one without concern for doing the right things and without fear of consequence? Only 2 years later, Minister Baines announced in January 2021 that he had decided to step away from politics and not run again in the upcoming federal election. That same year, SDTC entered into a 5-year, $1 billion agreement with the Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Fast forward to the fall of 2024, and it's clear that the Liberals are trying desperately to run away and wash their hands of this mess, one in which they laid the foundation for through their own actions, and especially after the Auditor General released a scathing report about SDTC in June of 2024. The AG found massive issues at SDTC, which resulted in the current Minister of Industry, the Honourable Member for St. Maurice Champlain, abolishing the SDTC and immediately transferring its funds over to the National Research Council of Canada instead. These are truly astonishing developments in just 3 years for something this Liberal government doesn't want to talk about anymore. So what did the AG find that was so bad to cause all this carnage? In June 2024, the AG found that SDTC demonstrated significant, and this is a quote, significant lapses in governance and stewardship of public funds, end quote. Nearly 20% of the SDTC projects examined by the AG were in fact ineligible, based on the government's own rules for funding, with a total price tag of $59 million. There were also 90 instances where the SDTC ignored conflict of interest provisions while awarding $76 million to various projects. AG found 63 cases where SDTC agency directors voted in favor of payments to companies in which they declared interests. Further, there were serious matters of governance, including the fact that the board didn't even have the minimum number of members required by law. The report concluded that not managing conflicts of interest, whether real, perceived, or potential, increases the risk that an individual's duty to act in the best interests of the foundation is affected, particularly when making decisions to award funding. It also blamed the government's Minister of Industry, whose ministry did not sufficiently monitor the contribution agreements with SDTC. But believe it or not, it gets far worse, far, far worse. Since June, the Auditor General found that directors had awarded funding to projects that were ineligible and where conflicts of interest existed. The Auditor General found that over $300 million in taxpayer money was paid out in over 180 cases where there was a potential conflict of interest, with Liberal-appointed directors funneling money to companies they own. Time after time, this Liberal government and its Prime Minister has shown total contempt for Canada's ethics laws. In fact, the Prime Minister himself has been the subject of 3 ethics investigations and was found guilty of breaking ethics laws twice. The Liberal government allows the culture of law-breaking to persist, as 6 Liberals have been found guilty of breaking ethics laws. They've gone through these ethical scandals before. That's why they're withholding these documents, breaching parliamentary privilege, and trying desperately to sweep this mess under the rug and move on to the next thing. But common sense Conservatives are not going to let them get away with it, Speaker. We are holding this corrupt NDP Liberal government to account. They will be held for their carelessness, recklessness, and corruption. That's why on June 10th, 2024, the House of Commons adopted the following motion proposed by Common Sense Conservatives on this matter. The motion read that the House order the Government, Sustainable Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada each to deposit with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council within 30 days of the adoption of this order the following documents, created or dated since January 1st, 2017, which are in its or her possession, custody, and control. The motion then details what documents were to be supplied and then directed that the law clerk and parliamentary counsel shall provide forthwith any documents received by him pursuant to this order to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This common sense conservative motion passed with the support of the New Democrats, Green Party, and Bloc Québécois. Only the Liberals opposed it. To be clear, nothing in the motion orders the RCMP to conduct an investigation. The House is simply asking that the documents be turned over to the RCMP. 30 days came and went, and instead of complying with the adopted motion, federal departments outright refused the House order or provided heavily redacted documents citing provisions in the Privacy Act or the Access to Information Act. Speaker, this is not a good look. Further, nothing in the House order contemplated redactions to documents being made by this government. That's because the House of Commons enjoys the absolute and unfettered power to order the production of documents that is not limited by statute. These powers are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. In response to the NDP Liberal government's failure to produce these documents, the Conservative House leader raised a point of privilege, rightfully arguing that the House privilege had been breached due to the failure to comply with the House order. On September 26, Speaker, you issued a ruling on the point of privilege raised and found that the privileges of this House had in fact been breached. Now, nearly a month later, we continue our important debate on this matter today and continue our demands for this Liberal government to provide the RCMP with the unredacted STC documents. Speaker, you have ruled this government has violated a House order to turn over evidence to the RCMP into their latest $400 million green slush fund scandal. The NDP Liberal government's refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all other work to address issues such as the cruel and crippling carbon tax, the cost of living crisis Canadians face for food and shelter, and the increasing crime, disorder, and chaos in our streets and in our communities and cities. This is happening at a cost of food, fuel, and shelter are all up, and millions of Canadians are having to line up outside of food banks just to survive. Sadly, as Canadians continue to struggle, life for well-connected Liberals and insiders has never been so good. One of the drivers of this hardship is the cruel NDP Liberal carbon tax. In fact, this carbon tax will cost the average Ontarian $903 this year. This is completely unacceptable to the constituents in my communities of Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake, and Fort Erie, who work hard for their money, who save carefully for their futures, and who dream of a better tomorrow. Instead of doing anything about climate change, the NDP Liberal carbon tax is impoverishing Canadians. Recently, the PBO confirmed that Canadians will suffer a net cost paying more in the carbon tax than they will ever get back in rebates. Unfortunately, the NDP Liberal government doesn't care. Instead of giving Canadians the tax relief they deserve, they hiked it 23% last spring as part of their plan to quadruple the carbon tax by 2030. Turns out the carbon tax is not a tool to fight climate change like the Prime Minister argues, it's just another tax grab. Canadians can add it to the long and growing list of Liberal NDP taxes that they already pay, including the income tax, sales tax, excise tax, underused housing tax, property tax, capital gains tax, and more. After listing all those taxes, it's easy to see why Canadians are getting poorer. It's because this government is taking more of their hard-earned money away. The SDTC scandal is also happening at a time when costs are up on food. In fact, food will cost families $700 more this year than it did in 2023. That's because when you tax the farmer who grows the food, and the trucker who ships the food, and the store who stores and sells the food, you end up taxing the family who buys the food. As Sylvain Charlebois, Canada's food professor, who serves as director of Dalhousie University's Agri-Food Analytics Lab, has said, the costly NDP Liberal carbon tax likely adds a significant cost burden to the Canadian food industry. When it comes to food, Canadians are going hungry. That's evident by the massive surge in demand and need for food banks. Food bank usage has increased every year this NDP Liberal government has been in office because its inflationary spending and punishing carbon tax have hiked up the price of groceries, causing Canadians to skip meals, eat less healthy food, and rely on food banks to survive. This was confirmed recently by Feed Ontario, who revealed that a record 1 million people visited a food bank in Ontario in 2024. This is a dramatic increase of 25% from the previous year. In fact, Feed Ontario CEO told media that, I quote, "I never thought I would see this day." Feed Ontario CEO went on to say, "I've been with the organization 15 years, and I've never thought I'd see this level of demand. I cannot believe we reached a point where numbers are so drastically high." Across Canada, food banks reported earlier this year that they had seen a 50% increase in visits since 2021, with food banks handling a record 2 million visits in a single month in 2023. Of the people visiting food banks in Ontario, 1 in 3 visitors are children. 1 in 6 adults visiting food banks are unemployed. This NDP Liberal government cost of living crisis has become so severe that even working Canadians are having to depend on food banks to get by. These numbers also reflect what is happening across Niagara. Try to wrap that the Canadian dream of home ownership is dying. 2/3 of young people believe they will never be able to afford a home. Canadians see this housing crisis most tragically in our streets, where there are now 1,800 homeless encampments across Ontario and thousands more across the country. Time after time, the NDP Liberal government has promised to fix the housing crisis. But the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation has been clear that the number of new homes being built isn't enough to reduce the existing supply gap and improve affordability for Canadians. Crime is also getting worse under the watch of this NDP Liberal government. And perhaps, again, this is why they refuse to hand over these documents, so we cannot debate these issues, which are so important to all constituents. Since 2015, when the Liberals formed government, the number of auto thefts have skyrocketed by 45%. Violent crime has increased 50%. Human trafficking is up 73%. Hate crimes have increased by 251%. And just recently, the Toronto Police Association had to come out publicly and fact-check the Prime Minister. The reality is the Liberal soft-on-crime approach is making life easier for violent criminals by repealing mandatory minimum sentences for gun crimes with Bill C-5 and making it easier to get bail with Bill C-75 and failing to stop the flow of illegal guns across the U.S. border. These issues I noted are all pressing issues parliamentarians should be debating, but the House of Commons is seized because this government is refusing to comply with the House order to hand over SDTC documents to the RCMP. Speaker, Canadians are suffering great hardship after 9 years of this NDP Liberal coalition. The country is headed in the wrong direction, and we are all worse off than we were 10 years ago. Speaker, you have ruled this government has violated a House order to turn over evidence to the RCMP into their latest Liberal $400 million green slush fund scandal. The Liberal government's refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all other debate. It's time for the Liberals to end their corrupt cover-up and provide the order documents to the police so Parliament can get back to work and Canadians can have the accountability they so rightly deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Madam Speaker,
And you know, the member mentioned that it's Veterans Week. I'm proudly the member that represents CFB Gagetown, and also home to one of the largest veteran populations across the country. And so I'm certainly internally grateful for those that serve and who have protected our freedoms and democracy in this place. You know, Madam Speaker, I know the member respects veterans and those that have served. I wonder if he also respects the men and women who protect us here at home, namely the RCMP. And the RCMP Commissioner has said that there is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. So is the assertion that the Commissioner doesn't know what they're talking about? Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and also with Veterans Week coming up, thank all those who have served and those that paid the ultimate sacrifice, lest we forget. The issues that we should be talking about, instead of the government complying with this order and providing the documents, we should be talking about issues, homelessness, individuals going to the food bank. It's sad to see that the number of veterans going to food banks has increased. And that is a shame. But why is it that this government, they can simply end this tomorrow? We can get back to the main factors that we should be debating, the important issues that we should be debating. And yet this government refuses to comply with your orders, Speaker, and that's a shame.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Questions and comments? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There are some sayings that I like. A few heads are better than just one, or rather, opposing something just for the sake of opposing something doesn't do any good, especially when we manage public money. Now, I will never be in government, but if I was in government, I would want to know what was going wrong, and I would collaborate in order to improve the responsible, accountable, and dignified thing to do, the right thing to do. We represent our constituents, those who voted for us and also those who did not, and we must respect them in a dignified, respectable manner. I fail to understand why the government is not handing over the documents, because doing so would allow them, not just as a government, but as a fund manager, to ensure that their money is being used properly. How does my colleague feel about the importance of cross-party, transparent collaboration and teamwork for the common good of Canadians?
Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And it is important. I mean, when she talks about transparency and government listening to the advice, I mean, first of all, this all could have been avoided. When we go back to the appointment of the chair of the foundation, what we had was the Prime Minister's office, the Privy Council office, even individuals from the foundation had indicated that the chair of the board of the foundation was in a conflict of interest, and yet the government proceeded, which allowed this $400 million fiasco to occur. How about the government take responsibility? They can't walk away from their responsibility. They caused this issue. Can you imagine what $400 million could be had with in our communities? We're building a brand new hospital in my community. That's $400 million right there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, I also want to do a quick acknowledgement, of course, with Remembrance Day coming up on November 11th, of the local veterans and frontline workers who have done so much for our country. In particular, I want to acknowledge as well the legions in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, Branch 256, Branch 257, and Branch 10 for all the work that they do for our communities. Madam Speaker, my question is coming from a genuine place. Now, we all heard the ruling from the Speaker, and I genuinely want to understand, because the fact that I want to get back to talking about the important things that Canadians want us to be talking about, like the cost of living, like housing, like the toxic substance crisis. I could go on. Madam Speaker, can the member clarify the ruling from the Speaker? My understanding is that he asked for it to go to committee for us to get to the bottom of it. Can he clarify if he also has read that same ruling and if perhaps there's another interpretation of what was said? Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. In my speech, I had read what the motion indicated. It said the House order the government, Sustainable Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada each to deposit with the law clerk and Parliamentary Council within 30 days of the adoption of this order the following documents created or dated since January 1st, 27, which are in it in possession, custody, or control. And then the motion then detailed that it go to the law clerk and Parliamentary Council shall provide forthwith any documents received by them pursuant to this order to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if it would be possible to have the table provide the member a copy of the Speaker's motion that we're supposed to be...
Order.
It's not a point of order, and I mentioned it in
That's okay. I already indicated to the member it's not a point of order. The Honourable Member will have an opportunity for more questions and comments if he wishes to answer. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would highly recommend that the member actually read the amendment. Both the question from my Liberal colleague and the New Democrats were very genuine, and it was interesting how he sidestepped the questions completely, Madam Speaker. Surely to goodness he recognizes, he's a pretty smart guy, Madam Speaker, surely to goodness he recognizes that the leader of the Conservative Party is actually playing a multi-million-dollar political game that's purely self-serving to the leader's interest and the interest of the Conservative Party. And that's why, Madam Speaker, that Conservatives cannot answer legitimate questions, because they know they're wrong. They try to say that it's the government, but shame on them, Madam Speaker, because the fault lies within the Conservative Party. Why not just allow the issue to go to committee? That's what the motion is suggesting, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives, on the other hand, want to play their multi-million-dollar silly game in which the RCMP, the Auditor General, the Speaker's direct ruling on the matter says that that's what should be taking place. Let's have this debate, but let's do it in the Procedures and House Affairs Committee.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the colleague for his question. Speaker, you ruled that the privileges of this House had been breached by the government's failure to produce those documents. This could end tomorrow. All this government has to do is produce those documents. We're not asking for the RCMP to make rulings. It's all we're asking is those documents be provided to the RCMP. It's then up to them to determine what to do with anything going forward. Madam Speaker, we should be talking about other issues. What is it that $400 million could be used for? We've got 1 in 7 residents in my community of Niagara Falls are visiting a food bank. What could that $400 million do to assist members of my community? That's what we should be talking about. But their refusal to comply with your order, Speaker, is what we should not be talking about. They should be listening to your order, and we should be moving on to the issues that impact our community.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's obvious with this debate because we brought this forward in June. 5 months later, the government still hasn't brought the documents out. I'll tell you why the government doesn't want to have the unredacted documents. They don't have an agenda over there. They're happy to sit day after day after day talking about this. They have no political agenda. They have simply run out of ideas. And when you run out of ideas, you sit and waste time. We, as the opposition, brought this up, Madam Speaker, as you well know, in June. 5 months later, we're still talking about this. They're happy to go on for another 5 months because they have no political agenda. They are wiped out for ideas in this country.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls, that's just a little over a minute to respond.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments, and he's absolutely right. The government is not willing to proceed on other issues. It has no further agenda items. It is a government that actually has lost its way. And you know what? They refuse, and STTC has has the ability to go get that $400 million. And why haven't they done that? Why haven't they gone back and got that money back for taxpayers of Canada? That could be going to support those people who need it most in our communities. They refuse to do it, and that's a shame for all of us.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 7th day of November 2024 at 5:06 p.m. Yours truly, Ken McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. Bills assented to. Thursday, November 7, 2024, an act to amend the Copyright Act, Diagnosis, Maintenance, and Repair, Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, Interoperability, Bill 294, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care, Bill C-284, an act respecting the recognition of the Haida Nation and the Council of the Haida Nation, Bill S-16. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre.
I have the honour of communicating to the House that a communication has been received, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to note that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, the Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent by written declaration to the following bills on the 7th of November 2024 at 5:06 p.m. Yours most sincerely, the Secretary to the Governor-General, Glenn McKillop. The following bills: an act to amend the Copyright Act, Diagnosis, Maintenance and Repair, C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, Interoperability, Bill C-294, an act to establish a national strategy for eye care, Bill C-284, and an act respecting the recognition of the Haida Nation and the Council of the Haida Nation, Bill S-16.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today just in advance of Remembrance Day. And at this opportunity, I'd like to just mention that I had a grandfather, Jesse Pullen, that served for during the war in England in the First World War. Immigrated to Canada with his family, my mother and her sister and his wife, in 1925. And then because of his devotion to that country initially and to Canada, he actually went back and fought in the Second World War for Canada. So he fought 2 different world wars for 2 different countries. Very proud of him and some of the honor that he installed in me. Madam Speaker, $400 million. Just imagine what that could have done if it had made its way into the hands of hardworking Canadians who work day in and day out to bring home powerful paychecks. I start with that because it is the thought I want everyone to focus on as we continue debate on this motion of privilege. Madam Speaker, it is an honour to rise today as a representative for the good people of the North Okanagan Shuswap. They go to work day in and day out trying to bring home paychecks that will get them a comfortable home, feed their families, and keep the heat on. And with any luck, save up for their retirement. I proudly rise to speak today on the issue of the point of privilege raised by my colleague, the Honourable Andrew Scheer, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel. And for those Canadians who still may be unclear as to why we are still debating this point of privilege, I'll once again give a condensed history of the situation. I'll quote from my honourable colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's for the initial information because he has been diligently digging up the breaches of conflict of interest on this file. I'll quote, "There is a foundation set up in 2001 called Sustainable Development Technology Canada with the purpose of providing taxpayer financial assistance to green technology companies before they become commercialized. Since this government was elected, the foundation has received $1 billion of taxpayer money. The result of probing by parliamentary committees is that we found that in 82% of the funding transactions approved by the Board of Directors during this 5-year sample period that the Auditor General had looked at, 82% of those transactions were conflicted." End quote. So on June 16th of this year, my colleague, the Honourable Member for Regina Capel, rose on a question of privilege, following notice under Standing Order 48, concerning the failure of the government to comply with the order that the House adopted on Monday, June 10th. A majority of the House voted that day, June 16th, to compel the government to produce a series of unredacted records concerning Sustainable Development Technology Canada, now known as the Green Slush Fund, a body engulfed in one of the worst Liberal scandals in recent years. And I say one of the worst because there have been many. On September 26th of this year, 6 weeks ago, the Honourable Speaker presented his ruling on that question of privilege raised by the member for Regina Capel. And I'll quote from the Honourable Speaker's ruling. "The procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties. Moreover, these powers are a settled matter, at least as far as the House is concerned. They have been confirmed and reconfirmed by immediate predecessors as well as those more distantly removed." End quote. The Speaker further went on and stated, quote, "The Chair cannot come to any other conclusion but to find that a prima facie question of privilege has been established." So here we are today, now 6 weeks after that Speaker's ruling, debating the same motion and the amendments to it that the government produce the documents, which is they have thus far refused to provide to this House. All other legislative debate has been halted until the Prime Minister and his government acknowledge the will of the majority of members of this House to turn over the documents. Time and again, member after member around this chamber have stated all that is required. Just produce the documents. So I've provided a condensed history of how we got here to where we are today, and now it is up to the Prime Minister to decide how do we get through today, tomorrow, and however many tomorrows it takes to break this impasse. After all these weeks of defiance, Canadians are asking what is so damaging in these documents that the government would put all other legislative process aside in an attempt to cover up what these documents contain. How bad could it be? Could it be that the $400 million in question would have been better spent if it had reached the hands of those hard-working Canadians I opened with, instead of being used to line the pockets of Liberal insiders? Could it be so bad that the Prime Minister cannot find anyone else to throw under the wheels of the bus except himself or a close friend, so he's choosing to throw our democratic process and the purpose of this chamber under the bus instead? Madam Speaker, imagine what could have been accomplished if the $400 million of this Green Slush Fund scandal had been allocated in a manner that helped Canadians and the communities they call home. Instead of creating yet another scandal, This Liberal NDP government could have literally saved lives. Investing $400 million in addictions treatment could have saved lives in the ongoing opioid crisis that claimed at least 47,162 lives in Canada between June 2016 and March 2014. Under this government, more Canadians have lost their lives to the opioid crisis than were lost in World War II combat. 14,260, or 30% of those lives, were lost in my home province of British Columbia, including lives lost in my constituency of North Okanagan-Shuswap. These dark realities are a very important reason why the government must release the unredacted documents so the Green Slush Fund scandal can be investigated. When I'm connecting with citizens of the North Okanagan-Shuswap and hear them talk about the needs and priorities of their communities, I don't just listen. I carry their voices to Ottawa to advocate on their behalf. I have repeatedly written to the Minister of Finance to convey the need for this government to initiate actions to fight the availability of illicit opioids and non-prescribed availability of controlled opioids. I repeatedly wrote and advocated for federal resources for prevention of opioid addictions and resources to assist those who are attempting to overcome addiction. I never did hear back from the minister or this government, but do you know who did? The characters that doled out $400 million in the Green Slush Fund scandal. This Liberal NDP government seems to have unlimited dollars for their friends, but won't even respond to the pleas from elected representatives of Canadians. $400 million could have saved the lives and prevented so much pain and the grief of parents, families, and loved ones of the many Canadians lost to the opioid crisis. Canada's housing crisis has also played out in the North Okanagan-Shuswap, and this is another burning issue that I have repeatedly conveyed to this government that is more concerned with helping its friends than it is concerned with helping Canadians. For instance, 8 years ago, in 2016, I hosted roundtables in the North Okanagan-Shuswap to discuss the matter of housing with representatives from local governments, First Nations, social services, construction, real estate, and organizations assisting Canadians facing challenges in securing housing. Following these engagements, I wrote the Finance Minister and shared the great opportunities for the government to recognize the existing willingness of private investors and developers to construct new rental stock and mobilize this willingness with reasonable incentives. The minister again in 2018 and stated, quote, "Many of these Canadians are below or near the poverty line exhibit determination to work hard to improve their positions, but the absence of affordable housing is undermining their aspirations and efforts." Again, I received no response. And this government didn't take the actions suggested. Their response was inaction, and they actually made the housing crisis worse by driving up costs, driving up rents, and housing and rental stock scarcity with out-of-touch policies. $400 million. It could have gone a long way in helping unleash construction of new homes for Canadians, but instead, it was allocated to the shady insider dealings of the Green Slush Fund scandal that this government must stop covering up. $400 million could have provided Canadians water security had the monies been allocated for water and wastewater treatment systems that I have repeatedly advocated to this government over the years. In 2017, I wrote the Finance Minister on behalf of the Squalax-Shishkoquetmik or Little Shuswap Band, who had identified to me the need for $300,000 required to extend water service for up to 20 homes. At that time, I also raised the needs of the Splatson First Nation for a sanitary sewage system for homes that were on average 40 years old that lacked access to treatment services. I told the minister how the reserve was subject to regular boil water advisories and needed support from Ottawa to establish a wastewater treatment plant, and the minister never did respond. In the same correspondence, I advocated on behalf of the Okanagan Indian Band, who had also required support to establish water and wastewater treatment systems to meet the government's requirements. Over the years, I've also delivered urgent requests from the government to support wastewater and water and wastewater treatment systems for the Nisconluth Indian Band, Adams Lake Indian Band, City of Salmon Arm, Community of Falkland, communities of Scotch Creek and the North Shuswap, Sorrento, Blind Bay, and the South Shuswap, and the village of Chase. Again, I never received a response saying that this government had resources for these essential projects, but do you know who did receive a response? Again, friends of the Liberal NDP government over the Green Slush Fund. They heard back from this government and they received $400 million. Self-interest and political interest eclipsed the needs of these communities that needed support to protect their community, their health, and protect our waters. This is another reason why we are here today calling on this government to finally release unredacted documents so that the $400 million Green Slush Fund can finally be investigated. Over the years, I've also conveyed to this government many other needs and priorities of the North Okanagan Shuswap that could have been supported with the $400 million that need to be investigated in the Green Slush Fund. In 2016, I sought government support for the $5 million required to connect the communities of Seymour Arm and Shuswap Lake to hydroelectric service. In the same year, I identified the need for federal support for assessments of biofuels and renewable energy in the Sicamous area and biomass heating systems in Enderby. In 2018, I advocated for support of a natural gas line to supply the Adams Lake and Little Shuswap Indigenous communities. All of these projects could have delivered benefits for citizens and communities, but the government didn't respond to my advocacy with support, but they did make sure there were $400 million for that Green Slush Fund. Since 2016, I've been pleading with this government to prioritize the removal of unexploded ordnance, or UXO, from the lands of the Okanagan Indian Band. UXO are a lingering legacy of wartime training ranges on the lands of the Okanagan and blocking economic development and the jobs and prosperity the economic development could bring, but it continues to be stymied because the government has not ensured the UXO are cleared. Just this morning, I received correspondence from the Okanagan Band administration on this very issue that persists because this government has not prioritized resolving this matter. This is yet another example of what good could have been achieved if those $400 million had not been sent to the Green Slush Fund. Canadians have no choice but to pay taxes, and Canadians deserve to know what their tax dollars are being spent on. And Canadians deserve to have tax dollars spent in a manner that results in equitable, meaningful benefits. The Liberal government and their NDP accomplices continue to deny Canadians transparency and value for spending. and my Conservative colleagues and I will continue to fight to expose what happened to the $400 million that clearly should have been allocated for the benefits of Canadians, not the benefits of insiders. Madam Speaker, as I've said before, the parliamentarians, at least on this side of the House, take our roles very seriously. Members of His Majesty's loyal opposition have a job to do, and that is to hold the government of the day accountable. It is part of making sure that the people back home in the North Okanagan Shuswap and across Canada get to bring home the paychecks they work so hard to earn. Madam Speaker, I want to take us back a few years to the 2013 timeframe, a time of political, to the 20-year timeframe when this was stated, and I'll quote, "Political leadership is about raising the bar on openness and transparency. As a member of Parliament, as a leadership candidate, and now leader of my party, I have taken every opportunity to raise the bar when it comes to openness and accountability. As leader of my party, I made raising the bar on transparency and openness my first major policy announcement, so that Canadians can better hold their leaders accountable. For me, transparency isn't a slogan or a tactic, it's a way of doing business. I trust Canadians, I value their opinions, and now that I've heard them, I'm going to act." Madam Speaker, that statement came from our current Prime Minister. I think it's a far cry from what we're seeing happening right now, where transparency is nowhere to be found. He did say that sunlight was the best disinfectant, I believe. Madam Speaker, why would this government continually be involved in conflict of interest and scandals? Well, it's simple. They're Liberals. That is why they continue to do this. They continue to be found in breach of ethics. So they must be held accountable. They must turn over the documents as ordered by this House. Canada will be better off for it. I will close with the same message I opened with. $400 million. Just imagine what could have been done if it had been put into the hands of hardworking Canadians who work every day, day in and day out, trying to bring home powerful paychecks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if I too want to get off topic, I could talk about the leader of the Conservative Party and his association with Stephen Harper as his Parliamentary Secretary and really the point man of the Stephen Harper government. You know, I have a book here that talks about Stephen Harper's serial abuse of power, scandals, corruption. I didn't write this book. This is a book on it, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry.
He's not to use the props in the House, so referring to the book, he can read from the book, but he can't mention the book. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
But, Madam Speaker, there's too many scandals and abuses of power for me to read on it. I can tell the member the real issue here is now you have the leader of the Conservative Party who's actually borderline in contempt of the House of Parliament, I would argue, for actually what he is doing. He is holding the House of Commons hostage and not allowing things to be debated. No surprise, he was a parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister when Stephen Harper was held in contempt of Parliament. The only Prime Minister in the history of Canada and the British Commonwealth to be held in contempt of Parliament, and now he refuses to get the security clearance, Madam Speaker. A litany of just abuse of power. Why should Canadians believe there's any genuinity in regards to this issue with the Conservative Party? They are part of the problem.
The Honourable Member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I truly enjoy debating with this member from, I think it's Winnipeg North, or Winnipeg South. Winnipeg North? Because he is so easy to counter-attack. Why does he continuously distract and deflect? We are here, and we have been here for weeks now, debating one issue. An order by the members, the majority of the members of this House, to produce the documents. One issue. And yet he continuously tries to distract, delay, and deflect to protect his corrupt government, his corrupt Prime Minister. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, Madam Speaker, first of all, we're hearing about We Charity. Then we're hearing about $237 million for two guys who created a business 10 days before getting the contract and who were not able to deliver half of what was asked. And then number three, we heard about non-Indigenous businesses that pretended to be Indigenous businesses to get contracts. If you add all that up, there's probably a lot of other things we don't even know about. Some well-kept secrets and some secrets that will be coming out soon. Is the issue here not that the government is completely incapable of properly managing public funds, but in fact, even worse than that, we see that this government seems to have real issues with governance. The whole thing seems nebulous. It seems overgrown. It seems to me that no matter what the stripe of the government, I just think Ottawa's overgrown. There's just too much to it. Is that not the case?
North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member from the Bloc. It's not very often the Conservatives in the Bloc agree on an issue, but this is one case where we do agree. This government certainly can't manage anything. We've seen what they've done with the finances of the country. Housing costs have doubled. Rent has doubled. Grocery costs have gone through the roof. People cannot afford to live because of the mismanagement of this government, and I agree with the Bloc. We need a change. Thank you.
Before I go to the next question, I'm hearing a phone that's vibrating or something. Again, I would remind members, I did it earlier, but not to have phones on their desks that are vibrating. Maybe take them off of vibrate. And yeah, so I just want to remind members, we need to keep sure that our interpreters' health and safety are first and foremost. Reprise de questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Rosemont-de-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Then at the end, he talked about issues that affect average Canadians, like the housing crisis, the cost of living, the costs of groceries, and yet his party is paralyzing this House at a time when we should be actually doing something about these issues and finding solutions together. I find that puzzling. Yes, this is also an important issue, but ultimately the Conservative Party is causing us to waste millions of dollars of taxpayer money by paralyzing this House, and also it's preventing us from discussing the issues that actually affect directly the lives of Quebecers and Canadians.
The North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Interesting question from the member from the NDP. When it's been the NDP that has been shoring up this corrupt government for the last number of years, their policies that have added to the inflation, added to our government debt to an endless degree that he would say, we are wasting dollars. We are simply holding this government to account for their waste of taxpayer dollars. This could have been over with in a day if the government had heeded by the rules of the majority of this House to produce the documents. So who is really wasting taxpayer dollars? I say it's the NDP Liberal government on that side of the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, I'd just like to congratulate the member for such a powerful speech about his role and duty as a member of Parliament since 2015 and all of the advocacy he's done for his constituents, including the most vulnerable among them. So I wonder if he has more to say about the advocacy he's done for Indigenous people and communities for their essential needs, and what he really does think about, as he just said, the Liberals propped up by the NDP who claim that they're the most important relationship to them are Indigenous people, yet he has clearly explained his own advocacy as a representative of Indigenous people in his own riding, which has clearly fell on deaf ears by the Liberal government with no responses whatsoever. And yet, as he said so rightly over and over, they seem to have hundreds of millions of dollars for all of their cronies and corrupt buddies. And it is certainly more clear than ever that this government is not worth the cost or the corruption.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague from Lakeland, and I know she has been a strong advocate, not just for the energy sector that is so important in the area she comes from, but also on behalf of Indigenous people right across this country. And we've recently heard from Indigenous members how they've been let down by this government. And when I meet with some of the 5 bands in my riding in North Okanagan Shuswap, they tell me how they've been, all they've seen is broken promises, that the money never seems to reach the ground where it's needed. And I've passed that message on to the respective ministers, that it gets caught up in the bureaucracy that this government has created and never reaches the people that really need it. So thank you for the question.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we have the member, and he's not alone. There's a lot of them, well over 100 of them, Madam Speaker, that continue to stand up and intentionally, I would argue, get off of topic in order to try to justify their behavior that I would argue is in contempt or borderline in contempt here on the floor of the House of Commons. They are putting the ambitions of the leader of the Conservative Party's interests and the Conservative Party's interest ahead of Canadians' best interests. And I find that that is shameful. And the question to the member is, when can Canadians expect that the Conservatives are going to do the honourable thing, the right thing, and allow this matter to come to a vote in which they ultimately, it's their motion? When are they going to do that, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Again, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, just a question that makes no sense from a member of the government that has total control over this House. They could have ended this weeks ago, as I just previously stated. It could have been over with in less than a day. It was an order of this House. The majority of members of this House ordered the government to produce the documents. They could have ended it that day, but no, he continues to prop up his corrupt Prime Minister and his cronies and delay the proceedings in this House. It is not the Conservatives that are causing the delay. It is this corrupt Liberal government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First off, I want to acknowledge all the veterans across this great country. As members of Parliament, we will all be heading back to our constituencies here and take part in Remembrance Day ceremonies. You know, I was happy to actually attend the Poppy campaign launch in Saskatoon just a couple of weeks ago. And actually, this Saturday, I'm going to be selling poppies in support of all our veterans and legions in my community. Yes, you know, it was interesting. The Poppy campaign in Saskatoon, Reg Harrison, if you don't know, was in attendance. Reg was a World War II hero, in my estimation. He survived numerous crashes and close calls. He wrote a book, Tales of a Bomber Pilot Who Defied Death, authorized by Deanna Driver. What's amazing is that Reg was signing these books last year at the Nutana Legion in Saskatoon. He's 101 years old. Wow. Reg Crash Harrison. At that time he was 101, now he's 102 years old. He was named an honorary snowbird with the renowned Canadian Forces Aerobatics Display Team, which flies under the same squadron number as the one in which Reg served in England. We were in Moose Jaw just a few years ago and saw Reg Crash Harrison's printed on one of the planes. So a little bit of history as we head into Remembrance Weekend. Just a shout out, by the way, to all the veterans, and a reminder that Monday in Saskatoon, we will host yet again the largest indoor Remembrance Day service in this country. That's right, the largest indoor Remembrance Day service in this country. We have over 8,000 people that attend at SaskTel Centre just to remember our veterans. We must thank and remember our veterans for the freedom that we all enjoy today. So I just wanted to say that up front because my community of Saskatoon is very proud of the veterans. And this weekend we will be selling poppies, and then Monday we are going to celebrate and be involved with the Remembrance Day ceremony in Saskatoon. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure again to rise on behalf of the constituents then of Saskatoon Grasswood. And I once again speak on the corruption of this Liberal government. They have been refusing to obey an order of this House which states that they have to simply hand over the documents regarding another scandal of theirs, not anyone else, but of theirs, the Liberal Party. Madam Speaker, another scandal has come out of this government, and I'm sure now that Canadians are kind of getting used to these scandals, unfortunately, since this Prime Minister took office back in 2015. This one, though, believe me, is far more significant than the others. We are talking about close to $400 million, $390 million to be exact. The Liberals are going to tremendous lengths, weeks on weeks here in the House. They don't want simply to lay down the unredacted documents that we have requested. In fact, you, Madam Speaker, were part of that ruling earlier. Parliament is ground now to a halt for weeks because of their unwillingness to hand over these documents to the public. It's not us as opposition members. We are trying to make this government accountable. They simply are not accountable, as they have been in the past, and that's why we're here now for 5 or 6 weeks in the House. $400 million of taxpayer money that was mismanaged shows once again how this government treats the hard-earned money of all Canadians in this country. Furthermore, since we are talking about taxpayer dollars, Canadians have a right to know what the government is doing with their money. Although we already know where it's gone, they refuse to admit it. Indeed, we know since the Auditor General has indicated that the money went to Liberal friends who the Cabinet had appointed to the Board of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, better known here as SDTC. We're calling it the Green Slush Fund. Green for a very good reason. Green because the money is going into Liberal friends' pockets. It's interesting as we continue with this debate, and we could be here for months. It's important to note this government was directly in charge of appointing the board members of this fund. This company actually was a pretty good company. It was formed in 2001. It was very good because a lot of startups went to this company, got some help, and proceeded on. But then all of a sudden this government takes over in 2015 and they make changes to the board in 2016 and 2017. What happened is that those Liberal insiders worked their way onto the board, and guess what? They're at the trough for close to $400 million. 186 conflicts of interest, I should say. Those are 186 instances where the taxpayer money could have gone to help families struggling with the cost of living and businesses trying to stay afloat. Instead, no, the money was funneled to companies with ties to senior Liberal officials. Even worse, I think, is $58 million of that money went to companies that should not even been considered by SDTC. You know, Canadians are asking. They want to see all governments accountable. They want to see all governments responsible. Both lacking, obviously, with this Liberal federal government. We saw this would Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, once proud government agency. Many companies have used this, I mentioned that, promoting new technologies. In fact, on their website it says, from seed to success. And it was success from 2001 to 2015. It started. Then the website today said there is 3 funding streams. One-time, non-repayable contribution of $50,000 to $100,000 to validate an idea. Number 2, must be nominated by one of SDTC's 90-plus accelerator partners and must have raised $100,000 to $200,000 from accredited investors. 1, 2, 3. Simple. What has been frustrating is Canadians have noted a pattern with this government. There is simply no respect for the average taxpayer. You know, I sit on Heritage. You want me to start on the CBC bonuses that were handed out by this government earlier in the year? $18 million. $3.3 million going to the CBC executives, averaging, Madam Speaker, over $70,000. $70,000 handed over per executive by this, either the Minister of Heritage or the Privy Council. So they have now said, well, you know, our KPIs, they just have to keep going. KPIs, by the way, are key performance indicators. They have never met them. There's 14. CBC met 3. So what do? You lower the KPIs so we can all get the bonuses. And that's what's happened. You know, trust is down, the ad revenue is down, the viewership is down, yet surprising that the Minister and the Privy Council signed off on this massive bonuses to the executives. Then this Liberal government wonders why Canadians coast to coast to coast are upset. Finance Minister said the budget deficit then wouldn't go over $40 billion. I remember the honourable member standing in the House talking about that. We will not have a deficit over $40 billion. Surprise? The parliamentary budget officer said the other day we're headed to a deficit of nearly $47 billion. That's $7 billion over, nearly 20% over the original $40 billion that the finance minister said she would never go over. So are we surprised with any of this, Madam Speaker? Then this government decides, because they need money, they continue to print money and they continue to give bonuses and spread to their friends. They've decided to go after the capital gains. People who spent decades planning for the retirement, now they're being targeted by this government. You know, in this Prime Minister's Canada, where so many are forced to line up today for food banks, it's a shame. What could we feed this country for $400 million? You know, today the Salvation Army came out. And I've been at the Salvation Army in Saskatoon. They have a wonderful summer program where we feed the kids in parks. They said today 1 in 4 parents in this country are cutting back on their own food consumption to ensure that their children have enough to eat in the past year. 58% of those who access the organization's food banks just in the past year alone, doing so for the very first time. That was startling today by the Salvation Army. It is unbelievable what is going on in this country. And I've talked about before, I come from a province that not only feeds Canada, we feed the world. We're the food basket of the world. And yet today we have more people in my province of Saskatchewan going to the food bank for the first time. I'm very nervous. We've got a holiday season coming up. People are nervous in our communities, everywhere in this country. Where are they going to get the extra cash needed for maybe Christmas, but also for food as we head? So, you know, we're a little concerned about this. The Auditor General was very clear in the report. The fault falls clearly back on the government's industry minister who, in the words of the auditor, did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given out to Liberal insiders. It's interesting, Madam Speaker, to note that some of those 186 conflicts of interest, just to give Canadians an idea of this Liberal corruption. I'm wondering now, we've got next week off, there's going to be a cabinet shuffle. I wonder if the Minister of Industry will be one of those people shuffled out.
I wonder.
Because this is a disaster that Canadians are starting to take notice. I noticed the honourable member from Winnipeg North cites the Hill Times. I keep citing Canada's national newspaper. The Globe and Mail editorial 3 weeks ago said the Conservatives are right to ask for the unredacted papers. That is the Globe and Mail editorial board. That's not the Hill Times. This is the editorial board of Canada's most successful newspaper. Why? Because they say it's Canada's national newspaper. So even the board of the Globe and Mail agrees with the Conservatives and the opposition. We are within our right asking for the unredacted documents. And, you know, you keep the parliamentary secretary keeps talking about the Hill Times, which most Canadians don't read or don't even know what the Hill Times are. But I can tell you Canadians do know what the Globe and Mail stands for, is integrity. And their editorial board, Madam Speaker, suggested this just 3 weeks ago today on Thursday. We're concerned because an idea of the Liberal corruption. There was a board member appointed by the Green Slush Fund way back in just a year after they took office. And they run a venture capital called, as we all have heard from day to day, Cycle Capital. Her company has received a total of $250 million from this Green Slush Fund. Some of that came before she was a member, so that's fine. But $114 million came to the company she had invested in while she was on the board. Here's the concern I have. When you take governance training, and I would think that this company, SDTC, had governance training, you are told as a member of the board you must recuse yourself when you're talking about your company. You must leave the room. We have heard several of these board members just stood in the back and waited for the vote and just nodded their head. What are you going to do? My company is up to receive money. We're watching. We're watching. This is governance 1.8. This is unreal that the Board of Governors would be allowed to stay in the boardroom as you're talking about millions of dollars going to their companies. This is inexcusable at the lowest level of this Liberal government. How can the board members stay in the board when they're talking about giving them millions of dollars to their company when they know firsthand that they should have left the room? They also know firsthand it's not good that your company is getting money from this company, SDTC. But yet it's come about. We've seen all the allegations, almost $400 million. And that's ridiculous. I mean, Canadians coast to coast are paying right now over 50% income tax in a lot of cases, and they're upset. They're upset over many things that our party has brought out over the number of weeks in this House. They're upset with the carbon tax because they have seen now the playing field in this country shift dramatically from the election in the United States. They don't have a carbon tax. Our energy companies in my province of Saskatchewan and Alberta are going to be under siege. They have been under siege since 2015 when this government took over. They have an environment minister that is completely against energy in this country. He would rather go to Venezuela, would rather go to Russia and other diplomatic countries that we should not be dealing with on energy, and then to deal with the clean energy that we produce in the prairies of Saskatchewan and Alberta. We're concerned with that. And we're going to see mass, and we've already seen mass companies move their money down to Texas. We are concerned for a number of years But since President Trump has taken over, we are going to see mass amount of money leave this country. One of the reasons is because of the carbon tax. The carbon tax has hurt this country. We will axe the tax. We're going to build the homes. And you know, I know that a lot of Liberals laugh at us when on this side of the House because, oh, you know, the member from Carleton has a plan that makes no sense. Well, let me quote in Regina today, Stu Niebergall, who is the executive director of the Regina and Regional Home Builders Association. He said, and I'm going to quote, the federal Conservative leaders promised to cut the general sales tax, better known as the GST, on new home construction is a brilliant idea. A brilliant idea. It will save families hundreds of dollars a month. They estimate at least $250 a month on mortgage payments. The member from Carleton's proposal would apply to new homes worth up to $800,000. And I can tell you, you can get a pretty good home in Saskatchewan for $800,000. You probably can't in Toronto area, GTA, or Vancouver, but I think in Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker, you can get a pretty good home for $800,000 in our province. So there is from Regina talking about Carleton, the member of Carleton coming through cutting the GST. $250 a month, saving young families trying to get into the housing market. Stop the crime and fix the budget. I don't have to tell you about fix the budget. I've talked here for 18 minutes and how the corruption of the Liberals spending millions and millions of dollars. You know, I can go through their corruption since I got elected in 2015, but we'd be here all night. Right. So I'm only going to talk about the Green Slush Fund, where we know it was $400 million. The sponsorship scandal, Madam Speaker, was $42 million, and it took down the Chrétien government. You couldn't give enough golf tees and golf balls away back then. That was $42 million. Now this is 10 times the amount. Right. No wonder you don't want to give the RCMP the unredacted documents. That would be historic for the Liberal Party. The Green Slush Fund, as we all know in this country, is corrupt, and it needs to be overhauled. And it will take our government to overhaul it, Madam Speaker, because this government, since 2015, when they came into power, has done nothing but destroy the Green Slush Fund and SDTC to everybody that used it before 2015. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member.
Always enjoy listening to the play-by-play of the honourable member. His eloquence.
Sorry, a point of order. The honourable member for Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure we have quorum here.
Okay, let me double check.
Sorry, wrong one. That was yesterday.
Come on, come on. We do have quorum. The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, I haven't asked my.
Oh, sorry, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
The play-by-play of the member, his eloquence sets the bar very high in this place. And I enjoyed in particular listening to him speak about his friend Reg, an extraordinary Canadian. In fact, it was by far the most edifying thing I've heard in this House in the last 4 weeks, Madam Speaker. Reg and others fought for democratic principles. And one of those principles is the separation of the political from the institutions of law enforcement. Why are the Conservative
members' pages are hitting the mic?
I apologize.
Okay.
Between that and the quorum call, Madam.
Yeah. So, the honourable member.
Yes. Yes. So why are the Conservatives seeking to compromise that principle by insisting on foisting upon the RCMP documents they don't want? The RCMP is saying to the Conservatives, stay away from us. Let us do our work. Why?
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
I would like to thank the honourable member of the Liberal Party. Yes, I was thinking of doing the play-by-play of the Riders and Bombers here today because it's their big playoff game on Saturday. But thank you very much. I know those back home in Saskatchewan are looking forward to Saturday afternoon. And I also see members on the other side that are Argo fans. And we'll see if they can make it to the Grey Cup this year. But you know, Madam Speaker, thank you to the member mentioning Reg Crash Harrison. He's gone through lots. He is a hero in this country. He's 102 years old. I would say 102 years young. He believes in this country. I know if he was the Member of Parliament for Saskatoon-Grasswood, he would agree. Just show us the unredacted documents and we'll move on to the next agenda that we have here in the House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague, we've enjoyed a number of working things in a positive way. And this one's kind of interesting, though. He talked about scandals, and what we've seen is really almost a competition between Liberals and Conservatives over scandals. And I was here during the Harper scandals of the Senate expense scandal. If you remember that, it was with Mike Duffy and claiming expenses, and Nigel Wright and paying for it with a check. The In-N-Out scandal with regards to election financing, which the Conservatives were caught with regards to moving money around during the election. The robocall scandal, which remember that is that Michael Sonza took a hit for the Conservatives with regards to that, with regards to misleading and trying to get people to vote at the wrong places. We have the prorogation of Parliament scandal, where the Prime Minister at that time, Stephen Harper, prorogued Parliament a couple of times. We have the Afghan detainee scandal, which regards to similar to this, where documents were not provided, which wanted to. We had censorship and control of information scandal. And then we also had the Elections Act amendment scandal. And then they also had, lastly, one of my fan favorites is Tony Clement and the G8 fake lake and gazebo scandal. So to my friend, can he continue to actually show us maybe perhaps there's more Liberal scandals and Conservative scandals, but this is where it's devolved to?
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you to the honourable member from Windsor. Yes, we've worked on a number of things together, and we have the utmost respect for him. You know, in 9 short years, this has happened. We've got the SNC Lavalin, we have the Winnipeg Labs, we have We Charity, we have the Rive Scam, we have the Green Slush Fund. I missed about 5 or 6 others. But you know, the concern right now that I have, because Canadians, not only in Windsor, but everywhere, are hurting. We've had everybody in the last week or so talk about the food bank lineups, over $2 million a month, and we've seen $400 million go unaccounted for. You know, $400 million. What would the member do in Windsor with $400 million? What would the member of Saskatoon-Grasswood do for $400 million in the community? Quite a bit. So this is a sizable amount. It's the biggest scandal in the last 9 years that we know of. This could be bigger than 400, who knows? Because the unredacted papers have not gone where they should go, and that's to the RCMP.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the words from my member from Saskatoon. I want to add my voice to the voices that have already mentioned how great it is to listen to him speak, and of course I think this was one of his best speeches yet. He did list a number of, it was a very long list, a very exhaustive list. However, we just received news today that the Employment Minister co-owned a company with a partner, and this mysterious third individual, the other Randy. And it seems that this company has applied for federal contracts using the Indigenous procurement angle, yet there is still no confirmation there was an Indigenous owner of this company. And again, there were only 2, maybe 3 if we can find the other Randy. So I guess, as the member was saying, it's a difficult time for Canadians, yet these Liberals seem to have no problem with sticky fingers.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
I want to thank my honourable member, Shadow Minister of Indigenous. There's lots of work, and Murray Sinclair passed away earlier this week, and there's lots of work in this country with reconciliation. I remember going to Prairieland and listening to Murray. He did a wonderful job. And I was so happy that Prime Minister Harper appointed him to look after the reconciliation. Murray went to several communities in this country. It was absolutely jammed at Prairieland Park. You could hear a pin drop on the floor when he spoke. And this is disturbing because the week that Murray Sinclair has passed, the Liberals, all of a sudden now we're hearing some rumors of the employment minister along with his company doing the procurement, which is a major story if this is true, Madam Speaker. But, you know, all across this country, we believe in Indigenous issues. We want to see them do a little bit better financially, and we have a plan when we become government to help aid the Indigenous, the Métis, and the Inuit in this country.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For a few weeks now, we have been talking about this question of privilege. There have been events in the past. There have been scandals. And it made me think the following with regards Bill 290, which is in the Senate, with regards to its subject, which is whistleblowers. These whistleblowers fear mentioning what is going wrong in the government. If we were to better listen to them, if we were to better protect them, we would perhaps note that these are people that have a duty towards taxpayers. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the importance of whistleblowers who see what is going wrong, but from within.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for the block because whistleblowers in all of this, they revealed everything. They came to committee. They felt free to talk about what they have seen. And whistleblower legislation is very important. We stand with whistleblowers in this country because they should have the freedom to come to committees, talk about what they are seeing with the current government, and the money that isn't going out where it should be going out. Well, I support every whistleblower. A lot of them, it takes a lot of courage. I'm going to say that. It's not easy being a whistleblower in this country. You're on the line of fire. You're on the line of fire because not only are you trying to get things right, your employees around you may look the other way because you're a whistleblower, and certainly the government of the day doesn't believe in whistleblowers because they are showing the corruptness of this Liberal government.
A brief question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the leader of the Conservative Party is virtually borderline in contempt because of the game that they're playing, multi-million-dollar game, and the member opposite says, don't worry, we have a quote from a newspaper. Let me provide a quote. And this is from Stephen Chaplin from the Hill Times story. And it is time for the House of Commons to admit it was wrong and to move on. There has now been 3 weeks of debate on a questionable matter of privilege based on a misuse of House power to order producing documents. Madam Speaker, I ask the member, who should we believe? Stephen Chaplin or some reporter that he's referring to?
Answer from the honourable member. Order. A brief answer from the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, we've been trying to move on for weeks. Simple. Produce the papers. We'll move on. I mean, Canadians want that. This government has run out of ideas, Madam Speaker. That's why they don't want to show the unredacted papers. It's pretty obvious standing over here when you go home and listen to Canadians, they're out of ideas. Of course they're going to continue this for weeks and months. Why? They're out of ideas. They're tired, and Canadians want a new government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to rise in this House today to speak yet again to the issue of Liberal corruption. This is my second time rising in the House, and I will continue to rise as long as the Liberals refuse to hand over evidence to the RCMP. Conservatives will not allow the Prime Minister or his caucus to hide the truth that Canadians deserve. It is deeply concerning to witness the government covering up yet another scandal. According to the program's website, SDTC was a governmental funded program that claimed to help Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technology by delivering critical funding at every stage of their journey from seed to success. What the program's website does not tell Canadians is that SDTC program became corrupt when the Liberals made changes to its board of directors in 2019 under the direction of the Liberal industry minister, whose appointments were made to the SDTC board. The website does not tell us that the companies owned by these appointed directors would soon be caught in conflicts of interest due to receiving the same funds they were responsible for handing out. The SDTC website does not tell us that Liberal insiders began to siphon funds into their own pockets and were getting rich for years, while the Prime Minister and his cabinet turned a blind eye. How do we know this happened? Extremely brave whistleblowers came forward to call out the corruption they saw while working at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Without their honesty, bravery, and sense of morality, this scandal may have never been uncovered. Thanks to the whistleblowers who flipped the spotlight on the corruption, the rats are now scrambling for cover. The investigations that occurred as a result revealed that the SDTC's negligence was much more than just mismanagement of funds. And yes, I did say investigations, plural, because both the Ethics Commissioner and the Auditor General have reported findings of greed and corruption that were allowed to thrive under the Liberal government's watch. Over the course of multiple investigations, including investigations by Conservatives at committee, it seems Parliament has only scratched the surface of the Liberal corruption. What started as tens of thousands of Canadian tax dollars being quietly directed to the Liberal insiders turned into hundreds of thousands, which turned into millions, then tens of millions, and finally hundreds of millions of dollars. Multiple investigations have revealed that through the Green Slush Fund, $390 million in funding was approved for projects that had extremely disturbing conflicts. What the Auditor General found, which was frightening, was evidence that the Liberals' Green Slush Fund has handed out $58 million to projects without a promise that the contribution agreement terms were met. Another $58 million went to 10 projects deemed ineligible as they, at times, could not prove an environmental benefit or were not developing green technology. Finally, there was $334 million, and in over 186 cases where SDTC board members held a conflict of interest. Let that sink in. Out of the cases sampled, they found 186 conflicts of interest. And who knows how many more they will find. Maybe that's why the Liberals won't release the documents to the RCMP. Canadians listening can draw their own conclusion. I am proud to say that upon discovering this gross, negligent, and potentially criminal acts, the Conservatives, yes, the Conservatives, stood firm and demanded that a proper investigation take place. The Conservatives voted to pass an order in the House of Commons to force the Liberals to hand over documents involved in the Green Slush Fund. We demanded these documents to be handed over to the RCMP so proper investigation could take place. However, surprise, surprise, the Liberals voted against the document production, refused to release the documents to the House of Commons. This is undoubtedly a breach of parliamentary privileges. As the Speaker, yourself, Madam Speaker, of the House of Commons, has ruled, it is on this breach of privilege that my Conservative colleagues continue to raise today. Not only were the Liberals caught giving funds to their Liberal friends, the minister responsible was also exposed for handing out tax dollars to projects with no guarantee that the projects would have a positive environmental effect. Some SDTC recipients have no requirements to meet the environmental goal set out in the fund, and others were not eligible for funding. The Liberals failed to manage this program, leading to $390 million going into the bank accounts of Liberal insiders. This is precisely why the SDTC documents must be handed over to the RCMP so Canadians can understand just how corrupt this deal was and whether it was criminal. This proved once again that the Liberals are nothing more than fake environmentalists. We must hold the government accountable. In my previous intervention on this topic, I listened several of my many Liberal scandals that have been uncovered in the 9 years under this Prime Minister. Scandals like the SNC-Lavalin, the WE scandal, the $9 million condo on Billionaires Row in New York. There's many more to list, but I'm sure they all know which ones they are. All these blunders have a few things in common. They all have the fingerprints of the Prime Minister on them. They all involve Liberal negligence and the misuse of taxpayer dollars. Canadians are worse off for each and every scandal the Liberals have created. The Prime Minister has inflicted incredible damage on Canadians' well-being. Billions of Canadian tax dollars are being mismanaged by the Liberal government, and in some cases going directly to their friends with no real commitment to get results for Canadians who foot the bill. It has become clear that instead of working to ensure Canadians have affordable food to eat, Liberals focus on ensuring that Liberals can fill their bank accounts. Instead of building enough affordable homes for Canadians to live in, Liberals choose to build bureaucracy and red tape. Canadians deserve a government that can benefit them, not just the Liberal elites. Life has become so expensive that 58% of parents are facing food-related challenges. 1 in 4 of these parents say they personally ate less so their children and family members could eat. And 86% said they are buying less nutritious foods for their children because it is cheaper. In my region, the King Vaughan Township Food Bank has reported food bank usage has doubled since 2019. The Vaughan Food Bank reported 46,780 meals served since January 2024. Unfortunately, this Liberal corruption does not just have financial effects on Canadians, but it has also eroded the faith Canadians have in all politicians. Madam Speaker, I can't help but reflect on the 2015 campaign and how the Prime Minister spoke of sunny ways, creating the most open and transparent government ever. I would like to remind the Prime Minister that talk is cheap. I challenge him to support his words by acting on them. I ask him to prove to Canadians that he and his government will do the right thing, pass over the unredacted documents to the RCMP, and let the chips fall where they may. In order to regain the trust of the electorate, politicians must be held to a higher standard of accountability with repercussions for their unethical, corrupt actions. Members of Parliament are given the title Honourable. The Cambridge Dictionary defines honourable as honest and fair. If they don't behave honestly and fairly, I feel they should be stripped of this title. Madam Speaker, last night I had a call from Stephanie, a bright, intelligent woman who has been following the proceedings of this scandal. She asked if I could pass on her message, so I will read her letter now in its entirety. Stephanie, if you're listening, which I know you are, I have to replace names with titles in order to fit the rules of the House of Commons. I promised you I'd pass on your message, and that's what I am doing tonight. Dear Anna, I saw your outrage regarding the shooting of a helpful neighbor during a home invasion in Nobleton last Monday evening. The helpful neighbor who got shot was my work sister's husband. What the news story failed to report was that this man was shot in front of his 6-year-old son. It was the boy who FaceTimed his mother yesterday while she was at work in the office adjacent to mine, saying that his father had been shot. It is her 6-year-old son that told his grandmother last night that he failed his father because he could not protect him. He had surgery last night at Sunnybrook and had his bowel resectioned. They are waiting in a room in yet another crowded, over-capacity hospital. I'm beside myself with anger and frustration, she writes. This Prime Minister is Canada's biggest terrorist. He is an economic vandal that has let criminals run rampant, and nothing is happening. I watch clips of what is going on in the House of Commons and in Parliament all the time, and we are going in circles.
A point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, with all due respect to the individual that authored the letter, the members should be aware is you can't do something directly, indirectly, which you cannot do directly. So calling a member of the House of Commons a terrorist is in fact definitely unparliamentary.
So again, the honourable member is actually reading a letter into the record. She is not the one that is making a comment. It's what a correspondence that she has received. It doesn't necessarily reflect the idea of the member herself. And so I will allow her to continue. Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do think it's a very important ruling. What you're saying is that I can then bring in any sort of correspondence and say this is a letter and then read
a litany of unparliamentary words because I'm basing it on a letter. I think that at the very least, maybe we should take it under advisement and come back to the House because it's a very serious ruling.
The honourable member, I did just speak to that. I have another point of order. The honourable member for Brandon Sirs.
Well, Madam Chair, if the honourable member from Winnipeg North was challenging your ruling.
So again, sorry about that. So again, as I said, the honourable member was actually reading something into the record. I understand that there are some words that are not acceptable, and so again, you know, we can mention the word terrorist, but we shouldn't be attributing it to somebody. The only thing is that this is something that's being into the record. I will come back to the House, though, with this, and unfortunately, the time is up for debate tonight. So I will certainly take the information under the discussion here under consideration, and we'll come back to the House as needed, if need be. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député de Calgary Rocky Ridge. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So adjournment proceedings are where we debate questions that were not answered properly in question period. When members of the opposition ask a question and the government refuses to answer or provides an unsatisfactory answer. So this indeed is the case with the question that I asked on June 14th. Then I said, I asked and said that the Liberals had promised to be the most open and transparent government in history, and have said that data paid for by Canadians belongs to Canadians. And I went on then to ask that since the Conservatives had forced the government to release some of the data that the government had been suppressing relating to the cost of the carbon tax, that the Minister of the Environment had, in fact, misled Canadians, and I asked if he would resign. The answer that I got was quite unsatisfactory. He didn't speak to the issue at all. He spoke and insisted that Conservatives, he thought, should resign since they didn't agree with him about the carbon tax. So we are here tonight to debate this question. And what is really the reason that I asked this question then, Madam Speaker, is that the minister and his department had withheld a report that clearly stated that the cost of the carbon tax was an additional $30 billion that had not been included in that they had not made public. And they suppressed this information and prevented the Parliamentary Budget Officer from having this information. The Parliamentary Budget Officer was forced to resort to the access to information system, which is, you know, it goes to this whole business of the government's promise of openness and transparency. They promised in 2015 to be the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. They had made a big deal about this. This was an important promise. This was a promise that it was one of the ways, for those of us that go back to that election in 2015, when the Liberals really ate the NDP's lunch. The NDP, to their credit, have historically been very concerned about the secretive nature of a history of Canadian governments. They are pro, or at least once before they started propping up the Liberals, they were once pro openness and transparency, and the Liberals took away that plank from their platform and copied it and promised openness and transparency. Sunny ways, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Well, as I said in my question on the 14th, that is just a sick joke, Madam Speaker. This government is so secretive that right now Parliament is seized with their refusal to table documents related to SDTC. But getting back to the question itself, the minister suppressed the information about the carbon tax, gamed the access to information system, which they used to deny information to Canadians, to journalists, to academics, to regular Canadians, to individuals who have who are in a conflict or have a grievance with the government. So it is it's unfortunate that they would not release the information then. I don't expect this parliamentary secretary to say that the minister has in fact now resigned as we asked for, but we have new reasons for him to resign. The scandals continue. This minister we have a new scandal wherein he is conflicted himself perhaps with the SDTC scandal. So I ask again, will the minister resign?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't really know where to start with this member's question because that's not the question that he submitted for adjournment debate. I am here at late shows almost every evening, and this has become a little bit of a trend with the Conservatives. I would point out to the member from the Conservative Party that he's already had 40 minutes in the House of Commons to do speeches on the SDTC issue. He's spoken up twice. In fact, the Conservative Party had to go back and amend their original motion so that folks could repeat their lines over and over again ad nauseum and continue to filibuster in this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. But you can't point of order during an adjournment debate. You had your moment. The reality is the member was talking about.
I just want to remind the honourable member he had an opportunity to ask his question. Now he needs to listen to the answer, whether he likes it or not, and then he can come back to the House with a response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like I said, I'm in adjournment debate all the time, so I know there's no points of order or anything like that. We're here to discuss the issue, but it's actually not the issue that he sent in when we're requesting a late show. He talked about PBO documents and an access to information request. Madam Speaker, that's misleading Canadians. The PBO report came out actually today from the Auditor General, the Auditor General, the Commissioner of the Environment, came out today indicating that yes, our emissions are the lowest that they've been since the mid-1990s, and that is good news for Canadians. It's clear that the Conservative Party is not focusing on emissions reductions or protecting the environment. They're not interested in climate action. They work for big oil and gas. We've proposed a cap on emissions and a cap on pollution for the oil and gas sector, primarily in Alberta. And Alberta MPs stand in defiance to that because they don't want emissions to go down. They feel as though the oil and gas sector can continue to use Canada as an exhaust pipe. Sadly, the emissions intensity of many types of energy products in Alberta have gotten worse since the 1990s because of a lack of regulation. Madam Chair, we have focused on emissions reductions, efficiency, and the Conservative members claim to be experts on the environment and oil and gas, but it's obvious through their speeches in this House of Commons that they're neither. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can assure you I'm speaking on the question that was presented before the late show, and it was about the carbon tax. It was about the suppressed report. That was the reason I asked the question on June 14th, was that the Minister of the Environment had suppressed a report, and that leads to the access to information system, which the minister was using to suppress and prevent the release of the report. He said several things that were actually untrue, and I'm sorry that I tried to raise a point of order.
Something.
Madam Speaker.
Yeah, but the honourable member said that he mentioned something that was untrue. So what I'm saying is that the honourable member can't say indirectly what he can't say directly. So the honourable member.
Without the ability to raise a point of order, Madam Speaker, I don't know. It's customary in the House to give members a chance to correct the record when they make a mistake, and that is what, in fact, this member must have done, because he said things that were not correct. For example, the number of times I've spoken on the motion and its amendments and sub-amendments, but I don't want to digress too far from that, but I still have not had an answer. The minister misled Canadians, and I had asked in my question on June 14th for his resignation, and we continue to insist that this member, for a litany of what would ordinarily be resignable offences, that he actually do so.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So let me get it straight, Madam Chair. The member opposite would like the minister to resign because he's a climate action expert, and he's put in place a price and pollution across this country to lower emissions, which is effectively lowering emissions. Madam Chair, getting heckled during adjournment debate is something special. The House is about to close. Members don't need to be here into the wee hours to heckle. Madam Chair, I answered the member's question, and
Lakeland may want to not heckle during late shows. No, there's no point of order, first of all, and the honourable member doesn't have a question and shouldn't be participating in the debate at this moment. The honourable member for Lakeland, I will ask her to leave the chamber. If she heckles one more time, I will have the Sergeant of Arm escort her out. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary, if you could wrap it up, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Our government has been unapologetically ambitious at lowering our emissions and fighting for the environment. The Minister of the Environment has brought forward over 100 measures to lower our emissions. Canadians want us to focus on the environment. I went to the doors in 2019 and 2021, and young people, families, the elderly, they're concerned about climate change. Extreme weather is, affecting Canadians disproportionately than people around the world. 42% of the people who were evacuated from their homes due to wildfire were actually Canadian. So I wish the Conservative Party would get the message and come forward with some actual climate action. Thank you, Mr.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.